warriors for Christ. Biblical, bold, speaking the truth while being uncompromising. The world is in a very dark place. Our job is to wake up the church and to fight back against the wickedness in the world. Our ministry believes in being effective versus relevant. We want to see lives changed and souls saved. Success is not measured in material wealth or possessions. Get ready for the truth. From America's leading street ministry, this is Warriors for Christ. And here's your host, RichPenkoski.
All right, so you guys just got to give me a second here. I'm still, I got a little late because of trying to set all this up in an area of my house where the kids can go to sleep and all that, and not going to bother anybody as I do this. But I am going to do 24 hours straight. I'm going to stay awake. I got all my little goodies here, and I'll show you that in a second. Like I said, I'm just posting links on the different pages. If you guys would be so kind as to share the YouTube link wherever, again, this is going to be, I'm going to monologue here in a little bit, just kind of give some housekeeping things, stuff like that. But after that, it's not going to be any teaching when I actually get started. We're going to start going from Genesis 1:1, and then we're going to just keep on going until 24 hours is up. So I don't know how long, I don't know how far we'll get into it in 24 hours, but we're going to do that. Now, I was given permission to read from this Bible translation. It is not KJV, it's not NASB, not ESV. But I was asked that if anybody wants to know which translation I'm reading from, if you like it, to message me. They don't want me putting it out publicly only because they don't feel like dealing with some of the things that, whether it's LGBT or whatnot, emailing them, oh, RichPenkoski, and because of Slander Man. Slender Man is actually our new nickname for our resident stalker. So that's what it's going to be now, is just Slander Man. And just, I'm almost finished here. All right. I got to set this camera up, and you'll have to excuse me when I do set this camera up because, I have to put it in front of me and then make sure it's angled correctly. So I might put another video on just for you guys as I do that. So with that said, I'm going to be posting here, and then I'm going to change this here, and then we're going to post this as we go live here. So you can clearly see what the goal is here. What we're trying to do is obviously raise money for ministry needs and for various other things. Some of you will know exactly what we're talking about. Some of you may not. And that's okay. So we're going to do that as well. But let me just show you how we're set up here. Okay. So just so you guys can switch cameras. Switch that camera. Oh. So you see here we got our energy drinks. We got our coffee and whatnot here. So we're ready to go there. I'm going to put something on. I'm going to put something else on for you guys real quick while I set this camera up, okay?
You are here because you have seen the imminent destruction of the United States of America as we know it. It began with COVID. It began with fear. We were forced into lockdown. No work, no school, no social interactions. The only form of communication was social media and mainstream media, both of which are compromised. Then the stimulus checks were sent out to quell us, to keep us calm. Then tracking and tracing was implemented. Then riots began. Then the defunding of our law enforcement. Then the systematic destruction of our historical monuments. This is no longer about a virus. This is about control. This is about the destruction of the constitutional republic our forefathers fought and died for 244 years ago. They want us to keep the fight on social media, where they control the narrative. They want us in our homes, muzzled with masks, arguing with our friends over what happens next. They want us afraid. They want us to feel helpless. They want us to wait until the fight comes to our homes, our house, so that one at a time they can slowly pick us apart. They want to make an example of us and do it while we're not organized, while we're not in great numbers or in masses. This is not about a virus. This is about division. This is about taking away our freedoms one at a time, slowly, so that by the time we recognize what's happening, it is too late. You are witnessing the destruction of the Republic and the installation of socialism and communism. But you are here because you've seen this all coming. You are here because you have a voice that has not been heard. You are here because you are the lifeblood of this great nation. We are the silent majority, and we are done being silent. For massive change to occur, massive action must be taken. I want you to remember this. It comes straight from our Declaration of Independence. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. This fight is in your hands. The success of this mission is in.
All right, sorry about that. Again, just you have to forgive me here as I'm trying to set this up. Okay, so with that said, we have our little thingy up there. We have the camera set up, so I think we're good. Don't mind this, you guys. This is just some of the stuff that we do for our own stuff that we do to for before people find out and then try to cancel it on us. We have our pulpit there and whatnot. But before we get started reading the Bible, and again, we're going to start at Genesis 1:1, and we're going to read. So once I start going, I am not going to be looking at. I might look up at comments. I will. I'm not going to be addressing any questions, comments, or concerns. I will, however, ask that my admins just ban the trolls. Make sure that you are banning the right profiles, because their new tactic is to try to pretend to be other people so that we ban them so they can't watch our thing. It's completely evil and wicked, but regardless. So just real quick before we get into the Bible reading, I just want you guys to know that there's been a lot of news articles today, and I want to share one specifically with you. It's well, actually, I don't have it on me. Oh wait, yes I do. I want to share one with you. I want to read this to you real quick before we get started, because I think this article actually sums it up better than I ever could of what's going on in our country today. So again, as we go through this, remember guys, we are going to do a 24-hour video here. I just want to do some monologuing, if you don't mind, because well, that's what I do. So I have this article here. This is from Landon Starbuck. Just wait for it to load here. And he's talking about, the drag queen stuff. So he wrote, he's talking about Tennessee Tech. When word got around to Tennessee Tech's president, Phil Oldman, he swiftly issued a public statement. An excerpt said that, and I quote, "I do not feel the activities in the video represent Tech's values, and I do not condone explicit activity where minors are present. I also am offended by disparaging mockery toward any religious group. To be clear, this was not a university-sponsored event," and he goes on to say that they're not allowed to do this anymore. The article goes on to say, "I commend Mr. Oldham's response. It sends a necessary message during these times dominated by wokeism that Tennessee Tech will not facilitate adult performances in front of children any longer. What happened at Tennessee Tech sparked a fury of awareness in the state of Tennessee and uncovered a huge recent push for all age drag shows." Now, this is something, remember, God had told me that this was going to happen when I left. Man, you can go back and watch. that the Lord told me that when I leave, there's going to be a major push. And that he had me because the churches weren't ready to deal with it. They don't want to deal with it. They don't know. All they want to do is just talk about it and pray about it. They don't actually want to do anything about it. But I digress. A huge push for all drag shows across the entire state, from Memphis to Cookeville to Nashville to Murfreesboro. One online comment in response to all this read, just plain sick and with children even. I'm gay and this really disgusts me. One Tennessee Tech student commented, I'm currently a freshman who goes there, and I had not heard about this show, but it made me disgusted when I saw your post and that minors were involved. I decided to come to this university because of the old standards I was told it kept, and knowing that President Oldham is talking down about the event, it keeps my hopes high that this will not happen again, and that standards I've personally seen elsewhere are still kept. In recent months, it seems a coordinated barrage of all ages drag shows has been popping up all over the country, not just Tennessee. One consistent theme at all these shows is that every time an article of clothing is removed or the dancing becomes sexual, the audience roars as the kids watch. It's sad to think that kids are being conditioned to learn that if you emulate these behaviors, you get more attention and money. Despite the supporters of these drag shows saying that our opposition to this nightmare is rooted in homophobia, it is not. It doesn't matter how the person identifies. Our opposition is rooted in objective truths and what should be an innate moral line regardless of your background. Adults should never sexualize children. You might have seen this saying going around the internet. Ask not why children need to watch drag shows. Ask why drag queens need the audience of children. And that brings us to the real point of focus and contention. Why is the so-called progressive left hell-bent on exposing children to adult entertainment and other sexually charged content? It's not just sexualized drag shows for kids. It's radical gender theory. It's pornographic books in schools. It's the attempt to normalize sex changes for minors. And it's radical sex ed focused on teaching pleasure instead of protection and prevention. It's all connected and part of the progressive ideological package. The very same week the Tennessee Tech's all ages drag show went viral, I exposed a doctor in Florida advertising sex changes for kids via TikTok Reels, proudly advertising the mutilated breasts of healthy teenage girls. Then days later, a sex ed resource book recommended by CNN and the American Library Association started circulating online called Let's Talk About It, The Teen's Guide to Sex, Relationships, and Being a Human. The contents contain the most extreme sexual grooming content I've witnessed in all my work exposing sexual grooming. In a book geared to kids as young as 8, used pornographic images of sex while encouraging kids to use sex toys and watch porn. It's notable that the only prominent voices outraged by this abusive sexual grooming seem to be the political right. The left remains religiously faithful to their divisive agenda, so when it comes to pornographic books being distributed to kids or drag performers dancing sexually in front of children, they devoutly defend these behaviors and shame those who try to stop it as transphobes, homophobes, bigots, and racists. Any challenge or questioning of their ideological orthodoxy is treated as a personal attack in which they routinely posture themselves as victims while ignoring the fact that children are the real victims. Conservatives are not trying to shut down adult-only drag shows, no, but Christians are, or harass gay people, nobody harasses them, as the left's tired narrative promulgates. Consenting adults can do what they choose with consenting adults, but we must draw a line when children are being abused, whether it be via exposure to sexual themes at a drag show, exposure to porn in the school library, or sexual abuse at a church. The last part is what normal people on the left miss. This is not just about attacking sacred cows on the left. Their ideology just happens to be one that seems to condone the sexual grooming being normalized. Children are being groomed to accept grooming behavior as normal. Sadly, even the drag performers from the Tennessee Tech viral video doesn't seem to understand that the issue we take is with the behavior displayed in front of kids, not his identity. Several clips from his podcast were sent to me in which he had his female co-host trade off seemingly accusing us of hate speech or bias against gay people, while once again mocking Christianity by saying Jesus would have had a bunch of ones and he would have stood up and started tipping all the drag performers and been like, hey, I like your costume. He also admitted that he is a proud person of the Satanic Temple, encouraging listeners to read it and learn. The most striking part of the clip sent to me was hearing him reveal that he was a victim of sexual abuse as a child and teen. All children deserve childhoods free from grooming, abuse, and exploitation. The performer in question deserved that too. And I can't help but wonder if this would have ever happened had he been given the innocent childhood that he deserved. Kids often simulate what they see. That's why they do the drag shows. Adults often carry trauma from childhood and express it in unhealthy ways. It's not too much of a leap to wonder if many of these simulations we see today are a creation of the powerful on the left using abuse victims like this to unknowingly destabilize the next generation into a generation that's primed to reject traditionalism, Judeo-Christian principles, and conservatism in every form. Subjecting children to any performer who demonstrates sexual expression in front of kids is a form of sexual grooming. It grooms kids into thinking these behaviors are normal, healthy, and benign. If it's not okay for a kid to perform a striptease, twerk, spread their legs, or take cash tips from adults, then why are adults exposing kids to that very scenario? It doesn't matter if it's a Cardi B concert, a stripper, porn on the screen, porn at the library, or a local drag show. Kids should never be exposed to sexually themed or explicit content, but it's more apparent every day that a large contingent of adults on the political left needs kids to be exposed to it to feel more secure in their identities and or advance their ideological goals. That simple truth strikes at the heart of how twisted this ideology has become. One of their goals is forcing drag into schools under the guise of inclusivity and education, whether it be via toned-down drag shows or drag queen story time. Again, no child naturally seeks out drag without being exposed to it inappropriately by an adult. So why is drag seeking our children? There are only nefarious options to answer that question, even if in some cases a well-intentioned, now adult child sex abuse victim is a misguided part of the show. These drag shows for kids might appear superficial, but that's because they're a Trojan horse for something far more sinister. The furtherance of a far-left agenda to destroy gender, dismantle motherhood and fatherhood, delete traditional values, distort sexual boundaries, and ultimately demoralize those who have innate moral boundaries or instincts to stand up against depravity. Sexuality is a powerful tool that can be used to influence and control people. That's a tale as old as time. When adult sexuality is deployed onto young children, it can traumatize them, stunt their development, and negatively impact their own self-image and behavior in harmful ways. Don't take my word for it. Listen to the voices of countless child sexual abuse survivors who were groomed before they were abused. Moral guardrails in society are necessary to protect children and protect them from being groomed for abuse. I understand that morality can be nuanced and subjective to many people, but there are some hard moral lines that cannot be ignored if Western civilization is to survive and or thrive. I call these lines our innate morality. For Western civilization to survive and or thrive, we must do everything in our power to ensure innate moral lines are never crossed, or else a snowball begins that turns into an avalanche that could threaten to destroy everything we know and love. That may sound like a leap, but history tells us that it's not. When civilizations lose their moral boundaries, they lose their civilization. Just like gender and sexuality, the left's prestigious academic ideologues see morality as yet another construct that needs to be deconstructed. From cis heteronorms, they see childhood innocence as another construct upheld by evil white heterosexual Christians. We can write a whole other piece about how demeaning and disempowering they are to conservative Black, Asian, and Latino parents, but that's another piece for another day. The constructs they seek to destroy are really the foundational values that uphold the nuclear family and the promise of America. This is why we've seen the most egregious assault on parental rights in our lifetime. An agenda to destroy America as we've known it. It'd be nice if it was all just a big right-wing conspiracy, but there's no ignoring our own eyes, ears, and experiences. It's infiltrated our communities now, and it's up to us to draw the line in the sand of what we'll allow and what we won't. I know what my husband and I won't allow in Tennessee, as long as we can help it. We will not allow innate morality to be dismantled and deconstructed along with gender, the nuclear family, and sexuality. Whether it's all-ages drag shows, child drag shows, radical sex ed, gender theory, and pornography in our libraries and schools, we must be willing to take appropriate action to stop it. If we fail to preserve our values, then we're complicit in the destruction of the moral principles we claim to live by and the civilization we claim to love. I choose not to fail, and I hope you will too. Really well done. well written, and I commend her for that. The only issue I take with it is when we were out there sounding the alarm years ago, and I mean we as in Christians, street preachers, all of us, why did they not listen then? We told them this was coming, and now that it's here, now they want to react. So that's the only thing I can say. Any issue I have with that is simply just that, is that why did they heed our warnings when we were warning them years ago? So before I jump on into this Bible reading, because once again, once I do it, we are not going to be looking at comments. We're not going to be taking questions. The only thing that I will say is that the only time I will step away from this microphone here is to use the bathroom. That's all. That's the only thing we're gonna do. And let me just make a little graph here for that. So when I do walk away, it's only gonna be for a second or two. Duplicate, and let's change the wording. Oops, sorry about that. Let me get rid of that and change that wording here. Okay, done. All right. All right, I'm going to play one more video for you guys because I got a new website coming and I want to play the promo for you guys. But remember, we're doing this as we read this for 24 hours. The whole goal of this is to raise money for ministry and for some other things that are going on. Some of you know personally what happened to our house. So it's all that encompassing. Travel expenses. We want to try to help some people get to SOPA that can't get there. So this is all for ministry, for banners, Bibles, all this stuff here. And that's what we're going to do. So just take a look here and see, tell me what you think. Oh, wait, I got to get rid of that. Not too bad, right? Now, since my stalker's watching, which of course we knew he wouldn't, he'll be under several profiles. I'm just going to address this one time only during this video. The only reason this guy wants to stop us from exposing the grooming is probably because he is a groomer himself, I'm willing to bet. The only people that want to stop the people exposing the grooming and standing against it are those who are either for it or who are doing it. One of the two. You'll notice that these guys that do this, what they do, they never actually stand against anything. Their entire life focuses around guys like me. Brian Cranford actually did a video talking about, I'm going to expose this preacher and how just stupid that is. That's their entire life. He encouraged me a little bit today, specifically about this slander man here. Again, this is nothing new. As a preacher who's out there making a difference, who stands against evil, these people are going to hate us. That's what they do. They're going to lie about us. They're going to, take clips out of context. Like, for instance, when I have that coffee ready, like when I say, all you're talking about is grooming, and anybody that watches it is a lie. It's like when we said that, work with your hands, not the Bible. We never said that. We simply said that there are many types of work. That's one, but that's not the only one. But you see how they twist and distort things, and they never repent. They never take those lies down. But when you see these fake profiles come up, you guys, if you're watching, again, 3 o'clock in the morning, not a lot of you are going to be on. But if you're on, just ban those profiles because we have better things to do. So, again, as we do this Bible reading, I want you to remember, you guys, if you want, we've got all the links up here so that you guys can go on there. And Venmo is at Warriors for Christ, or CashApp is $RichPenkoski, or we have our website, of course, wfcchurch.org/give. And then we have our YouTube link over there as well. We do have Zelle. Zelle is, but they don't have a little thingy in this software for Zelle. But Zelle is pastor at wfcchurch.org if you want to go ahead and send them through Zelle. Our goal, hopefully, is to raise $5,000 in 24 hours. Again, I don't know if we'll get there. I know the one time I did this several years ago, we raised $3,000. And that was, that able was helped. That money was used to help a lot of people out there in Myanmar at the time, because it was several years ago. And this time around, it's the same thing. We want to equip other ministries. We want to have cash for traveling, travel expenses. We want to equip other ministries with banners and Bibles and things like that. So, I'll pause just to remind people that that's what we're doing here. So if you're watching this video and you want to help support a ministry, again, that's why we're doing this 24-hour live stream. We're not going to stop. The only thing we'll do is switch cameras, so this way my phones and whatnot don't get used up too much. But we're ready to go. With that said, Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth being without form and empty, and darkness being on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovering on the face of the waters. And God said, "Let light be." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God separated between the light and between the darkness. And God called the light day, and he called the darkness night. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God separated between the light and between the darkness. And God called the light day, and he called the darkness night. And it was evening, and it was morning, day one. And God said, "Let an expanse be in the midst of the waters, and let it be dividing between the waters and waters." And God made the expanse, and he separated between the waters which were under the expanse, and the waters which were above the expanse, and it was so. And God called the expanse heavens, and it was evening, and it was morning, a second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be collected to one place, and let the dry land be seen," and it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and he called the collection of the waters seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth cause to sprout grass, the planting seed, the fruit tree producing fruit according to its kind, which seed is in it on the earth," and it was so. And the earth bore grass, the green plant seeding seed, according to its kind, and the fruit tree producing fruit according to its kind, which seed is in it. And God saw that it was good. And it was evening, and it was morning, a third day. And God said, "Let luminaries be in the expanse of the heavens to divide between the day and between the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for luminaries in the expanse of the heavens to give light on the earth," and it was so. And God made the two great luminaries, the great luminary to rule the day, and the small luminary and the stars to rule the night. And God set them in the expanse of the heavens to give light on the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide between the light and between the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And it was evening, and it was morning, a fourth day. And God said, "Let the waters swarm with swarmers, having a soul of life, and let the birds fly over the earth and the expanse of the heavens." And God created the great sea monsters, and all that creeps, having a living soul, which swarmed the waters according to its kind, and every bird with wing according to its kind. And God saw that it was good, and God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let the birds multiply in the earth." And it was evening, and it was morning, a fifth day. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living soul according to its kind, cattle and creepers, and the beasts of the earth according to its kind." And it was so. And God made the beasts of the earth according to its kind, and cattle according to its kind, and every creeping thing of the ground according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let us make man in our image, according to our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing creeping on the earth. And God created the man in his own image. In the image of God he created him. He created them male and female. And God blessed them. And God said to them, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the seas, and over birds of the heavens, and over every living creature moving on the earth. And God said, behold, I have given you every green plant seeding seed which is on the face of all the earth, and every tree which is in it, the fruit of the tree seeding seed, and it shall be food for you. And to every beast of the earth, and to all birds of the heavens. Sorry, I got distracted. I got a notification on my other phone. And over birds of the heavens, over every living creature moving the earth. And God said, behold, I have given you every green plant, and every tree which is in it, and the fruit of the tree seeding seed, and it shall be food for you. And to every beast of the earth, and to all birds of the heavens, and to every creeping thing on the earth, which is in it, having a living soul. Every plant is for food, and it was so. And God saw all which he had made, and behold, it was very good. And it was evening, and it was morning, the sixth day. And the heavens and the earth were finished, and all their host. And on the seventh day God finished his work which he had made. And he ceased on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, for he ceased from all his work on it, which God had created to make. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created in the day that Jehovah God was making earth and heavens. And every shrub of the field was not yet on the earth, and every green plant of the field had not yet sprung up. For Jehovah God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. And mist went up from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. And Jehovah God formed the man out of the dust from the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And Jehovah God planted a garden in Eden to the east, and he put the man whom he had formed there. And out of the ground Jehovah God made to spring up every tree that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food. And the tree of life was also in the middle of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden, and to water the garden, and from there it was divided and became 4 heads. The name of the first was Pishon. It was the one surrounding all the land of Havilah, where gold is. The gold of that land is good. There is bdellium, gum, resin, and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. It is the one surrounding all the land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Tigris. It is the one going east of Assyria. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. And Jehovah God commanded the man, saying, eating you may eat of every tree in the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you may not eat, for in the day of the eating of it, dying you shall die. And Jehovah God said, it is not good that the man being alone. I will make a helper corresponding to him. And Jehovah God formed every animal of the field, and every bird in the heavens out of the ground. And he brought them to the man, to see what he would call it. And all which the man might call it, each living soul, that was its name. And the man called names to all the cattle, and to the birds of the heavens, and to every animal of the field. But no helper corresponding to him was found for a man. And Jehovah God caused a deep sleep to fall on the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead of it. And Jehovah God formed the rib which he had taken from the man into a woman, and brought her to the man. And the man said, This now at length is bone from my bones, and flesh from my flesh. For this shall be called woman, because this has been taken out of man. Therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and they were not ashamed. And the serpent was cunning above every animal of the field, which Jehovah God had made. And he said to the woman, Is it true that God has said, You shall not eat from any tree of the garden? And the woman said to the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree in the midst of the garden, God has said, You shall not eat of it, and you shall not touch it, lest you die. And the serpent said to the woman, Dying, you shall not die. For God knows that in the day you eat of it, even your eyes will be opened, and you shall become like God, knowing good and evil. And the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that to the eyes it was to be desired. And the tree was desirable to make one wise. And she took of its fruit and ate. And she also gave to her husband with her, and he ate. And the eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed leaves of the fig tree and made girdles for themselves. And they had heard the sound of Jehovah God walking up and down in the garden at the breeze of the day. And the man and his wife hid themselves from the face of Jehovah God in the middle of the trees of the garden. And God called to the man and said to him, Where are you? And he said, I have heard your sound in the garden, and I was afraid, for I am naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree of which I commanded you not to eat? And the man said, The woman whom you gave to be with me, she has given to me of the tree, and I ate. And Jehovah God said to the woman, What is this you have done? And the woman said, The serpent deceived me, and I ate. And God said to the serpent, Because you have done this, you are cursed above all beasts, and more than every animal of the field. You shall go on your belly, and you shall eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He will bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. He said to the woman, I will greatly increase your pain and your conception. You shall bear sons in sorrow, and your desire shall be toward your husband, and he shall rule over you. And he said to the man, Because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten of the tree about which I commanded you, saying, You shall not eat from it, the ground shall be cursed because of you. You shall eat of it in pain all the days of your life. And it shall bring forth thorns and thistles for you, and you shall eat the plant of the field. By the sweat of your face you shall eat bread until you return to the ground. For you have been taken out of it, for you are dust, and to dust you shall return. And the man called the name of his wife Eve, because she became the mother of all living. And God made coats of skin for the man and his wife, and clothed them. And God said, Behold, the man has become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and also take from the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. God sent him out of the Garden of Eden, to till the ground out of which he was taken. And he drove the man out, and he lodged the cherubs at the east of the Garden of Eden, and the flaming sword whirling around to guard the way of the tree of life. Genesis 4. And the man knew his wife Eve, and she conceived and bore Cain. And she said, I have gotten a man of God. And she added to bear his brother, Abel. And Abel became a feeder of a flock, and Cain became a tiller of the ground. In the end of days, it happened that Cain brought an offering to Jehovah from the fruit of the ground. And Abel brought he also from the firstlings of his flock, even from their fat. And Jehovah looked to Abel and to his offering, and he did not look to Cain and to his offering. And Cain burned greatly, and his face fell. And God said to Cain, why have you burned, and why has your face fallen? If you do well, is there not exaltation? And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door, and its desire is towards you, but you should rule over it. And Cain talked with his brother Abel. And it happened as they were in the field, Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. And God said to Cain, where is your brother Abel? And he said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what have you done? The voice of the blood of your brother cries to me from the ground. And now you are cursed more than the ground which opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it will not again give its strength to you. You shall be a vagabond and a fugitive on the earth. And Cain said to God, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out from the face of the earth today, and I shall be hidden from your face, and I shall be one moving about and wandering on the earth, and it will be that anyone who finds me shall kill me. And God said to him, if anyone kills Cain, he shall be avenged sevenfold. And God set a mark on Cain, so that anyone who found him should not kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of God, and he lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch. And he built a city, and he called the name of the city according to the name of his son, Enoch. And Irad was born to Enoch, and Irad fathered Mehujael, and Mehujael fathered Methusael, and Methusael fathered Lamech. And Lamech took two wives to himself, and the name of the first was Adah, and the name of the second was Zillah. And Adah bore Jabal, who was the father of those living in tents and had cattle, and the name of his brother was Jubal, and he was the father of all who handled the harp and the pipe. And Zillah also bore Tubal-Cain, the hammer of every engraving tool of copper and iron, and the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said to his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice, wives of Lamech. Listen to my words. For I have killed a man because of my wound, and a young man because of my hurt. For Cain is avenged sevenfold, and Lamech 77. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son. And she called his name Seth, for God has appointed me another seed in place of Abel, because Cain killed him. And a son was also born to Seth, and he called his name Enosh. Then it was begun to call on the name of God. I see that. I got my coffee ready, just like I said. Just want to check and see. Oh, I got to update the donation thing. And I'll do that as we go along here. So just let me update that real quick. By 15, so 90. Done. Hold on here. I got to switch that back. A and B. Okay. Not too bad. So I have that in front of me here, so I can kind of update as I go along as well. Anyway, Genesis chapter 5. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. He created them male and female and blessed them, and called their name Adam in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years and fathered a son in his own likeness, according to his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam after he fathered Seth were 800 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years and fathered Enosh. And after he fathered Enosh, Seth lived 807 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years and fathered Canaan. After he fathered Canaan, Enosh lived 815 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years and fathered Malaleel. And after he fathered Malaleel, Canaan lived 840 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalaleel lived 65 years and fathered Jared. And after he fathered Jared, Mahalaleel lived 830 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalaleel were 895 years, and he died. And Jared lived 162 years and fathered Enoch. And after he fathered Enoch, Jared lived 800 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years and fathered Methuselah. And Enoch walked with God 300 years after he fathered Methuselah, and he fathered sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with God. Then he was not, for God took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years and fathered Lamech. And after he fathered Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years and fathered a son, and he called his name Noah, saying, "This one shall comfort us concerning our work and the toil of our hands, because the ground which the Lord has cursed." And after he fathered Noah, Lamech lived 595 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah fathered Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis chapter 6. And it was that men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them. The sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were good, and they took wives for themselves from all those whom they chose. And God said, "My spirit shall not always strive with man. In their erring, in their erring he is flesh, and his days shall be 120 years." The giants were in the earth in those days, and even afterwards, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore to them. They were mighty ones which existed from ancient time, the men of name. And God saw that the evil of man was great on the earth, and every purpose of the thoughts of his heart was only evil all the day. And God repented that he had made man on the earth, and he was grieved to his heart. And God said, "I will wipe off man whom I have created from the face of the earth, from man to cattle to the creeping thing, for I repent that I made them." And Noah found grace in the eyes of God. These are the generations of Noah. Noah, a righteous man, had been blameless among his generations. Noah walked with God, and Noah fathered 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the earth was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked on the earth, and behold, it was corrupted, for all flesh had corrupted its way on the earth. And God said to Noah, "The end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them along with the earth. Make an ark of cypress timbers for yourself. You shall make rooms in the ark, and you shall cover it with asphalt inside and out. And you shall make it this way. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, its breadth 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. You shall make a window in the ark, and you shall finish it above to a cubit. And you shall set the door of the ark in its side. You shall make it with lower, second, and third stories. And behold, I, even I, am bringing a flood of waters on the earth in order to destroy all flesh, in which is the breath of life from under the heavens. Everything which is on the earth shall die. And I will establish my covenant with you. And you shall come into the ark, you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. And you shall bring into the ark 2 of every kind, of every living thing, of all flesh, to keep alive with you. They shall be male and female, from the birds according to its kind, and from the cattle according to its kind. From every creeping thing to the ground according to its kind, 2 from each shall come into you and to keep alive. And take for yourself all food that is eaten, to gather to yourself, and let it be for you and for them for food. And Noah did so according to all that God commanded him, so he did. Genesis chapter 7. And God said to Noah, you and all your house come into the ark, for I have seen you a righteous one before me in this generation. You shall take to yourself from every clean animal by 7s, male and female, and from the animal that is not clean by 2, male and female. And take of the fowl of the heavens by 7s, male and female, to keep alive seed on the face of the earth. For after 7 more days I will cause it to rain on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and will wipe out every living substance that I have made from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according to all that God commanded him. Noah was a son of 600 years, and the flood of waters was on the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. And they went into Noah into the ark, male and female, of clean animals and of animals that are not clean, and of fowl and of everything that creeps on the earth. 2 by 2, as God had commanded Noah, they went into the ark, male and female. And it was after the 7 days the waters of the flood came into being on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, in the 17th day of the month, in this day all the fountains of the great deep were risen, and the windows of the heavens were opened up, and the rain was on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In this same day Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, went into the ark. They and every animal according to its kind, and every beast according to its kind, and every creeping thing that creeps in the earth according to its kind, and every fowl according to its kind, every bird of every wing. And they went into Noah and to the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, in which is the breath of life. And those going in went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and God shut him within. And the flood was on the earth 40 days, and the waters increased and bore up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed and were greatly increased on the earth, and the ark lifted on the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly violent on the earth, and all the high mountains under the heavens were covered. The waters prevailed 15 cubits upward, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh that moved on the earth died, the fowl, the cattle, and beast, and every swarming thing that swarms on the earth, and all mankind. All died, in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land. And every living thing which was on the face of the earth was wiped out, from man to cattle, and to the creeping things, and the fowl of the heavens. And they were wiped out from the earth. And only Noah was left, and those who were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed over the earth 150 days. Genesis chapter 8. And God remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle which were with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters subsided. And the fountains of the deep and the windows of the heavens were stopped, and the rain from the heavens was returned. And the waters turned back from the earth, going and turning back. And the waters diminished at the end of 150 days. And in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark rested on the mountains of Ararat. And the waters were going and falling until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. And it happened at the end of 40 days, even Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. And he sent out a raven, and it went out, going out and returning until the waters were dried up from off the earth. He also sent out from him the dove to see if the waters had gone down from off the face of the earth. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned to him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of all the earth. And he put out his hand and took her, and pulled her into him into the ark. And he waited yet another 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and behold, in her mouth was a newly plucked olive leaf. So Noah knew that the waters had gone down from off the earth. And he waited another 7 days and sent forth the dove, and she did not return again to him any more. And it happened in the 601st year, at the beginning on the first of the month, the waters were dried up from the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark and looked, and behold, the face of the earth was dried. In the second month, on the 27th day of the month, the earth was dry. And God spoke to Noah, saying, Go out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons wives with you. Bring out from you every living thing that is with you, of all flesh, of fowl, of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. And let them swarm on the earth, and bear and multiply on the earth. And Noah went out, and his sons and his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Every animal, every creeping thing, and every fowl, all which creep on the earth. They went forth out of the ark according to their families. And Noah built an altar to God, and took of every clean animal and of every clean bird, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And God smelled the soothing fragrance, and God said in his heart, I will never again curse the ground for the sake of man, because the purpose of the heart of man is evil from his youth. Yea, I will not again smite every living thing as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, the day and night shall not cease. Now again, we're going to Genesis chapter 9. And I remind you that the links, if you want to help support the ministry, like I said, we are doing a 24-hour live video reading the Bible. If you want to help support the ministry, that's where we're doing this. You can give at one of the links down below right here. We have Venmo, CashApp, and our website, of course. If you want to contribute monthly, you have to use the website. Otherwise, any other ones will do for now. And as we go through this, I will update the bar over here, as you can see as we go up. Genesis chapter 9. Hi, boo-boo. Genesis chapter 9. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and he said to them, Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. And your fear and your dread shall be on all the animals of the earth, and on every bird of the heavens, on all that moves on the earth, and on all the fish of the sea. They are given into your hands. Every creeping thing which is alive shall be food for you. I have given you all things, even as the green plant. But you shall not eat flesh in its life, its blood. And surely the blood of your lives I will demand. At the hand of every animal I will demand it. And at the hand of man I will demand the soul of man at the hand of every man's brother. Whoever sheds man's blood, his blood shall be shed by man. For he made man in the image of God. And you, be fruitful and multiply. Swarm over the earth and multiply in it. And God spoke to Noah and to his sons with him, saying, Behold, I, even I, am establishing my covenant with you and with your seed after you, and with every living soul which is with you, among fowl, among cattle, and among every animal of the earth with you, from all that go out from the ark to every animal of the earth. And I have established my covenant with you, and all flesh shall not be cut off again by the waters of a flood, nor shall there ever again be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant which I am about to make between me and you, and between every living soul which is with you, for everlasting generations. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of covenant between me and the earth. And it will be when I gather the clouds in the earth, and the bow shall be seen in the clouds. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and between every living soul in all flesh. And the waters shall not again become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the clouds, and I shall see it to remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living soul in all flesh on the earth. And God said to Noah, this is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and between all flesh that is on the earth. And the sons of Noah that went out of the ark were Shem, Ham, Japheth, and Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and the whole earth was overspread from them. And Noah, a man of the ground, began and planted a vineyard. And he drank from the wine and was drunk, and he uncovered himself inside his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and he told his two brothers outside. And Shem and Japheth took a garment and put it on both their shoulders, and they went backward and covered the nakedness of their father, their faces backward. And they did not see the nakedness of their father. And Noah awoke from his wine, and he came to know what his younger son had done to him. And he said, cursed be Canaan. He shall be a slave of slaves to his brothers. And he said, blessed be God, the God of Shem, and may Canaan be his slave. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall live in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be their slave. And Noah lived 350 years after the flood, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Genesis, let's just check here. Any updates? You have been chosen. Oh, yeah? Oh, we did. So let me update here. What's this one here? All right, let me update this real quick again. Sorry. 25, 90. 25. So 90, 115. All right. Not too bad. Like I said, you got this is not, you know, this isn't something I was looking forward to doing, but it's good to read the Bible. You know, and as far as I know, I'm the only one that has done a 24-hour Bible reading, as far as I know. I could be wrong, but as far as I know. But anyway, again, if you want to support the ministry, again, the links are right below here: Venmo, CashApp, and our website. Genesis chapter 10. And though these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And sons were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tyrus. And Gomer's sons were Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And Javan's sons were Elisha, and Tarkish, Kedem, and Dodinim. The coats of the nations were divided by these in their lands, each by his tongue, by their families, and in their nations. And Ham's sons were Cush, and Mizraim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush were Seba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Ramah, and Sabchika. And Ramah's sons were Sheba and Dedan. And Cush fathered Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the land. He was a mighty hunter before God. So it was said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before God. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel and Erech and Akkad and Calneh in the land of Shinar. From that land he went forth to Assyria and built Nineveh and Rehoboth, the city, and Calah, and Resen between Nineveh and Calah, which is a great city. And Mizraim fathered Ludim and Anamim and Lehabim, and Naphtahim, and Pathrasim, and Caslahim, from whom came the Philistines and Caphtorim. And Canaan fathered his firstborn Sidon and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite. and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvidite, and the Zemarite, and the Hemathite, and afterward the families of the Canaanites were dispersed. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, so as you come to Gerar as far as Gaza, as you go in towards Sodom and Gomorrah and Admah and Zeboim, even to Lasha. These were the sons of Ham, according to their families, according to their tongues, in their countries, in their nations. And to Shem was born, even to him, the father of all the sons of Aber, the brother of Japheth, the elder. The sons of Shem were Elam and Ashur, and Arpachshad, and Lud, and Aram. And Aram's sons were Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mosh. And Arpachshad fathered Salah, and Salah fathered Eber. And 2 sons were born to Eber. The name of the one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan fathered Almadad, and Sheleph, and Hazarmaveth, and Jerah, and Hadaram, and Azul, and Diklah, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. These were all the sons of Joktan. And their dwelling was from Mesha, as you go to Sephar, an eastern mountain. These were the sons of Shem, according to their families, according to their tongues, in their lands, according to their nations. These were the families of the sons of Noah, by their generations, in their nations. And from these the nations were divided in the earth after the flood. Let me turn it off. Oops. Genesis chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one lip and of one speech. And it happened as they pulled up stakes from the east, they found a level valley in the land of Shinar, and they lived there. And man said to his neighbor, Come, let us make brick, and burning burn them. And they had brick for stone, and they had asphalt for mortar. And they said, Come, let us build a city and a tower with its head in the heavens, and make a name for ourselves, that we not be scattered on the face of all the earth. And God came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of Adam had built. And God said, Behold, the people is one, and the lip is one to all of them. And this they were beginning to do, and now all which they have purposed to do will not be restrained from them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, so that they cannot understand one another's speech. And God dispersed them from there over the face of all the earth, and they stopped building the city. On account of this, its name is called Babel, because God confused the language of all the earth there. And God scattered them abroad from there on the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was a son of 100 years and fathered Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. And after he fathered Arpachshad, Shem lived 500 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And Arpachshad lived 35 years and fathered Salah. And after he fathered Salah, Arpachshad lived 403 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And Salah lived 30 years and fathered Eber. And after he fathered Eber, Salah lived 3 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years and fathered Peleg. And after he fathered Peleg, Eber lived 430 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and fathered Reu. And after he fathered Reu, Peleg lived 209 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years and fathered Serug. And after he fathered Serug, Reu lived 207 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and fathered Nahor. And after he fathered Nahor, Serug lived 200 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years and fathered Terah. And after he fathered Terah, Nahor lived 119 years, and he fathered sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years, and fathered Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. And these are the generations of Terah. Terah fathered Abram, Nahor, and Haran fathered Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his birth, in Ur of the Chaldeans. And Abram and Nahor took wives from themselves. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah and the father of Iscah. And Sarai was barren. There was no child to her. And Terah took his son Abram and Lot, Haran's son, his grandson, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, his son Abram's wife, and he went forth with them from Ur to the Chaldeans to go into the land of Canaan. And they came to Haran and lived there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Genesis chapter 12. And Jehovah had said to Abram, Go out from your land and from your kindred and from your father's house to the land which I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great. And you will be a blessing, and I will bless those who bless you, and curse the one despising you. And in you all families of the earth shall be blessed. And Abram went out, even as God had spoken to him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was a son of 75 years when he went out from Haran. And Abram took his wife Sarai, and his brother's son Lot, and all their substance that they had gained, and the persons they had gotten in Haran. And they went out to go into the land of Canaan, and they came into the land of Canaan. And Abram passed over the land as far as the place of Shechem to the oak of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And God appeared to Abram and said, I will give this land to your seed. And he built an altar there to God, who appeared to him. And he moved from there to a mountain on the east of Bethel, and stretched his tent with Bethel toward the sea, and Ai on the east. And he built an altar there to God, and he called on the name of God. And Abram pulled up stakes, going and pulling up stakes toward the Negeb. And a famine was in the land. So Abram went down into Egypt to stay there, for the famine was heavy in the land. And it happened, when he had drawn near to come to Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, Behold, please, I know that you are a beautiful woman to look upon. And it will be, when the Egyptians see you, they will say, This is his wife, and they will kill me, and they will save you alive. Please say that you are my sister, so that it may be well with me for your sake, and my soul shall live because of you. And it happened, when Abram came into Egypt, the Egyptians saw the woman, that she was very beautiful. And Pharaoh's princes saw her, and they praised her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he did good to Abram because of her. And he had sheep and oxen and he asses and male slaves and slave girls and she asses and camels. And God touched Pharaoh and his house with great plagues. It was on an account of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called for Abram and said, What is this you have done to me? Why did you not tell me she is your wife? Why did you say she is my sister? And so I took her for my wife. Now then, see your wife, take her and go. And as Pharaoh commanded his men as to him, even they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. Genesis chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Egypt into the Negeb, and he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot being with him. And Abram was very heavy in riches, in livestock, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, to the place where his tent had been there at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, to the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And Abram called on the name of God there, and also to Lot, who went with Abram, were sheep and oxen and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, for dwelling together, for their wealth was great, so they could not dwell together. And there was strife between the ones tending Abram's livestock, and the ones tending Lot's livestock. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite lived then in the land. And Abram said to Lot, please let there be no strife between me and you, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are men, brothers. It is not all the land before you. Please separate from me. If you go to the left, then I will go to the right, or if you go to the right, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes and saw all the circuit of Jordan, that it was well watered before God, destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even like the garden of God, like the land of Egypt, as you come to Zoar. Then Lot chose all the circuit of Jordan for himself. And Lot pulled up his stakes toward the east, and they were separated, each one from his brother. And Abram lived in the land of Canaan, and Lot lived in the cities of the circuit and tented as far as Sodom. And the men of Sodom were evil and sinners before God, greatly so. And after Lot had separated from him, God said to Abram, now lift up your eyes and look northward and southward and eastward and westward from the place where you are. For all the land which you see I will give to you and to your seed until always. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can count the dust of the earth, then your seed will also be counted. Rise up, walk through the land, in its length and in its breadth, for I will give it to you. Then Abram moved his tent and came and lived among the oaks of Mamre, which were in Hebron, and he built an altar to God there. Genesis chapter 14. And it happened in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of the nations. They made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemeber, king of Zeboam, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together to the valley of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. They served Chedorlaomer for 12 years, and the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him came and struck the giants in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzims in Ham, and the Emim in Shavah, Kirithaim, and the Horites in the hills of Seir, as far as the oak of Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they turned back and came to Emishphat, which is Kadesh, and struck all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who lived in Hazanon Tamar. And the king of Sodom went out, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar, and they set the battle with them in the valley of Siddim. With Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, the king of the nations, and Amraphel, the king of Shinar, and Arioch, the king of Elasar, 4 kings with the 5. And the valley of Siddim was full of asphalt pits. And the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there. And they that remained fled to the mountains. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food and went away. And they took Lot, the son of Abram's brother, and his goods and left, and he was living in Sodom. And one who had escaped came and told Abram the Hebrew, for he was living among the oaks of Mamre the Amorite, the brother of Eshcol and Aner. And they were possessor of a covenant with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was captured, even then he led out his trained men, born of the household, 318, and they pursued as far as Dan. And he divided against them by night, he and his slaves, and he struck them and pursued them as far as Hobab, which is on the left of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought back his brother Lot, and also the woman and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him, after he returned from smiting Chedorlaomer and the kings which were with him to the valley of Sheva, it being the valley of the king. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High God, who has delivered your adversaries into your hand. And he gave him a tithe of all. And the king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the persons and take the goods for yourself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I lifted up my hands to God, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from all that is yours, from a thread to a shoe latchet, and that you may not say, I have made Abram rich. Nothing for me, only what your young men have eaten, and the portions of the men who went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portions. Genesis chapter 15. After these things, the word of God came to Abram in a vision, saying, do not fear, Abram. I am your shield. Your reward will increase greatly. And Abram said, Lord God, what will you give to me, since I am going childless, and the son of the inheritance of my house is Eliezer of Damascus? And Abram said, behold, you have given no seed to me. And behold, the son of the acquisition of my house is he of Damascus, Eliezer. And behold, the word of God came to him, saying, this one shall not be inheriting, but he that shall come forth out of your own bowels shall be your heir. And he brought him outside and said, look now at the heavens, and count the stars, if you are able to count them. And he said to him, so shall your seed be. And he believed in God, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said to him, I am God, who caused you to come out of Ur in the Chaldeans, to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, my Lord God, by what shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said to him, take for me a heifer 3 years of age, and a she-goat 3 years of age, and a ram 3 years of age, and a turtle dove, even a nestling. And he took all these for him, and he divided them in the middle, and he laid each piece against one another, but he did not divide the bird. And the birds of prey came down on the carcasses, and Abram drove them away. And it happened the sun was going, and a deep sleep fell on Abram. And behold, a terror of great darkness was falling on him. And he said to Abram, knowing you must know that your seed shall be a sojourner in a land not theirs, and they shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And I also will judge that nation whom they shall serve, and afterward they shall come out with great substance. And you shall come to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in good old age. And in the 4th generation they shall come here again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it happened, the sun had gone down, and it was dark. Behold, a smoking furnace and a torch of fire that passed between those pieces. On that day, God made a covenant with Abram, saying, I have given this land to your seed, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenite and the Kenizzite and the Cadmonite, and the Hittite and the Perizite and the giants, and the Amorite and the Canaanite and the Girgashite and the Jebusite. Genesis chapter 16. And Sarai, Abram's wife, did not bear to him, and to her belonged a female slave, an Egyptian, and her name was Hagar. And Sarai said to Abram, see now, God has kept me from bearing. Go in now to my slave girl. Perhaps I may be built up from her. And Abram listened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took her slave girl Hagar, the Egyptian, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife, after Abram had lived 10 years in the land of Canaan. And he went into Hagar, and she conceived, and she saw that she had conceived, and her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said to Abram, my injury be upon you. I gave my slave girl into your bosom, and she saw that she had conceived, and I was despised in her eyes. Let God judge between me and you. But Abram said to Sarai, see, your slave girl is in your hand. Do to her what is good in your eyes. And Sarai dealt harshly with her, and she fled from before her. And the angel of God found her by a well of water in the wilderness, by the well in the way of Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's slave girl, from where did you come? And where do you go? And she said, I am fleeing from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of God said to her, return to your mistress and submit yourself under her hand. And the angel of God said to her, I will exceedingly multiply your seed, so that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of God said to her, behold, you are with child, and shall bear a son, and you shall call his name Ishmael, because God has listened to your affliction. And he shall be a wild ass of a man, his hand against all, and the hand of everyone against him, and he shall live before all his brothers. And she called the name of God, the one speaking to her, you, a God of vision. For she said, even here have I looked after the one seeing me. On account of this, the well was called, the well of the living one seeing me. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bore a son to Abram, and Abram called the name of his son, whom Hagar bore, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Genesis chapter 17. And when Abram was 99 years old, God appeared to Abram and said to him, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me and be perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you very much. And Abram fell on his face, and God spoke to him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. And your name no longer shall be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham. For I have made you a father of many nations. And I will make you a very fruitful exceedingly. I will make you very fruitful exceedingly, and I will give you for nations, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and your seed after you in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be God to you and to your seed after you. And I will give to you and to your seed after you the land of your sojourning, and all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be to them God. And God said to Abraham, you shall keep my covenant, you and your seed after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which you shall keep between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised. And you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant between me and you. And a son of 8 days shall be circumcised among you, every male in your generation. He that is born in the house are bought with silver from any son of a foreigner who is not of your seed. The child of your house and the purchase of your money, circumcising must be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for a perpetual covenant. And an uncircumcised male who is not circumcised in the flesh, of his foreskin his soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. And God said to Abraham, you shall not call your wife Sarai by her name Sarai, for Sarah shall be her name. And I have blessed her, and have also given to you a son from her. Yea, I have blessed her, and she shall become nations. Kings of people shall be from her. And Abraham fell on his face and laughed. And he said in his heart, shall one be born to a son of 100 years? And shall Sarah bear a daughter of 90 years? And Abraham said to God, oh, that Ishmael might live before you. And God said, your wife Sarah truly shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. And I have established my covenant with him for a perpetual covenant with his seed after him. And as to Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. He shall father 12 chiefs, and I will make him a great nation. And I will establish my covenant with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this time next year. And he finished talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. And Abraham took his son Ishmael, and all the ones born of his house, and all that were brought with his silver, every male among the men of the house of Abraham, and he circumcised the flesh of their foreskins in that same day, even as God spoke to him. And Abraham was a son of 99 years when being circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And his son Ishmael was a son of 13 years when being circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. In the same day that Abraham was circumcised, Ishmael his son also was. And all the men of his house, born in the house, are brought with silver from a son of a foreigner, were circumcised with him. Genesis chapter 18. And God appeared to him by the oaks of Mamre, and he was sitting at the door of the tent in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing by him. And he saw, and he ran to meet them from the entrance of the tent. And he bowed to the ground, and he said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in your sight, please do not leave from near your servant. Please allow a little water to be taken, and you wash your feet and rest under the tree. And I will bring a bite of bread, and will sustain your heart. Then you may pass on, for this is why you have passed over to your servant. And they said, Do so as you have said. And Abraham ran into the tent to Sarah and said, Hurry, prepare 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes. And Abraham ran to the herd and brought a son of the herd, tender and good, and gave it to a youth, and he hurried to prepare it. And he took curds and milk and the son of the herd, which he had prepared, and he set before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they ate. And they said to him, Where is your wife Sarah? And he said, See in the tent. And he said, Returning, I will return to you at the same time of life, and behold, a son shall be to your wife Sarah. And Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent, and it was behind him. And Abraham and Sarah were aged, going on in days. The custom as to women had ceased to be to Sarah. And Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After my being old shall there be pleasure to me, my Lord also being old. And God said to Abraham, Why has Sarah laughed at this? Saying, Indeed, truly, shall I bear even I, who am old. Is anything too difficult for God? At the appointed time I will return to you, at the time of life, and there will be a son to Sarah. And Sarah denied, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. And he said, No, but you did laugh. And the men rose up from there and looked on the face of Sodom. And Abraham was going with them to send them away. And God said, Shall I hide from Abraham that which I am doing? And Abraham shall become a great and powerful nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I have known him, so that whatever he may command his sons and his house after him, even they may keep the way of God, to do righteousness and justice, to the intent that God may bring on Abraham that which he has spoken of him. And God said, The cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and their sin is exceedingly heavy. I will go down and see if they have all done according to the cry coming to me, and if not, I will know. And the men faced round from there and went toward Sodom, and Abraham was still standing before God. And Abraham drew near and said, Is it so? Will you cut off the righteous one with the wicked one? Perhaps there are 50 righteous ones within the city. Is it so you will cut off and will not spare the place for the sake of the 50 righteous ones that are within it? Far be it from you to act this way, to put to death the righteous one with the wicked one. Far be it from you. The judge of all the earth, shall he not do justice? And God said, If I find 50 righteous ones within the city in Sodom, then I will spare all the place because of them. And Abraham answered and said, Behold, I pray, I have undertaken to speak to the Lord, and I am dust and ashes. Perhaps there will be lacking 5 from the 50 righteous ones. Will you destroy all the city for the 5? And he said, If I find 45 there, I will not destroy. And he continued still to speak to him and said, Perhaps 40 will be found there. And he said, I will not do it because of the 40. And he said, Please do not, my Lord, be angry that I may speak. Perhaps 30 will be found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold, please, I have undertaken to speak to the Lord. Perhaps 20 will be found there. And he said, I will not destroy because of the 20. And he said, I pray, let not my Lord be angry that I may speak only this time. Perhaps 10 will be found there. And he said, I will not destroy because of the 10. And was ended that which Jehovah was speaking to Abraham. He was finished, and Abraham returned to his place. Genesis 19, which is all of our favorite chapters, isn't it? Let's just see if we need to update our little, I don't know what you call that thermometer thing there. I guess it's called. Okay. Not yet. Okay. All right, so we're going to go start Genesis chapter 19. Don't forget, if you want to help support the ministry, we're doing a 24-hour live stream to raise funds for the ministry, for traveling expenses, for people that want to go SOPA that maybe they don't have the money to go. We want to help supply their need for banners, Bibles, tracts. We have a couple of things we want to do around Christmas time to promote and exalt Jesus over, this idolatry of consumerism and Santa Claus. So this is what we're doing this for, is to raise funds for ministry. Again, traveling for Bibles and tracts. All that goes into ministry work. And whatnot. So if you want to help support the ministry, you can do so. Again, the links are here down below. We have Venmo, which is at Worse for Christ, CashApp, which is $RichPenkoski. We also have our website, which is wfcchurch.org/give, and Zelle. If you want to Zelle, it's a pastor at wfcchurch.org. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can just create a Zelle one real quick. Oops. Because I don't know. I guess that could be Zelle. I don't know. I guess I'll try it and see. Okay, I think that'll work. Let's find out. All right, just give me 1 second here, guys, while I try to put that in there. Oh yeah, I gotta fix that. Make that a little lower. And let's try that there. Okay. Yikes. All right. Let me, again, just trying to fix this. Let me scale this down a little bit. There we go. And let's move that over there. Let's see if that works. Again, sorry about that, guys. I'm just trying to set this up so that it looks a little bit, format a little bit better than this. Let me just scale this down a little bit more. So I want to try to get that to fit over there. Okay. There we go. Perfect. And let me just move this up here by the rest of them so that this way I have all that. You hear my son? Okay. There we go. Okay. Genesis chapter 19. And the two angels came into Sodom at evening, and Lot was sitting at the gate of Sodom. And Lot saw, and he rose up to meet them and bowed his nose to the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, please turn into your servant's house, and lodge and wash your feet, and rise early and go to your way. And they said, No, for we will not lodge in the street. And he much urged them, and they turned into him and came into his house. And he made a feast for them, and he baked unleavened cakes, and they ate. Before they had laid down, even the men of the city, the men of Sodom circled the house, from the young to the aged, all the people from its limits. And they called to Lot and said to him, Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us that we may know them. And Lot went out to them, to the door, and he closed the door behind him. And he said, My brothers, please do not act evilly. Behold, now I have two daughters who have not known a man. Please let me bring them out. Let me bring them out to you, and do to them as you see fit. Only do not do a thing to these men on account of this. They came into the shade of my roof. And they said, stand back. And they said, this one came in to visit, and judging must he judge? Now we will do evil to you rather than to them. And they pressed on the man upon Lot exceedingly, and drew near to break the door. But the men put on their hands and brought Lot into the house, and shut the door. And they struck the men at the door of the house with blindness, from the small to the great, and they struggled to find the door. And the men said to Lot, who still is here to you? Bring out of this place your sons and your sons-in-law and your daughters, and whoever belongs to you in this city. For we are about to destroy this place, for the cry of them is great before God, and God has sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out to speak to his sons-in-law, those taking his daughters, and he said, rise up, go out from this place, for God is about to destroy the city. And he seemed as one joking to his sons-in-law. And when the dawn rose, even the angels urged Lot, saying, rise up, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are found, lest you be cut off in the depravity of the city. And he lingered, and the men lay hold of his hand and his wife's hand, and on the hand of his 2 daughters, God having mercy on him. And they caused him to go out, and they put him down outside the city. And it happened as they led them outside, he said, escape for your life, do not look behind you, and do not stay in all the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest you be swept away. And Lot said to them, Lord, please no. Behold now, your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have done to me in saving my life. And I am not able to escape to the mountain, lest some evil overtake me and I die. Please now, this city is near, to flee there, and it is a little one. Please let me escape there. Is it not a little thing that my soul may live? And he said to him, see, I have lifted up your face also as to this thing, without overthrowing the city for which you have spoken. Hurry, escape there, for I am not able to do a thing until you have come across there. On this account, the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun had gone forth on the earth, and Lot came into Zoar, and God rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from God out of the heavens. And he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all those living in the cities, and the produce of the ground. And his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham started up early in the morning, going to the place where he had stood there before God. And he looked toward the face of Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain. And he saw, and behold, the smoke of the country went up like the smoke of a furnace. And it happened when God destroyed the cities of the plain, God remembered Abraham. And he sent Lot out from the overthrow when overturning the cities in which Lot lived. And Lot went up out of Zoar and lived in the mountain, and his 2 daughters were with him. For he feared to live in Zoar, and he lived in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said to the younger, our father is old, and there is no man in the land to come into us, as is the way of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and let us lie with him, that we may keep alive a seed of our father. And they caused their father to drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he did not know when she lays down, and not when she rose up. And on the next day it happened, the firstborn said to the younger, behold, I lay with my father last night. Let us cause him to drink wine tonight also, and you go in and lie with him, so that we may keep alive seed of our father. And they caused their father to drink wine that night also. And the younger rose up and lay with him, and he did not know when she lay down, and not when she rose up. And both daughters of Lot were with child by their father. And the firstborn, a son, called his name Moab. He is the father of Moab to this day. And the younger also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ami. He is the father of the sons of Ammon to this day. Genesis chapter 20. And Abraham pulled up stakes from there to the land of the Negeb, and lived between Kadesh and Shur, and stayed in Gerar. And Abraham said with regard to his wife Sarah, she is my sister. And Abimelech, the king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, Behold, you are about to die because of the woman you have taken, she being married to a husband. And Abimelech had not come near her. And he said, O Lord, will you slay even a righteous nation? And did he not say to me, she is my sister? And she herself said, he is my brother. In the honor of my heart and the purity of my hands, I have done this. And God said to him in a dream, Yes, I know that you did this in the honor of your heart, and I also withheld you from sinning against me. On account of this, I did not allow you to touch her. And now return the wife of the man, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you shall live. And if you do not return her, know that dying you shall die, you and all that are yours. And Abimelech started up early in the morning and called for all his servants, and spoke all those words in their ears, and the men were greatly afraid. And Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, What have you done to us? And in what have I offended you, that you have brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? You have done things to me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said to Abraham, What did you see that you have done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will kill me for my wife's sake. And yet she really is my sister, daughter of my father, only not daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. And it happened when God made me wander from my father's house, even I said to her, This is your kindness, which you do to me. At every place where we come there, say of me, he is my brother. Abimelech took sheep and oxen and male slaves and slave girls and gave to Abraham. And he returned his wife Sarah to him. Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before you, live where it pleases you. And he said to Sarah, I have given 1,000 of silver to your brother. Behold, it is for you a covering of the eyes to all who are with you. And with all this you are reproved. And Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech and his wife and his concubines, and they gave birth. For God had completely closed up every womb of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, the wife of Abraham. Genesis chapter 21. Look at that, 2 hours and we're 20 chapters into Genesis. And God visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did to Sarah as he had spoken. And Sarah conceived and bore a son to Abraham in his old age, at the time appointed, that which God had spoken with him. And Abraham called the name of the son who was born to him, whom Sarah had borne to him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, a son of 8 days, as God had commanded him to do. And Abraham was a son of 100 years when his son Isaac was born to him. And Sarah said, God has made laughter for me. All who hear will laugh with me. And she said, Who would have said to Abraham, Will Sarah suckle sons? For I have borne a son to his old age. And the child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast on the day Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, he whom she had borne to Abraham, mocking. And she said to Abraham, Drive away this slave girl and her son, for the son of this slave girl shall not inherit with my son, with Isaac. And the thing was very evil in the eyes of Abraham on account of his son. And God said to Abraham, Let it not be evil in your eyes because of the boy and on account of your slave girl. All that Sarah says to you, listen to her voice. For in Isaac your seed shall be called. And also I will make a nation of the son of the slave girl, for he is your seed. And Abraham started up early in the morning and took bread and a skin of water, and gave them to Hagar, putting them on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she left and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water from the skin was finished. And she put the boy under one of the shrubs. And she went and sat down opposite him, about a bow shot away. For she said, Let me not see the death of the boy. And she sat opposite and raised her voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the young boy. And the angel of God called to Hagar out of the heavens. And he said to her, What ails you, Hagar? Do not fear, for God has heard the voice of the boy there where he is. Rise up, lift up the boy, and make your hand strong on him, for I will make of him a great nation. And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the skin with water and gave drink to the young boy. And God was with the boy, and he grew up, and he lived in the wilderness and became a great archer. And he lived in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took a wife for him out of the land of Egypt. And it happened at the time Abimelech and Phicol, the general of this army, spoke to Abraham, saying, God is with you in all that you do. And now swear to me here by God, that you will not lie to me and to my son and to my heir, according to the kindness which I have sworn to you. Do to me and to the land in which you have lived. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham approved Abimelech on account of a well of water which the slaves of Abimelech had seized. And Abimelech said, I do not know who has done this thing, and also you have not told me, even if I have not heard, except today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave to Abimelech, and both of them cut a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said to Abraham, What are these 7 ewe lambs which you have set by themselves? And he said, You shall take the 7 ewe lambs from my hand, so that it may become for me a witness that I dug this well. On account of that place is called the well of Sheba, Beer-sheba, because the 2 of them swore there. And they cut a covenant in Beersheba. And Abimelech and Phicol, the general of his army, rose up, and they returned to the land of the Philistines. And he planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he called the name of God, the everlasting God. And Abraham lived in the land of the Philistines many days. Just want to see if there's an update real quick. Ben Shapiro's playing Malcolm X. Let's see. Okay. So again, just remind you that we are doing a live stream for 24 hours. We got 22 hours to go. That 2 hours went by pretty quick, and we only got the Genesis 22. So I don't know how far we're going to get in 24 hours here. But I just want to remind you, if you're watching this, that, again, the links are down below if you want to help donate to the ministry so that we can meet the needs for those, for SOPA, for ministry, traveling expenses and whatnot, so that we can, we can keep going and doing what we do, go shut down the grooming events, the sodomite events, and whatnot. We appreciate those of you who have given so far. We got a long way to go. And again, our goal is $5,000. But again, who knows? We're at $115 right now. From starting this video, we got 22 hours to go. But again, once we hit that, if we hit that, the first thing I want to do is just to give you guys an idea is I want to give some to Pastor Gibson down there in Virginia Beach. Because he is being persecuted right now because of his homeless ministry. And we want to be a blessing to them and help them. We also want to be a blessing to David and Christina Lavelle, because they're a good brother and sister. Dave lost his job or not, so we want to be a blessing to them. And again, traveling expenses for gas, all those things. That's why we're doing this 24-hour live stream. The links are down below. Venmo at Words for Christ, CashApp, RichPenkoski. Our website, of course, wfcchurch.org/give. And you can Zelle at pastor@wfcchurch.org. You know what? I'm going to take a sip of this purple guava pear. Let's see how that tastes. Huh. Not bad. All right. Genesis chapter 22. Wait. Yeah. Genesis chapter 22. And it happened after these things, testing Abraham. God said to him, Abraham. And he said, Behold me. And he said, Now take your son Isaac, your only one whom you love, and go into the land of Moriah. And there offer him for a burnt offering on one of the mountains which I shall say to you. And Abraham started up early in the morning and saddled his ass, and he took 2 of his youths with him, and his son Isaac, and he split wood for a burnt offering, and rose up and went to the place which God had said to him. And the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place from a distance. And Abraham said to his young men, you stay here with the ass. I and the boy will go over there, that we may worship and may return to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it on his son Isaac, and he took the fire and the knife in his hand, and the 2 went together. And Isaac spoke to his father Abraham and said, my father. And he said, behold me. And he said, behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, my son, God will see to the lamb for himself for a burnt offering. And the 2 of them went together. They came to the place which God had said to him, and Abraham built there an altar and arranged the wood. And he bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on the wood. And Abraham put out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of God called to him from the heavens and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, behold me. And he said, do not lay your hands on the boy, and do not do anything to him. For now I know that you are God-fearing, and you have not withheld your son, your only one, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a ram behind him was entangled in a thicket by its horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered it for a burnt offering instead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah Sees, right? Jehovah Jireh. So that it is said until this day, in the mount of Jehovah it will be seen. And the angel of God called to Abraham out of the heavens a second time. And he said, I have sworn by myself a statement of God, that because of this thing you have done, and have not withheld your son, your only son, that blessing I will bless you, and multiplying I will multiply your seed as the stars of the heavens, and as the sand which is on the lip of the sea, and your seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in your seed shall the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. And Abraham returned to his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham lived at Beersheba. And it happened after these things, it was told to Abraham, saying, behold, Milcah, she also has borne sons to your brother Nahor, Uz, his firstborn, Buz, and his brother Kemuel, the father of Aram. And Chesed and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidlath, and Bethuel. And Bethuel fathered Rebekah. Milcah bore these 8 to Nahor, the brother of Abraham, and his concubine, whose name was Ramah. She also bore Teba and Gaham, and Thanash and Machah. Genesis chapter 23. And the life of Sarah was 127 years, the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kirjath Arba. It is Hebron, the land of Canaan. And Abraham went in to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. And Abraham rose up from before his dead and spoke to the sons of Heth, saying, I am a sojourner and a stranger with you. Give to me a burial possession among you, so that I may bury my dead from before my eyes. And the sons of Heth answered Abram, saying to him, Hear us, my lord, you are a prince among us. Bury your dead in the best of our burying place. Not a man of us will withhold his burying place from you, from burying your dead. And Abraham rose up and bowed himself to the people of the land, to the sons of Heth. And he spoke with him, saying, If it is your desire to bury my dead from before me, hear me. Ask for me of Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give to me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the edge of this field. In full silver let him give it to me among you, for a possession of a burying place. And Ephron was sitting among the sons of Heth, and Ephron the Hittite replied to Abraham, in the ears of the sons of Heth, to all those entering the gate of the city, saying, No, my lord, hear me. I have given the field to you, also the cave that is in it. I have given it to you. Before the eyes of the sons of my people, I have given it to you. Bury your dead. And Abraham bowed before the people of the land, and spoke to Ephron in the ears of the people of the land, saying, Only if you would hear me. I have given the silver for the field. Take it from me, that I may bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying to him, My lord, hear me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between me and you? Even bury your dead. And Abraham listened to Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver of which he had spoken in the ears of the sons of Heth, 400 silver shekels, which passes with the merchant. And was certified the field of Ephron in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the cave and the field in it, and all the trees in the field, which were in all its borders around it, to Abraham for a purchase before the sons of Heth, withal entering the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried his wife Sarah at the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre. It is Hebron in the land of Canaan. And the field was certified, and the cave in it, to Abraham for a burial possession from the sons of Heth. I just have to do something real quick on here. We're going to stay live. Genesis chapter 29, but I forgot that I have to add. I forgot to add something here. I want to just, fix that real quick. Edit. We want to move. Why can't I move this? Give me 1 second here. I just got to figure something out. I need a header. Lower. Just give me, let me see here. Okay. Done. Oh, oops. All right, let's see if that works. I don't like that. So let's put that behind. Okay, that one's not good. Oh, well, I guess I can't do this. That's fine. But again, as you know, again, we're in Genesis chapter 24. 2 hours in, we're doing a 24-hour live stream, a Bible reading to raise money for the ministry. And I just want to say to those who offer, I had a couple people say, hey, I'll read some with you, if you get tired or whatever. And I said, I can't do that because that kind of defeats the purpose of the sacrifice of doing this. That's the whole point of staying awake for 24 hours and reading the Bible. Yes, it's going to be exhausting. Yes, I'm going to be tired tomorrow. I'm giving up the day with my children, a whole day while they were going to be out playing. I'm going to be out, doing this here while, and you may hear tomorrow the kids playing in the background. And again, that's just par for the course, if you will, for doing this in my house. But again, we have a lot of need out there, and and this is something that God has kind of put on me for a while to do. And now we're, again, it's just doing a 24-hour video like this is not exactly fun. 2 hours so far is not bad, But when it comes time for the when it comes to the other stuff, it's pretty crazy. But it is what it is, and like I said, we're going to be reading this until tomorrow night. So we're at $165 so far. Again, praise God for that. I'm it's pretty early on, 2 hours, and we got that. I wonder why we can't do that when we're just for regular needs. But we're appreciative of those who have given and those who are continuing to give. Very appreciative of it. We thank you for it. God bless you for it. Keep being with us as we read the Bible. And again, after the live stream's over, I'm going to maybe in a week or two, I'm going to edit the stream and cut out these parts where I'm talking between, just to have a straight, like I'll chop the beginning part, make that a separate video, and then I'll just go to Genesis 1, and then I'll edit out and cut out all these parts where I'm talking, and just go ahead and put it in one continuous Bible reading, which again is going to take time to edit as well. So again, let me just say from the bottom of my heart, thank you to those who have given, to those who are going to continue to give over the next 24 hours who can. It's a real blessing, and it's very humbling for my family as well, because ministry in the capacity that we're doing it in, the people that we're dealing with, the things that we do, it's not always easy. You deal with a lot of people that hate you. My wife and I are constantly harassed. I mean, almost every day, and it's just par for the course for Christians. And again, when you're a street preacher, and any street preacher can attest to this, the ministry work that we do as preachers, it's not one of those things that people like. People don't like being told that they're in sin, they need to repent. Nobody wants to be told, hey, you're going to go to hell for eternity for your sin. A lot of people, they don't read the Bible, or they put things in the Bible that just simply aren't there. So, just like as we continue reading, especially when you get to Jeremiah and you read, all the lamentations he did and whatnot, you're going to see that, when people are out preaching and they're speaking for God and they're warning and they're doing this and doing that, the people tend to hate them for it. But this is something that God has called us to do, and we're going to continue doing it. So again, if you want to help contribute to the ministry for the needs of ministry, again, travel expenses, other needs for ministry, there's people that need help out there. I'm not going to discuss anything with my family, at least not public anyway, because I don't need 500 videos being made about me and my family and having things twisted. But those of you that know what happened to our home, know that there's an issue there that we need to fix. And again, and I'll leave it at that. So that's what all this is for, so we can continue bringing our teaching and preachings, our traveling around the country, me helping other people in their ministries and meeting their needs. SOPA's coming up in a couple weeks. There are a couple of people that want to go that just simply can't afford to go, and it's not because of anything they've done wrong. Just not everybody makes a lot of money. So we want to be a blessing to them and help them get there as well, because SOPA's one of those times where it's edifying, really, really edifying for Christians. The fellowship, the teaching, it's great. So again, if you want to help, you help the ministry, the links are down below. Venmo, Warriors for Christ, CashApp, $RichPenkoski. Zelle is pastor@wfcchurch.org, and our website is wfcchurch.org/give. Genesis chapter 24. And Abraham was old, going on in days, and God had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said to his slave, oldest in his house, the one who governed in all that was to him, please put your hand under my thigh, and I will cause you to swear by God, God of the heavens and God of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanite among whom I dwell. But you shall go to my land and to my kindred and take a wife for my son for Isaac. And the slave said to him, perhaps the woman will not be willing to go after me to this land. Shall I indeed bring back your son into the land from out of which you came? And Abraham said to him, take heed for yourself that you not take my son back there. Jehovah, the God of heaven, who took me from the house of my father and from the land of my birth, and who spoke to me, and who swore to me, saying, I will give this land to your seed. He shall send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife from there for my son. And if the woman will not be willing to go after you, then you shall be clear from this oath of mine. Only do not take my son back there. And the slave put his hand under the thigh of his master Abraham, and swore to him concerning this thing. And the slave took 10 camels from his master's camels and left. And all his master's goods were in his hand. And he rose up and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. And he made the camels kneel outside the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, the time that women go out to draw. And he said, Jehovah, God of my master Abraham, I pray, cause her to meet before me this day, and do kindness to my master Abraham. Behold, I am standing by the well of the water, and the daughters of the men of the city were coming out to draw water. And let the girl to whom I shall speak this, please let down your pitcher that I may drink. And she shall say, drink, and also I will water your camels. Let it be her. You have approved for your servant, for Isaac. And by this I shall know that you have shown kindness to my master. And it happened before he had finished speaking, behold, Rebekah came out, she who was born to Bethuel, the son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, the brother of Abraham, with her pitcher on her shoulder. And the girl was very good of form, a virgin, a man not having known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up. And the slave ran to meet her and said, please let me sip a little water from your pitcher. And she said, drink, my lord. And she hurried and let down her pitcher on her hand and gave him a drink. And she finished giving drink to him. And she said, I also will draw for your camels until they have finished drinking. And she hurried and emptied her pitcher into the trough. And she again ran to the well to draw, and drew for all his camels. And watching her, the man kept silent in order to know if God had prospered his way or not. And it happened when the camels had finished drinking, the man took a golden ring, its weight a half shekel, and 2 bracelets from her hands, 10 of gold their weighing. And he said, whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room for us to stay in your father's house? And she said to him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor. And she said to him, both straw and fodder are plentiful with us, also a room to pass the night. And the man bowed and worshipped God. And he said, blessed be Jehovah, God of my master Abraham, who has not left off his kindness and his truth with my master. I being in the way, Jehovah guided me to the house of the brother of my master. And the girl ran and told these things to the house of her mother. And Rebekah had a brother, his name being Laban. And Laban ran out to the man to the well. And it happened when he saw the ring and the bracelets on his sister's hand. And when he heard his sister's words, Rebekah saying, so the man spoke to me. Then he came to the man and saw him standing in the camels at the fountain. And he said, come in, blessed of Jehovah. Why are you standing outside? I have prepared the house and a place for the camels. And the man came into the house, and he unloaded the camels, and gave straw and fodder to the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the feet of the men who were with him. And food was set before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have spoken my message. And he said, speak. And he said, I am the slave of Abraham, and Jehovah has blessed my master much, and he is great. And he has given to him flocks and herds, and silver and gold, and male slaves and slave girls, and camels and asses. And my master's wife bore a son to my master when she was old, and he has given to him all that is his. And my master caused me to swear, saying, you shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanite, in whose land I live. But you shall go to the house of my father, and to my family you shall take a wife for my son. And I said to my master, perhaps the woman will not go after me. And he said to me, God before whom I walk will send his angel with you and prosper your way, and you shall take a wife for my son, from my family, from my father's house. Then you shall be released from my oath when you have come to my family, and if they do not give one to you, then you shall be released from my oath. And today I came to the well, and I said, Jehovah God of my master Abraham, I pray, if you will prosper the way in which I am about to go. Behold, I stand at the well of water, and when the virgin comes out to draw water, and I say to her, please let me drink a little water from your pitcher. And she says to me, both you drink, and I will draw for your camels. May she be the woman whom Jehovah has approved for my master's son. Before I had finished speaking within my heart, even behold, Rebekah was coming out of her pitcher on her shoulder. And she went down to the well and drew, and I said to her, please let me drink. And she hurried and let down her pitcher from her and said, drink, and I also will water your camels. And I drank, and also she watered the camels. And I asked her, and I said, whose daughter are you? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him. And I put the ring on her nose and the bracelets on her hands. And I bowed and worshipped Jehovah, and I blessed Jehovah, God of my master Abraham, who had guided me in the true way, to take for his son the daughter of the brother of my master. And now if you're going to do kindness and truth with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right or to the left. Oh, let's see. And Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing has come from Jehovah. We are not able to speak to you, good or evil. Behold, Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of the son of your master, as Jehovah has spoken. And it happened when the slave of Abraham heard their words, he bowed himself to the earth to Jehovah. And the slave brought out vessels of silver and vessels of gold and garments. And he gave to Rebekah, and he gave precious things to her brother and to her mother. And they ate and drank, he and the men who were with him. And they stayed the night, and they rose up in the morning. And he said, send me away to my master. And her brother and her mother said, let the girl stay with us, perhaps 10 days. Afterwards she may go. And he said to them, do not delay me, for God has prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master. And they said, we all call the girl and ask of her mouth. And they called Rebekah and said to her, will you go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away their sister Rebekah and her nurse, and Abraham's slave and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, our sister, may you become myriads of thousands, and may your seed possess the gate of ones hating them. And Rebekah and her young woman rose up, and they rode on the camels and went after the man. And the slave took Rebekah and went. And Isaac had come from the gate of the well of the living one, my beholder, and he was dwelling in the land of Negeb. And Isaac had gone out to mediate in the field, as it turned evening, and he raised his eyes and looked, and behold, camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted her eyes, and she saw Isaac, and she dismounted from the camel. And she said to the slave, who is this man walking in the field to meet us? And the slave said, it is my master. And she took the veil and covered herself. And the slave told Isaac all the things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah, and he took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. I love coffee. Okay. I think I gotta update this. I'm not 100% sure. Let me just check. Oh, right. Wow. Okay. Oh, he's someone to get in the party mailbox. Genesis chapter 25. And Abraham added and took a wife, and her name was Keturah. And she bore to him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. And Jokshan fathered Sheba and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, and Letushim, and Lamim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanok, and Abida, and Eldiah, and all those were the sons of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that was his to Isaac. And to the sons of the concubines who were to Abraham, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away eastward from his son Isaac while still alive to an eastern land. And these are the days of the years of the life of Abraham, which he lived 175 years. And Abraham expired and died in a good old age and satisfied, and has gathered to his people. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him at the cave of Machpelah, at the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham brought from the sons of Heth. Abraham and his wife Sarah buried there. And it happened after the death of Abraham, God blessed his son Isaac. And Isaac lived by the well of the living one, my beholder. And these are the generations of Ishmael, the son of Abraham, whom Hagar the Egyptian, the slave girl of Sarah, bore to Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael was Nebajoth, then Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, Hadar, and Tema, and Judah, and Naphish, and Kedemah. These were the sons of Ishmael, and these their names and their settlements and their camps, 12 chiefs according to their nations. And these were the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he expired and died, and he was gathered to his people. And they lived from Havilah to Shur, which is facing Egypt as you come toward Assyria. He settled facing all his brothers. And these were the generations of Isaac, the son of Abraham. Abraham fathered Isaac. And Isaac was a son of 40 years when he took Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, the Aramean, from Paddan Aram, the sister of Laban, the Aramean, to him for a wife. And Isaac prayed to Jehovah for his wife, for she was barren. And Jehovah was entreated for him, and his wife Rebekah conceived. And the sons struggled together within her. And she said, if this is right, why am I this way? And she went to ask of God. And God said to her, 2 nations are in your womb. Even 2 people shall break from your body. And 1 people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And her days were fulfilled to bear. And behold, twins were in her womb. And the first came out, all of him red like a hairy robe, and they called his name Esau. And afterward his brother came out, and his hand was holding to the heel of Esau, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was a son of 60 years when she bore them. And the boys grew up, and Esau became a man knowing hunting, a man of the field, and Jacob was a quiet man, living in tents. And Isaac loved Esau, for game was in his mouth, and Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob boiled soup, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, please let me eat of this red soup, for I am faint. On account of this, his name is called Edom. And Jacob said, sell me your birthright today. And Esau said, behold, I am going to die. And what is this, a birthright to me? And Jacob said, swear it to me today. And he swore to him, and he sold his birthright to Jacob. And Jacob gave bread and soup of lentils to Esau. And he ate and drank and rose up and left. And Esau despised the birthright. Genesis chapter 26. And a famine was in the land, besides the famine in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Abimelech, the king of the Philistines, to Gerar. And Jehovah appeared to him and said, do not go down into Egypt. Stay in this land, which I shall say to you. Reside in this land, and I will be with you, and bless you. For to you and to your seed I will give all these lands. And I will cause to rise my oath, which I swore to your father Abraham. And I will increase your seed like the stars of the heavens. And I will give to your seed all these lands. And all the nations of the earth shall bless themselves in your seed. Because Abraham listened to my voice and heeded my charge, my commands, my statutes, and my laws. And Isaac lived in Gerar. And the men of the place asked about his wife. And he said, she is my sister, for he was afraid to say my wife, lest the men of the place kill me on account of Rebekah, for she was good of form. And it happened when his days were many to him there, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked through the window and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with his wife Rebekah. And Abimelech called Isaac and said, see, surely she is your wife, and how have you said she's my sister? And Isaac said to him, because I said, lest I die on account of her. And Abimelech said, what is this you have done to us? One of the people had in a little lane with your wife, and you would have brought on us guilt. And Abimelech commanded all the people, saying, anyone touching this man and his wife dying shall die. And Isaac sowed in that land, and 100-fold was found in that year, and God blessed him. And the man grew great, and he went on going on to the great, until he became exceedingly great. And possessions of flocks and possessions of herds and many slaves were his. And the Philistines envied him. And all the wells which the slaves of his father dug in the days of his father Abraham, the Philistines had stopped them and filled them with dust. And Abimelech said to Isaac, go from us, for you are stronger than we. And Isaac went from there and camped in Gerar Valley and lived there. And Isaac returned and dug the wells of water, which they dug in the days of his father Abraham. And the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham. And he called names of them like the names which his father had called them. And Isaac's slaves dug in the torrent bed, and they found there a well of flowing water. And the shepherds of Gerar fought with the shepherds of Isaac, saying, the water is ours. And he called the name of the well Contention, for they had contended with him. And they dug another well, and they also fought over it, and he called its name Opposition. And he moved from there and dug another well, and they did not fight over it, and he called its name Broad Places. And he said, for now Jehovah has broadened for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. And he went from there to Beersheba. And God appeared to him in the same night and said, I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not fear, for I am with you, and I will bless you and increase your seed because of my servant Abraham. And he built an altar there and called on the name of Jehovah. And he pitched his tent there, and the slaves of Isaac dug a well there. And Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and his aide Ahuzah, and Phicol the general of his army. And Isaac said to them, why have you come to me, since you hate me and sent me away from you? And they said, since we have seen that God has been with you. And we have said, let there be an oath now between us and you, and let us cut a covenant with you. Whether you will do with us evil as we did not touch you, and as we did only good with you, and we sent you away in peace, you now being blessed of God. And he made a feast for them, and they ate and drank. And they started up early at dawn, and each swore to his brother. And Isaac sent them away, and they left him in peace. And it happened on that day, Isaac's slaves came and told him about the well which they had dug, and said to him, we found water. And he called it Sheba. So the name of the city is the well of Sheba, Beersheba, until this day. And Esau was a son of 40 years, and he took a wife, Judith, the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, also Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. And they were grief of spirit to Isaac and to Rebekah. Let's see if we have to update our little progress there. I may be behind a bit. I don't know. Okay. Not yet. Like I said, it's early. So how much caffeine am I going to drink tonight? Well, let's see. I had this coffee already. And I'm now having this purple guava pear bang thing. Which, again, no carbs and sugar, so it's not bad. All right. Genesis chapter 27. And it happened when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim for seeing, he called his elder son Esau and said to him, my son. Make sure that's good. My son. And he said to him, behold me. And he said, behold, now I am old. I do not know the day of my death. And now please lift up your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go to the field and hunt game for me. And make for me delicious things, such as I love, and bring to me, and I will eat, so that my soul may bless you before I die. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spoke to his son Esau. And Esau went to the field to hunt game to bring it in. And Rebekah spoke to her son Jacob, saying, behold, I heard your father speaking to your brother Esau, saying, bring game to me, and make delicious things that I may eat, that I may bless you before God before my death. And now my son, hear my voice, that which I command you. Go now to the flock, and bring me from there 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them into delicious things for your father which he loves. And you shall bring it to your father, and so that he may eat, and he may bless you before his death. And Jacob said to his mother Rebekah, see, my brother Esau is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. Perhaps my father will feel me, and I shall be like the deceiver in his eyes, and I shall bring a curse on me, and not a blessing. And his mother said to him, your curse be on me, my son. Only listen to my voice, and go take for me. And he went and took and came to his mother, and his mother made delicious things such as his father loved. And Rebekah took the clothing of her elder son Esau, the costly ones which were with her in the house, and she dressed her younger son Jacob. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats on his hands and on the smoothness of his neck. And she put the delicious things and the bread which she had made in the hand of her son Jacob. And he went to his father and said, my father. And he said, behold, who are you, my son? And Jacob said to his father, I am your firstborn Esau. I have done as you said to me. Rise up now, sit and eat of my game, so that your soul may bless me. And Isaac said to his son, how then have you found it, my son? And he said, because Jehovah your God made it come to me. And Isaac said to Jacob, come near now, and let me feel you, whether then you are my son Esau or not. And Jacob came near to his father Isaac, and he felt him and said, the voice is the voice of Jacob, and the hands are Esau's hands. And he did not recognize him, because his hands were like the hairy hands of his brother Esau, and he blessed him, and said, are you then my son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, bring to me, and let me eat of my son's game, so that my soul may bless you. And he came near to him, and he took, and he ate. And he came to him, and he drank wine. And his father Isaac said to him, now come and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his clothes, and he blessed him. And he said, see, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which Jehovah has blessed. And may God give you of the dew of the heavens, and of the fatness of the earth, and much grain and wine. May the nations serve you, and peoples bow to you. Be your ruler to your brothers, and may your mother's son bow to you, and cursed be those who curse you, and blessed be those who bless you. And it happened that when Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, even it came about that Jacob had hardly gone out from the face of his father's Isaac, and his brother Esau came in from his hunting. And he also made delicious things, and came to his father. And he said to his father, let my father rise and eat from the game of his son, so that your soul may bless me. And his father Isaac said to him, who are you? And he said, I am your son, your firstborn Esau. And Isaac was terrified with a very great anxiety. And he said, who then was the one who hunted game and came to me? And I ate from it all before you came, and I blessed him. Yea, he shall be blessed. When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried out a great and very bitter cry. And he said to his father, bless me also, my father. And he said, your brother came with deceit and took your blessing. And he said, is that why his name is called Jacob? And has supplanted me these 2 times? He took me by the heel. He took my birthright. And behold, now he has taken my blessing. And he said, have you not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said to Esau, behold, I have set him over you as a ruler, and I have given him all his brothers for servants, and have girded him with grain and wine. And what then can I do for you, my son? And Esau said to his father, is one blessing left to you, my father? Bless me also, my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And his father Isaac answered and said to him, behold, your dwelling shall be from the fat of the earth, and from the dew of the heavens above. And you shall live by your sword, and you shall serve your brother. And when it shall be that you are restless, you shall break his yoke from your neck. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father had blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are near. Then I will kill my brother Jacob. And the words of her older son Esau were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called her younger son Jacob. And she said to him, behold, your brother Esau is going to ease himself on you to kill you. And now, my son, listen to my voice. And rise, flee for yourself to my brother Laban to Haran. And stay with him some days until your brother's fury turns back. Until your brother's anger turns back from you. And he forgets what you have done to him. And I will send and take you from there. Why should I also be bereaved of 2 of you in one day? And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life from the daughters of Heth. If Jacob takes a wife from the daughters of Heth, like these from my daughters of the land, what is my life to me? All right. Let's check and see if we need updating. I know it's a little soon, but probably not yet, because it is getting late. It's midnight here, 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, 11 o'clock in the other side of the world there. So I would anticipate things, even views, slowing down soon. Again, the middle of the night, not exactly the best time for you to be on, but I kind of anticipated that already, and kind of why why we're doing this at night, so that people tomorrow morning can come on and during the day and whatnot, maybe listen to it or what have you, and hopefully be a blessing just from reading the Word of God. But again, we're doing this 24-hour live stream as I don't know if you want to call it sacrifice or not, staying up 24 hours, fasting for an entire 24 hours, no sugar, which I don't really drink sugar anyway, but and just reading the Word of God to raise funds for the ministry. If you're new to our channel, if you watched for a while, you know that we travel a lot. We go all over the country preaching, rebuking, trying to shut down kiddie grooming events and whatnot, trying to expose the truth of what's going on in our society, and hopefully people get saved and hopefully wake others up to stand against this wickedness. Like I said, we don't need a whole lot of money. I know the goal here for this one is $5,000. And that's literally maybe a month's worth of ministry that we need. But a little different this month because, like I said, we're trying to gain funds for banners, Bibles, tracts, SOPA, gas for traveling, plane tickets if necessary, so that we can continue preaching across this entire country. A ministry like ours, again, we don't need a whole lot each month. $4,000 a month would literally let us travel almost every weekend. 2 of us travel almost every weekend anywhere in this country to preach. So we're doing this, just reading the Bible to raise funds for the ministry, so that we can be a blessing to others and continue, traveling and preaching. If you're watching and you want to help support the ministry, you can do so. Again, all the links are down below to all the different platforms we have. We have Venmo, which is our username there is @WordsForChrist. We have CashApp, which is $RichPenkoski. We have our website, which is wfcchurch.org/give. We also have Zelle, which is pastor@wfcchurch.org. Also, our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Works for Christ Ministry. I would encourage you to have others, if you share this video, let others come in and as we're reading the Word of God. We do pause, like I said, to just make sure people understand why we're doing what we're doing. But encourage others to subscribe to our channel and get notified so that when we do our live videos, live teachings and preachings, they can come watch, or they can be edified, or if they have questions, comments, concerns, we can certainly try to answer those or be a blessing to others, just as they're a blessing to us. So again, I want to thank those of you who have donated thus far. We've been on for 2 hours and 45 minutes and $165 so far in that time, especially this late at night, not too bad. So again, thank you all very much for those donating, coming in. We appreciate that very much. And with that said, let's go back to reading the Bible. Genesis chapter 28. And Isaac called Jacob, and he blessed him and commanded him and said to him, "You shall not take a wife from the daughter of Canaan. Go up to Paddan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take a wife for yourself from there, from the daughters of Laban, the brother of your mother. And may God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and add to you, and may you become an assembly of nations. And may he give to you the blessing of Abraham, to you and to your seed with you, for you to possess the land of your travels, which God gave to Abraham." And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Paddan Aram, to Laban, the son of Bethuel the Aramean, brother of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. Refresh donations. Okay. Which one? I don't see any new coming in. I don't see anything new. Anywho. And Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and had sent him away to Paddan Aram to take a wife for himself from there. In his blessing, he had commanded him, saying, "You shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan." And that Jacob listened to his father and his mother and went to Paddan Aram. And when Esau saw that the daughters of Canaan were evil in the eyes of his father Isaac, then Esau went to Ishmael and took Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, the son of Abraham, Nebajoth's sister. To his wives he added her for his wife. And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran. And he came on a place and stayed the night there, for the sun had gone, and he took stones of the place and placed them at his head. And he lay down in that place, and he dreamed, and behold, a ladder was placed on the earth, its top reaching to the heavens. And behold, the angels of God were going up and going down on it. And behold, Jehovah stood above it and said, "I am Jehovah, the God of your father Abraham, and the God of Isaac. The land on which you are lying, I will give it to you and to your seed. And your seed shall be as the dust of the earth. And you shall spread to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south. And all the families of the earth shall be blessed in you and in your seed. And behold, I will be with you, and will guard you in every place in which you may go, and will bring you back to this land. For I will not forsake you until I have surely done that which I have spoken to you." And Jacob awakened from his sleep, and said, "Surely Jehovah is in this place, and I did not know." And he was afraid, and said, "How fearful is this place? This is nothing except the house of God, and this is the door to heaven." And Jacob started up early in the morning and took the stone which he had placed at his head, and he placed it as a pillar, and he poured oil on the top of it, and he called the name of that place Bethel, the house of God. And yet the name of the city was at first Luz. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, "If God is with me and keeps me in this way, which I am going, and gives to me bread to eat and clothing to wear, and I return in peace to the house of my father, then Jehovah shall be my God." And this stone which I have placed as a memorial pillar shall become the house of God, and all which you shall give to me, I will tithe the 10th to you. Genesis chapter 29. And Jacob lifted his feet and went to the land of the sons of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field. Oh. Hold on, I got things here on my watch. Pin a post on YouTube. Make a post and pin it. Okay. I don't know. I can't do it now. It's too late. Somebody, one of my admins can do it, I think. Let me just. I think she's. I should have pinned it anyway. But anyway, behold the flocks, and Jacob lifted his feet, Genesis 29, went to the land of his sons of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field. And behold, 3 flocks of sheep were lying by it. Far from that well they watered the flocks, and the stone on the mouth of the well was great. And all the flocks were usually gathered there. And they rolled the stone off the mouth of the well, and watered the sheep, and replaced the stone on the mouth of the well to its place. And Jacob said to them, My brothers, from where are you? And they said, We are from Haran. And he said to them, Do you know Laban, the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. And he said to them, Well-being to him. And they said, Well-being. And behold, his daughter Rachel is coming with the sheep. And he said, Behold, the day is still high. It is not time to gather the livestock, water the cattle, and go feed them. It's a troll account of that guy here, harasses. Okay. Of course it's him doing that. It's a fake account. Of course it is. You want to check that account, that Wiggy account. It's obviously Slander Man. Jacob said, My brothers, from where are you? And they said, We are from Haran. And he said to them, Do you know Laban, the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. And he said to them, Well-being to him. And they said, Well-being. And behold, his daughter Rachel is coming with the sheep. And he said, Behold, the day is still high. It is not time to gather the livestock, water the cattle, and go feed them. And they said, We are not able until all the flocks are gathered. And they rolled the stone from the mouth of the well. Then we watered the sheep. He still was speaking with them. And Rachel came with the sheep, which were her father's, for she was tending them. And it happened when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, brother to his mother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, Jacob came near and rolled the stone from the mouth of the well and watered the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was the son of Rebekah. And she ran and told her father. And it happened when Laban heard the report of Jacob, his sister's son, he ran to meet him and embraced him and kissed him. And he took him to his house, and he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, Truly, you are my bone of my flesh. And he lived with him a month of days. And Laban said to Jacob, Are you not my brother? And should you serve me for nothing? Tell me, what shall be your wages? And Laban had 2 daughters, the name of the older Leah, and the name of the younger Rachel. And the eyes of Leah were weak, and Rachel was beautiful of form and beautiful of appearance. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said, I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter. And Laban said, It is better for me to give her to you than to give her to another man. Live with me. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they were in his eyes like a few days in his love for her. And Jacob said to Laban, Give my wife, for my days are completed, and let me go into her. And Laban gathered all the men of the place and made a feast. And it happened in the evening, he took his daughter Leah and brought her to him, and he went into her. And Laban gave her to Zilpah, his slave girl, to his daughter Leah as a slave. And it happened in the morning, behold, she was Leah. And he said to Laban, What have you done to me? Did I not serve with you for Rachel? And why have you tricked me? And Laban said, It is not done this way in our place to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill the week of this one, and we will also give you this other one for the service which you will serve with me yet another 7 years. And Jacob did so, and he fulfilled the week of this one, and he gave to him his daughter Rachel to him for a wife. And Laban gave his slave girl Bilhah to his daughter Rachel, to her for a slave girl. And he also went into Rachel, and he also loved Rachel more than Leah. And he served with him and yet another 7 years. And Jehovah saw that Leah was hated, and he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said, Surely God has looked on my affliction, for now my husband will love me. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, Surely God has heard that I am hated, and has given this one to me also. And she called his name Simeon. And she conceived again and bore a son, and she said, Now this time my husband will be joined to me, because I have borne him 3 sons. So his name was called Levi. And she conceived again and bore a son, and she said, This time I praise Jehovah. So she called his name Judah, and she ceased from bearing. Genesis chapter 30. And Rachel saw that she did not bear to Jacob, and Rachel was jealous of her sister. And she said to Jacob, Give me sons, and if there is none, I shall die. And Jacob's anger was hot against Rachel. And he said, Am I in God's place, who has kept back from you the fruit of the womb? And she said, Behold, my servant Bilhah, go into her, and let her bear on my knees. Yea, let me be built up from her, me also. And she gave her slave girl Bilhah to him for a wife. And Jacob went into her, and Bilhah conceived and bore a son to Jacob. And Rachel said, God has judged, and also has heard my voice, and has given me a son. So she called his name Dan. And Bilhah, Rachel's slave girl, conceived again, and bore a second son to Jacob. And Rachel said, With struggles of God I have wrestled with my sister. Yea, I have been able. And she called his name Naphtali. And Leah saw that she had ceased from bearing. And she took Zilpah, her slave girl, and gave her to Jacob for a wife. And Leah's slave girl Zilpah bore a son to Jacob. And Leah said, With fortune, and she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's slave girl, bore a second son to Jacob. And Leah said, In my happiness, for the daughters shall call me happy. And she called his name Asher. In the days of wheat harvest, Reuben went out and found love apples in the field, and he brought them to his mother Leah. And Rachel said to Leah, Please give to me from the love apples of your son. And she said to her, Is your taking my husband a little thing? Will you also take my son's love apples? And Rachel said, So he shall be with you tonight for your son's love apples. And Jacob came in from the field at evening, and Leah went out to meet him, and she said, You must come in to me. For hiring I have hired you with my son's love apples. And he lay with her during that night. And God listened to Leah, and she conceived and bore a 5th son to Jacob. And Leah said, God has given me hire. I gave my slave girl to my husband. And she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again and bore a 6th son to Jacob. And Leah said, God has given me a good present. This time my husband will live with me, because I have borne 6 sons to him. And she called his name Zebulun. And afterward she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And God remembered Rachel, and God listened to her and opened her womb. And she conceived and bore a son. And she said, God has taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, saying, "May God add to me another son." And it happened when Rachel had borne Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, "Send me away so I may go to my own place and to my land. Give my wives and my children for whom I have served you, and let me go, for you know my service with which I have served you." And Laban said to him, "Please, if I have found favor in your eyes, stay. I have seen omens. Also, God has blessed me because of you." And he said, "Set your wages on me, and I will give." And he said to him, "You know how I have served you, and what your livestock has become with me. For little was yours before my presence, and it has spread out into a host. And Jehovah has blessed you at my foot. And now when shall I work for my house, I also?" And he said, "What shall I give you?" And Jacob said, "You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will turn back. I will feed your flock and keep it. I will pass among you, among all your flock today, taking from there every speckled and spotted sheep, and every black sheep among the lambs, also the spotted and speckled goats. These shall be my wages. And my righteousness shall testify for me in the day to come. When you come in about my wages, before your face every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and black among the lambs, it is stolen with me." And Laban said, "Yes, if it be so, let it be as you speak." And he turned out in that day all the striped and spotted lambs, and all the speckled and spotted goats, every one which had white, and every black one among the lambs, and he gave them into the hands of his sons. And he put 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob was feeding the remaining flocks of Laban. And Jacob took for himself white rods of a fresh tree, and the almond and plane tree, and he peeled white stripes in them, laying bare the white on the rods. And he set the rods, which he had peeled by the troughs, by the water troughs, where the flocks came to drink, across in the flocks, and they were in heat when they came to drink. And the flocks were in heat before the rods, and bore striped ones, speckled ones, and spotted ones. And Jacob separated the lambs, and he set the face of the flock toward the stripe, and every black one in the flocks of Laban. And he put his own droves by themselves, and he did not put them with the flock of the Laban. And it happened that whenever the strong flocks conceived, Jacob placed the rods before the eyes of the flocks, before the troughs, that they might conceive by the rods. And the flocks being feeble, he did not set them. And usually it happened that the weak were for Laban, and the strong for Jacob. And the man increased very much, and many flocks were his, and slave girls, and male slaves, and camels, and asses. All right, let's check on things here real quick. Again, I know it's getting late. So let me see if I can do, like, my wife had messaged me and asked if I can do a pinned post. All right. Let me see. 24-hour Bible. Runs for ministry. All right, I'm just typing this out here real quick, you guys. I am reading Genesis. That is correct. Oops. Oh, man. Hold on. I messed up. I gotta see if I can edit. Nope, can't edit that. Okay, let's see. We have website. You know, I'll do it when I take a bathroom break. I don't want to do it now because I don't want to mess this up. But yeah, if you want to help support the ministry, you guys, like I said, that's what we're doing here. It's kind of a, I guess, marathon, telethon. It's not really a telethon, we're not calling, but We're just doing a 24-hour Bible reading to raise funds for ministry. All the links are down below if you want to help the ministry. I will make a pin post later on when I have to use the restroom. But for now, I just want to keep reading. Because, like I said, we've been doing this for 3 hours, and we're only at Genesis chapter 31. And Genesis, has, let's see, we have a little while to go yet before we're finished with Genesis and go into Exodus. But, we haven't even got to, a lot of stuff yet. We still have Genesis chapter 50. I think it's the last. Yeah, Genesis chapter 50 is the last chapter. So we're at 31. So we got 19 more chapters to go before we're finished with Genesis. And it took 3 hours. But again, we're stopping, pausing, let people know what we're doing, why we're doing it. We do have the thermometer right here, which again, so far tonight we've raised $165. And our goal is, $5,000. Somebody might think, oh, what is that for? Well, it's for ministry needs. It's for travel expenses, for blessing other ministries, to help sow into other ministries, and everything that encompasses a ministry. We want to be the ministry that does help other ministries, especially ones that may not have any type of platform yet, ones that are doing good work, ones that are standing up for righteousness, ones that are preaching against evil, wickedness, whatnot. We want to help them with banners. We want to help them with Bibles and tracts and all the things that ministries that go out beyond the church walls do. So that's why we're doing this video. So if you can help and you want to help, support Warriors for Christ as we support other ministries and as we stand against evil, we stand against wickedness. All the links are down below. We have Venmo, which is at Warriors for Christ, CashApp, which is $$RichPenkoski, our website, wfcchurch.org /give, and then Zelle, pastor@wfcchurch.org. So, like I said, I've had other people that said, hey, Rich, can we come on and help read with you? And I said no, because that defeats the purpose of why we're doing what we're doing here tonight. Part of the live stream is a sacrifice of sleep and food so that we can just read the Word of God to raise money. This is something that God has told me to do. I don't know what's going to come in. I just know that, just read the Word of God and just go for 24 hours. So I'm not going to have anybody joining me or helping me do this because, again, that would defeat the purpose of why we're doing what we're doing. So, I don't know how far we're going to get, but 3 hours in, let's multiply that by, 8. And we might not even get into the New Testament tonight because there's a lot to go here. And that's okay, because if we don't, then we'll just do another one in a few weeks and see, get through that. I want to do a whole Bible from Genesis to Revelation at some point to have on the channel here. Maybe we'll do another one where we'll read chapter verse, and then this way you could say Genesis chapter 1 here, verse 2, and do it like that. This way we can kind of break it down at times it maybe for the verses, and we'll see. So for those of you that have given, again, I want to say thank you. For those of you that are watching with us, it's late at night. I know some of you are going to be sleepy soon. It's 12:30 Central Time, 1:30 Eastern Time, and I know it's 10:30 on the West Coast. So if you're watching, praise God. If not, get some rest. We're doing this regardless of who's watching or not. And I anticipate tomorrow during the day some people will listen in. But again, this is a sacrifice that we're making for ministry and to help others. So thank you for those who are watching, and thank you for those who have given and are going to give. Genesis chapter 31. And he heard the words of the sons of Laban, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was to our father, and from that which was to our father he has gotten all this wealth. And Jacob saw the face of Laban, and behold, it was not toward him as before. And God said to Jacob, go back to the land of your fathers and to your kindred, and I will be with you. And Jacob sent and called for Rachel and for Leah to come to the field to his flocks. And he said to them, I see your father's face, that it is not toward me as before, but the God of my father has been with me. And you know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father has cheated me, and has changed my wages 10 times, and God has not let him do evil to me. And if he said this, the speckled shall be your wages, then all the flocks bore speckled ones. And if he said this, the striped ones shall be your wages, then all the flocks bore striped ones. And God has taken away the livestock of your father, and has given to me. And it happened at the time the flock was in heat, I lifted up my eyes and saw in a dream, and behold, The rams leaping on the flock were striped ones, speckled ones, and spotted ones. And the angel of God spoke to me in a dream, Jacob. And I said, behold me. And he said, lift up your eyes and see all the rams leaping on the flock. They are striped, speckled, and spotted. For I've seen all that Laban is doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, there where you anointed the pillar, where you vowed a vow to me. Now rise up, go out of this land, and go back to the land of your kindred. And Rachel and Leah answered and said to him, is there yet to us a portion and an inheritance in the house of our father? And are we not counted strangers by him? For he has sold us, and selling he has sold us for silver. For all the wealth which God has taken from our father is for us and for our sons. And now all that which God has said to you do. And Jacob arose and set his sons and his wives on camels. And he drove all the livestock. And he took all his goods which he had gotten, livestock of his property, which he had gotten in Paddan Aram, to come to his father Isaac to the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep. And Rachel stole the household idols which were her father's. And Jacob stole the heart of Laban the Syrian, for he did not tell him that he was about to flee. And he said all that he was and he and all that was to him fled. And he rose up and crossed the river and set his face to Mount Gilead. And on the third day Laban was told that Jacob had fled. And he took his brothers with him and pursued him 7 days' journey. And he overtook him in Mount Gilead. And God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream of the night and said to him, be on guard for yourself, lest you speak with Jacob from good to evil. And Laban overtook Jacob, and Jacob had pitched his tent to the mount. And Laban with his brothers had pitched at Mount Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, what have you done? And you have stolen my heart, and have taken my daughters like captives of the sword. Why did you hide so as to flee, and have stolen from me, and have not told me? And I would have sent you away with rejoicing and with music, with tabret and with harp. And you have not let me kiss my sons and my daughters. Now you have been foolish to do this. It is in the power of my hand to do you harm. But the God of your father spoke to me last night, saying, be on guard for yourself, that you do not speak with Jacob from good to evil. And now longing, you have gone because you have longed after your father's house. Why have you stolen my gods? And Jacob answered and said to Laban, because I was afraid. For I said, lest by force you take your daughters from me. With whomever you find your gods, he shall not live before your brothers here. See for yourself what is with me, and take it to you. For Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the tent of the 2 slave girls. And he did not find. And he went out to Leah's tent, and came into Rachel's tent. And Rachel had taken the household idols, and put them into the camel's saddle. And she sat on them, and Laban felt around all the tent, but did not find. And she said to her father, let no anger be in the eyes of my lord, for I am not able to rise before your face, for the way of women is to me. And he searched for and did not find the household idols. And Jacob was angry, and he contended with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, what is my transgression? What my sin that you have hotly pursued me? For you have felt around all my articles. What have you found from all the articles of your house? Set it there before my brothers and your brothers, and let them decide between the two of us. Now I was with you 20 years. Your ewes and your she-goats have not failed to bear, and I have not eaten the rams of your flock. I did not bring to you the mangled. I replaced it. From my hand you exacted it. That stole by day and that stole by night. I was there. By day the heat consumed me, and the cold by night, and my sleep fled from my eyes. Now I have been 20 years in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters and 6 years for your flock. And you have changed my wages 10 times. Except the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac have been for me. Surely now you would have sent me away empty. God has seen my affliction and the toil of my palm. And last night he judged. And Laban answered and said to Jacob, the daughters are my daughters, and the sons my sons, and the flocks are my flocks. Yea, all which you see, it is mine and my daughters. What can I do to these today, or to their sons whom they have borne? And now come, let us cut a covenant, you and me, and let it be a witness between you and me. And Jacob took a stone and set it up as a memorial. And Jacob said to his brothers, gather stones. And they took stones and they made a heap. And Laban called it heap of the testimony. And Jacob called it in Hebrew heap of testimony. And Laban said, this heap is a witness between you and between me today. So he called its name heap of testimony. Also watchtower, for he said, may Jehovah watch between you and me, for we are hidden when we were out of sight, each from his neighbor. If you will afflict my daughter, and if you will take my wives above my daughters, no man is with us. See now, God is a witness between you and me. And Laban said to Jacob, behold this heap, and behold the pillar which I have set between you and me. This heap is a witness, and the pillar is a testimony. As for me, I will not pass over this heap to you, and as for you, you will not pass over this heap and this pillar for evil to me. The God of Abraham, the God of Nahor, the God of their father, let judge between us. And Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. And Jacob sacrificed a sacrifice on the mountain, and called his brothers to eat bread. And they ate bread and lodged on the mountain. And Laban rose up early in the morning and kissed his sons and his daughters and blessed them. And Laban went away and returned to his own place. Let me just pin that real quick. Why did somebody time him out? Why did you guys time out Rob Cargo? That wasn't why'd you do that? You don't have to time him out. He didn't do anything wrong. Why do that? I don't know why. He just said, you guys going to be sleepy after it's all done. LOL. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that comment. You guys got to be easy with that, you know. He didn't say anything wrong, so let's not unnecessarily ban people for something that they didn't do. I appreciate my admins, but you know, again, there's literally no reason to ban people for, you know, whatever, unless they're Slander Man or whoever. There's no don't ban people. Oh, okay, never mind. I see. Just be careful. Don't ban anybody yet until they say something stupid. When they say something stupid, or if it's an obvious troll, let's the account was made today. Yeah, well, I know, but there's some people that do make account. Let's just be careful with it until they get out of hand or they start trolling or say stupid things. I get it, but let's just be careful. Yeah, he's gonna lose a lot of sleep. But anyway, all right, keep listen to Amanda. She knows what she's doing. My wife is watching things. Amanda, if you want to make a post with the links, like if you put Venmo at and then pin it, that'd be great, because it's gonna take me like 10 minutes to set all that up here. Should have done it beforehand, but que sera, right? Genesis chapter 30. And Amanda, you better get some sleep. You got to get up in like 5.5 hours, take the kids to school. Well, one child, two children. Genesis 32. And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. And when he saw them, Jacob said, "This is the camp of God." And they called the name of that place Two Camps. And Jacob sent messengers before his face to his brother Esau to the land of Seir, the field of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, "You shall say to my lord, to Esau, your servant Jacob says this, I have sojourned with Laban and remained until now. And it is mine to have oxen and asses, flocks and slaves and slave girls. And I have sent to tell my lord to find favor in your eyes." And the messengers came back to Jacob, saying, "We come to your brother Esau, and also he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him." And Jacob was afraid, and he was very distressed. And he divided the people with him, and the flocks, and the herds, and the camel into two camps. And he said, "If Esau comes to the one company and strikes it, then it will be the company that is left shall escape." And Jacob said, "O God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac, Jehovah, who said to me, go back to your land and to your kindred, and I will deal well with you. I am not worthy of all the mercies and all the truth which you have done for your servant. For I passed over this Jordan with my staff, and now I have become two companies. Deliver me, I pray, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he come and strike me mother to sons. And you said, I will deal well with you, and I will make your seed like the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude." And he remained there that night, and he took a present from what came into his hand for his brother Esau, 200 she-goats, 20 he-goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 nursing camels with their 30 colts, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses and 10 young asses. And he gave into the hand of his slaves every drove by itself. And he said to his slaves, "Pass over before my face, and put a space between drove and drove." And he commanded the first one, saying, "When my brother Esau meets you and asks, saying, Whose are you, and where do you go, and whose are these before your face? Then you will say, Your servant Jacob's. It is a present sent to my lord to Esau, and behold, also he is behind us." And he also commanded the second, also the third, even all the ones going after the drove, saying, "You shall speak this word to Esau when you find him. And you shall also say, Behold, your servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will cover his face by the present, the one going before my face, and afterward I will see his face. Perhaps he will lift up my face." And the present passed before his face, and he remained in the camp that night. And he rose up that night and took his 2 wives, and his 2 slave girls, and his 11 children, and he passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them and sent them over the stream, and sent over that which was his. And Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until the ascending of the dawn. And he saw that he had not prevailed against him, and he touched on his hip socket. And Jacob's hip socket was unhinged as he wrestled with him. And he said, "Send me away, for the dawn has ascended." And he said, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." And he said to him, "What is your name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "Your name shall no longer be called Jacob, but Israel, because you have wrestled with God and with men and have prevailed." And Jacob asked and said, "Please reveal your name." And he said, "Why do you ask this about my name?" And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, face of God, because I saw God face to face, and my life is delivered. And the sun rose on him as he passed over Peniel, and he was limping on his thigh. On account of this, the sons of Israel do not eat the sinew of the thigh that is on the hip socket until this day, because he touched on Jacob's hip socket on the sinew of the thigh. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau was coming, and 400 men with him. And he divided the children to Leah and to Rachel and to 2 slave girls. And he put the slave girls and their children first, and Leah and her children behind, and Rachel and Joseph last. And he passed over in front of them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times till he came even to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the woman and the children, and he said, Who are these with you? And he said, The children with whom God has favored your servant. And the slave girls came near, they and their children, and they bowed. And Leah and her children also came near and bowed. And afterward Rachel and Joseph came near and bowed. And he said, Whose is all this camp which I met? And he said, To find favor in the eyes of my Lord. And Esau said, I have much, my brother. Let what you have be to yourself. And Jacob said, No, please. If I now have found favor in your eyes, take my present from my hands. For I have seen your face, like seeing the face of God, and you are pleased with me. Please take my blessing, which has been brought to you, because God has favored me, and because I have all things. And he urged him, and he accepted. And he said, Let us depart and go, and I will go with you. And he said to him, My Lord knows that the children are tender, and the flocks and the herds with me are sucklings and nursers. If they overdrive them one day, all the flocks will die. Please let my Lord go before the face of his servant, and I will move on by stages at my ease, according to the feet of the livestock which are before me, and according to the pace of the boys, until I come into my Lord to Seir. And Esau said, Please, let me place with you some of the people who are with me. And he said, Why then? Let me find favor in the eyes of my Lord. And Esau returned on his way toward Seir that day. And Jacob traveled to Succoth. And he built himself a house, and had made booths for his livestock. For this reason he called the name of the place Succoth. And Jacob came in peace to the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan. And he came from Paddan Aram, and he camped in front of the city. And he bought that part of the field where he had pitched his tent from the hand of the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 pieces of money. And he set up an altar there, and he called it El, the God of Israel. Genesis chapter 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, the prince of the land, saw her, and took her, and lay with her, and humbled her. And his soul clung to Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the girl, and spoke to the heart of the girl. And Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, Take this girl from me for a wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled his daughter Dinah. And his sons were with his livestock in the field, and Jacob kept silent until they had come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to speak with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard. And the men were furious, and they were very angry, because he had done disgraceful folly in Israel, to lie with the daughter of Jacob, and it should not be done this way. And Hamor spoke to them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem's has longed for your daughter. Please give her to him for a wife. And you intermarry with us. Give your daughters to us, and take your daughters for yourselves, and live with us. And the land is before you. Live and trade in it, and get property in it. And Shechem said to her father and to her brothers, Let me find favor in your eyes, and what you say to me I will give. Heap on me ever so much bride price and a gift, and I will give as you say to me, but give me the girl for a wife. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and his father Hamor, speaking with deceit, because he defiled their sister Dinah. And they said to them, We are not able to do this thing, to give our sister to a man who is uncircumcised, for it is a reproach to us. Only on this condition will we consent to you, if you will become like us, to have every male of you circumcised. Then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will live with you, and will become one people. And if you do not listen to us, to be circumcised, and we take our daughter, and we'll go. And their words pleased Hamor and the son of Hamor Shechem. And the young man did not hesitate to do the thing, for he delighted in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and his son Shechem came to the gate of their city, and they spoke with the men of their city, saying, These men are peaceable with us, and let them live in the land and trade in it. And behold, the land is wide on both hands before them. Let us take their daughters for ourselves for wives, and let us give our daughters to them. Only in this way will the men consent to us to live with us, to become one people, that every male of us be circumcised as they are circumcised. Shall not their livestock and their property and their beasts of burden be ours? Only let us consent to them, and let them live with us. And all those going out of the gate of the city listened to Hamor, and to his son Shechem, and every male was circumcised, all those going out of the gate of the city. And it happened in the third day, they being pained, that the two sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, each took his sword, and they came in the city in its security, and killed every male. And they killed Hamor and his son Shechem with the sword, and they took Dinah from the house of Shechem and went out. The sons of Jacob came on the slain and plundered the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their flocks and their herds and their asses, and whatever was in the city and whatever was in the field. They took all their wealth and all their little ones and their wives, and plundered all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Simeon and to Levi, You have troubled me to make me stink among those living in the land, among the Canaanites, and among the Perizzites, and I being few in number, and they gathering against me, they will strike me, and I and my house shall be wasted. And they said, Should he treat our sister like a prostitute? All right, let's check in. Again, 24-hour live streaming the Bible here to raise money for ministry. If you want to help support the ministry and donate to the ministry, you can do so. All the links are down below here. We have Venmo, which is at Warriors for Christ. We have CashApp, which is $RichPenkoski. We have our website, of course, which is wfcchurch.org/give. And we have Zelle, which is pastor at wfcchurch.org. For those of you who have given so far, again, I know it's getting late, and I don't really anticipate a lot of people coming on to watch us read the Bible this late, but again, we are going to continue reading, whether we have 5 people or 100 people on, doesn't matter. And again, because the idea here is to do these videos so that we can, again, raise money for ministry, traveling expenses, all the different things that ministries do, and so that we can be a blessing to other ministries. So far, we are at Genesis chapter 35. We have 15 chapters to go before we're done with Genesis, and we'll be in Exodus. And again, I don't know how far we'll get in 24 hours. It's 3.5 hours already, and we're still in the book of Genesis. So we got a long way to go. Just to give you an idea here, I'll show you. I'm going to show you what we have here as far as Old Testament goes, and you get an idea here of how much we've read and how much we have to continue reading. Let's see, Malachi. Okay, so we have read this much so far, right? And we have this much to go for the rest of the Old Testament. This part here, if you could see that there, okay? We have that much to go, and we've only read this much. So it takes a while, but I think it's great just reading the Word of God. Just no opinions on it, just reading it as it is. No teaching on it. Believe me, it's tough to not say, "Oh, look at that." But like I said, this whole point of this is just reading the Bible. Just for the ministry needs. Notice that, like I said, on the left there, I have a little thermometer thing to go up. And again, I don't know if we're going to hit that goal or not. Again, we're dealing with Christians, so who knows? But we're going to try it and see what happens from there. So thank you again for those that are tuning in this late at night. I imagine it's going to drop off in the next 2 hours pretty quickly, but that's okay. Genesis 35. And God said to Jacob, rise up, go to Bethel and live there, and make an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you fled before your brother Esau. And Jacob said to his house and to all those with him, put away the strange gods in your midst and purify yourselves and change your clothing. Let us rise up and go up to Bethel, and I will make an altar there to God, who answered me in the day of my distress. And he is with me in the way in which I went. And they gave all the strange gods in their hand to Jacob, and the earrings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the oak which was near Shechem. And they pulled up stakes, and the terror of God was on the cities all around them. And they did not pursue the sons of Jacob. And Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan. It is Bethel. He and all the people with him came. And he built an altar there and called the place El Bethel, because God revealed himself to him there when he fled from the face of his brother. And Deborah died, the nurse of Rebekah, and she was buried below Bethel under the oak, and he called its name Oak of Weeping. And God said to him, your name is Jacob. Your name will not anymore be Jacob, but Israel will be your name. And he called his name Israel. And God said to him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation of a company of nations shall be from you, and kings shall go forth from your loins. And the land which I gave to Abraham and to Isaac, I will give it to you. And after you, I will give the land to your seed. And God went up from him in the place where he had spoken with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he had spoken with him, a pillar of stone. And he poured out a drink offering on it, and he poured oil on it. And Jacob called the name of the place there where God had spoken with him, Bethel. And they pulled up stakes from Bethel, and there was yet a length of land to come to Ephrath. And Rachel bore, and she had her hard labor in her bearing. And it happened, when she had hard labor in her bearing, even the midwife said to her, do not fear, for this also is a son for you. And it happened when her soul was going forth, for she died. Even she called his name the son of sorrow, Ben-Oni. But his father called him son of the right, Ben-Jamin. And Rachel died, and was buried on the way to Ephrath. It is Bethlehem. And Jacob set up a pillar on her grave. It is the pillar of Rachel's grave until today. And Israel pulled up stakes and pitched his tent beyond the tower of the flocks. And it happened after Israel lived in that land. Even Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. And Israel heard, and the sons of Jacob were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The son of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's slave girl, Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's slave girl, Gad and Asher. These are Jacob's sons who were born in Paddan Aram. And Jacob came to his father Isaac, to Mamre, to the city of Arba. It is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac resided. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac expired and died, and was gathered to his people old and satisfied of the day, and his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Genesis chapter 36. And these are the generations of Esau, that is Edom. Esau took his wives from the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Basmath, the daughter of Ishmael, sister of Nebajoth. And Adah bore Eliphaz to Esau, and Basmath bore Real. And Oholibamah bore Jehush and Jalam and Korah. These are the sons of Esau who were born to him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives, and his sons and his daughters, and all the souls of his house and his livestock, and all the beasts of burden, and all his property, which he had gained in Canaan. And he went to a land away from his brother Jacob, for their possessions had become too great for them to dwell together. And the land was not able to bear their travels in the presence of their livestock. And Esau dwelt on Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And there the generations of Esau, the father of Edom, on Mount Seir. These, the names of Esau's sons, Eliphaz, the son of Adah, Esau's wife, Reuel, the son of Basemath, Esau's wife, And the sons of Eliphaz, Teman, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was a concubine to Esau's son Eliphaz, and she bore Amalek to Eliphaz. These are the sons of Esau's wife Adah. And the sons of Reuel, Nahath and Zerah, Shema and Mizah. These were the sons of Basemath, the wife of Esau. And these were the sons of Olibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon, the wife of Esau, and she bore Jehush to Esau, and Jalam and Korah. These were the chiefs of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau, chief Taman, chief Omar, chief Zepho, chief Kenaz, chief Korah, chief Gadim, chief Amalek. These were the chiefs of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Adah. And these were the sons of Reuel, Esau's son, chief Nahath, chief Zerah, chief Shammah, chief Mitzah. These were the chiefs of Reuel in the land of Edom. There were the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife, and the sons of Oholibamah, Esau's wife, chief Jehus, chief Jalam, chief Korah. These were the chiefs of Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, Esau's wife. These were the sons of Esau, and their chiefs, he is Edom. These were the sons of Seir, the Horite, living in the land, Lotan, and Shabal, and Zibeon, and Anah, and Dishon, and Esser, and Dishon. These were the chiefs of the Horites, the sons of Seir in the land of Edom. And the sons of Lotan, Horai, and Heman, and Lotan's sister, Timnah. And these were the sons of Shabul, Alvan, Manahath, and Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. And these were the sons of Zibeon, and even Ea and Anah. He is the Anah who found the hot springs in the desert as he fed the asses for his father Zibeon. And these were the sons of Anah. Dishon and Oholibamah was the daughter of Anah. And these were the sons of Dishon, Hemdan, and Eshban, and Ithron, and Sharon. These were the sons of Azar, Bilhan, and Zavon, and Akan. These were the sons of Dishon, Uz, and Aaron. These were the chiefs of the Horites, chief Lotan, chief Shabal, chief Zibeon, chief Anah. Chief Dishon, chief Esser, chief Dishon. These were the chiefs of the Horites according to their chiefs in the land of Seir. And these were the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before the reigning of a king over the sons of Israel. And Bela the son of Beor reigned in the Edom, and the name of his city Din-Habath. And Bela died, and Joab the son of Zerah from Bozrah reigned in his place, and Joab died, and Hushman from the land of the Temanites reigned in his place. And Husham died, and Hadad the son of Beda, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his place, and the name of the city Avith. And Hadad died, and Samlah from Mashrakad reigned in his place. And Samlah died, and Sheol from Rehoboth by the river reigned in his place. And Sheol died, and Baal Hanan the son of Akbar reigned in his place. And Baal Hanan the son of Akbar died, and Hadar reigned in his place. And the name of this city was Pau, and his wife's name Mechatebal, the daughter of Matra, the daughter of Mezahab. And these were the names of the chiefs of Esau, according to their families, according to their places, by their names: Chief Timnah, Chief Alva, Chief Jehath, Chief Olabalmah, Chief Elah, Chief Pinon, Chief Kanas, Chief Teman, Chief Mibzar, Chief Magdiel, Chief Imram. These were the chiefs of Edom, according to their dwellings in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of Edom. Whew, that's a lot of names right there. Genesis chapter 37. And Jacob lived in the land of his father's travels, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, the son of 17 years, was feeding the flock with his brothers. With Bilhah's son, it was Zilah's sons, his father's wives, and he was a youth. And Joseph brought an evil report of them to their father. And Israel loved Joseph more than all his sons, because he was a son of old age to him. And he made him a tunic reaching to the soles of his feet. And his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, and they hated him. And they were not able to speak to him for peace. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and told to his brothers, and they added to hate him still more. And he said to them, Now hear this dream which I have dreamed. And behold, we were binding sheaves in the middle of the field. And behold, my sheaf rose up and even stood up. And behold, your sheaves came around and bowed themselves to my sheaf. And his brothers said to him, Shall you indeed reign over us? or shall you really rule over us? And they went still more to hate him because of his dreams and because of his words. And he dreamed still another dream and told his brothers. And he said, Behold, I have dreamed another dream. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars were bowing themselves to me. And he told it to his father and to his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said to him, What is this dream which you have dreamed? Shall we indeed come to bow ourselves to the earth to you, I, your mother, and your brothers? And his brothers were jealous of him, but his father observed the word. And his brothers went to feed the flock of their father in Shechem. And Israel said to Joseph, Are not your brothers feeding the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you to them. And he said to him, Behold me. And he said to him, Now go, see the welfare of your brothers and the welfare of the flock, and bring word back to me. And he sent him out in the valley of Hebron. And he came to Shechem. And a man found him. And behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What do you seek? And he said, I am looking for my brothers. Please tell me where they are feeding the flock. And the man said, They have left here, for I heard them say, Let us go towards Dothan. And Joseph went after his brothers and found them in Dothan. And they saw him from a distance, and before he came near to them, they plotted against him to cause him to die. And they said each to his brother, Behold, this master of dreams is coming. And come now, let us cause him to die, and throw him into one of the pits, and let us say, An evil beast has eaten him. And let us see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard, and he delivered him from their hands, and said, Let us not smite his soul. And Reuben said, Do not shed blood. Throw him into the pit into the desert, but do not lay a hand on him, so that he might deliver him from their hands to return him to his father. And it happened when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped his robe which was on him, from Joseph the tunic reaching to the soles of his feet. And they took him and threw him into the pit pit being empty, no water in it, and they sat down to eat bread. And they lifted their eyes and looked, and behold, a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead. And their camels were bearing spices and balsam gum and myrrh, going down to take them to Egypt. And Judah said to his brothers, What gain is it that we kill our brother and conceal his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and do not let our hand be on him, for he is our brother, our flesh. And his brothers listened. And men, Midianites, traitors, passed, and they drew up and took Joseph out of the pit, and they sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt. And Reuben came back to the pit. And behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he tore his clothes. And he returned to his brothers, and said, The child he is not, and I, where shall I go? And they took Joseph's tunic, and killed a ram of the goats, and dipped the tunic in the blood. They sent the tunic reaching to the soles of his feet, and they took it to their father, and said, We have found this. Now look, it is your son's tunic. And he knew it, and said, My son's tunic, an evil beast has eaten him. Being torn, Joseph is torn in pieces. And Jacob tore his clothing, and put sackcloth on his loins. And he mourned many days for his son. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, and refused to be comforted, and said, I will go down to Sheol mourning for my son. And his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt to Potiphar, a eunuch of Pharaoh, the chief of the executioners. All right. Now, Joseph is actually one of my favorite stories. And if you ever have the chance to see, if you ever get a chance to see the movie, Joseph, it's actually really good. And it's one of those things where I really did enjoy it, a lot. And, it's just one of those things, sorry guys, I had to update that real quick. It's just one of those things where, you know, you really want to see how things play out. You really want to take a look at it. Go watch that movie. I think you'll be blessed by it. You know, it's a little, I mean, it's not too bad actually. It's not that far off from what I recall. I haven't seen it in a while, but I remember when I did watch it, it was one of those things that I truly, truly did enjoy it. And if I could, I'd play it here for you guys. It's a long movie, but praise God, it really is a good movie. So maybe when we have a gathering or something like that, maybe soap up, we can watch it or something like that. But anyway, we updated thing that we got another $20 in. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. We're up to 185 now. God bless you for that donation. And again, you guys, why we're doing this is it is for the ministry. It is for ministry needs. It is for traveling. It's for everything that we do as a ministry. You have to remember that the work that we do, oftentimes there's a lot of opposition to what we do. There's a lot of people that hate what we do. And again, it's nothing new under the sun. Jesus was slandered. Jesus was hated. They tried to stifle him. They tried to stop him. That's what evil men and women do. So as we continue to plow the field, if you will, as we continue to reap the harvest, because while I personally believe that America as a nation is finished, I do believe that there are still people in this country that will be saved. Even amongst the hardest of hearts, I do believe that there is still hope. No matter how minute it is, I still believe that there's hope for some of these people. And that's what it's about. Exposing evil, because again, we are to pray for the children, not prey on them. Our children are being groomed to accept grooming behavior as normal, and we cannot let this stand. We are really working hard to expose this. I can't tell you how many videos and messages I get a day from people showing me what's going on here, and we have an entire YouTube channel just showing those things. And if we can, if we can assist in shutting those down, we're certainly willing to do that, because that's what God has asked us and called us to do. So we want to travel this country, continuing to preach. We want to be a blessing to others. We want to help wake others up. We want to talk to lawmakers across this country and maybe creating legislation. We have several states already we're working with to make it illegal to take a child to a sexualized drag show. That's our mission. And as Christians, this is a vital mission for us, because everything that we have, we always claim that we're stewards, but yet we don't like to give. And if you go back to the video of the day, talk about stingy or steward. Again, you look at the Bible verses here. We should be absolutely stopping this, and we can stop it if we actually pool our resources together. If we come out together, if we're willing to send the preachers out there to stand against this, we can stop it, at least in some states. And how many children will be spared from grooming or being sexualized or being molested or being trafficked for doing this work? And this is why it's so important for me, because it's all about protecting children. Adults, a lot of times, have made up their mind. Now, praise God, adults still come out of these things, but for the most part, they are where they are. So for us, we want to travel this country. We want to meet the needs of others. We want to help other ministries with banners and signs and Bibles and tracts and things like that. We also have some top secret projects, which I'm not at liberty to discuss right now, which will really, hopefully, put some damage to the idolatry of Santa Claus at Christmas time. We have a lot of ideas. We can't mention it publicly for obvious reasons. Again, so it's all that stuff there. We have our news website, because a lot of news is coming out that we get first crack at, but we have to build these sites up. And look, I can do certain things, but I'm not an expert at those things. We do have a brother that's willing to do it, but it's going to take some time, and we want to bless him to help us build these platforms as far as news go and things like that. One of the things we want to do is put our groomer map on there to list all these businesses and what they do and how they're doing it and what they're doing to kids, so that you as Christians know to avoid those places, so that your children are safe and blessed. So again, the links are down below if you want to support our ministry here. Again, it's Venmo at Warriors for Christ, CashApp, $RichPenkoski, our website, wfcchurch.org/give. Our Zelle is all as pastor at wfcchurch.org. We appreciate the gifts. We appreciate everyone who follows. and supports the ministry. And again, those of you who are still with us tonight, I know it's late on the East Coast. It's 2 o'clock in the morning there. Thank you for hanging out. Don't feel obligated. We're doing 24 hours. I don't expect other people to stay for 24 hours. Get some sleep, and we're just going to continue reading. So again, thank you guys so much. For those of you who are donating and giving, we appreciate it very much, and thank you. Genesis chapter 38. And it happened at the time that Judah went down away from his brothers and turned aside to a man of Adullam, his name Hira. And Judah saw there a daughter of a Canaanite man named Shua, and he took her and went into her. And she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name Er. And she conceived again and bore a son, and he called his name Onan. And she continued still and bore a son, and she called his name Shelah. And he was at Chezib, and she bore him. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn Er, and her name Tamar. And Er, Judah's firstborn, was evil in the eyes of Jehovah, and God caused him to die. And Judah said to Onan, go into your brother's wife and marry her and raise up a seed to your brother. And Onan knew that the seed would not be his. And it happened, when he went into his brother's wife, he wasted his semen to the ground, not giving seed to his brother. And what he did was evil in the eyes of God, and he also caused him to die. And Judah said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, live as a widow in your father's house until my son Shelah is grown. For he said, lest he also die like his brothers. And Tamar went and lived in her father's house. And the days were many, and the wife of Judah, the daughter of Shua, died. And Judah was comforted, and he went out to the shears of his flock, he and his friend Hira of Adullam, to Timnah. And Tamar was told, saying, behold, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his flocks. And she took off her widow's robes from her, and veiled herself with a veil, and disguised herself. And she sat at the entrance of the fountains, which is on the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah had grown up, and she had not been given to him for a wife. And Judah saw her, and he thought her to be a prostitute, because she had veiled her face. And he turned aside to her by the roadway, and said, come now, let me come in to you. For he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, what will you give me that you may come in to me? And he said, I will send a kid of the goats from the flock. Okay. Flock. And she said, will you give me a pledge until you send it? And he said, what pledge shall I give to you? And she said, your signet ring, and your bracelet, and your staff in your hand. And he gave to her, and came into her, and she conceived by him. And she rose up and left, and took off her veil from her face, and she put on her widow's robes. And Judah sent the kid of the goats by the hand of his friend, the Adullamite, to receive the pledge from the woman's hand, and he did not find her. And he asked the men of her place, saying, where is the prostitute that was at the fountains by the roadway? And they said, there was no prostitute here. And he returned to Judah and said, I have not found her. And also the men of the place said, there was no prostitute here. And Judah said, let her take them for herself, that we not become a laughingstock. See, I sent this kid, and you did not find her. After 3 months it happened, it was told to Judah, saying, your daughter-in-law Tamar has committed adultery. And also, behold, she is pregnant by fornication. And Judah said, bring her out and let her be burned. She was being brought out, and she sent to her father-in-law, saying, I am pregnant by a man to whom these belong. And she said, notice now, whose are these? The signet ring, the bracelet, and the staff. And Judah knew and said, she is more righteous than I, because I did not give her my son Shelah. And he never knew her again. And in the time of her bearing, behold, it happened, twins were in her womb. And in her bearing it happened that one put forth a hand, and the midwife took it and tied crimson on his hand, saying, this one came out first. And it happened as he withdrew his hand, behold, his brother came out. And she said, how have you broken a break for yourself? And one called his name Pharez, and then his brother came out, on his hand was the crimson, and he's called him Zerah. Genesis chapter 39. And Joseph was carried down to Egypt. And Potiphar, a eunuch to Pharaoh, the chief of the executioners, an Egyptian man, brought him from the hand of the Ishmaelites, who had carried him down there. And God was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man. And he was in the house of the Egyptian, his master. And his master saw that God was with him, and Joseph was prospering in his hand everything which he did. And Joseph found favor in his sight and served him, and he appointed him over his house. And he gave all he owned into his hand. And it came about that from the time he appointed him over his house and over all he owned, God blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of God was on all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all he owned in Joseph's hand, and he did not know anything that he had except the bread which he was eating. And Joseph was beautiful in form and beautiful of appearance. And after these things it happened that his master's wife lifted up her eyes to Joseph and said, "Lie with me." And he refused, and said to his master's wife, "Behold, my master does not know what is in the house with me, and all that he owns he has given unto my hand. No one in this house is greater than I, and he has not withheld anything from me except you, because you are his wife. And should I do this great evil and sin against God?" And it happened as she spoke to Joseph day after day, he did not listen to her, to lie beside her, to be with her. And it happened on this day that he went into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the house were there in the house. And she caught him by his robe, saying, "Lie with me." And he left his robe in her hand and fled and went outside. And it happened when she saw that he had left his robe in her hand and had fled outside, she called the men of her house and spoke to them, saying, "Behold, he has brought to us a Hebrew man into sport with me. He came to me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice. And it happened when he heard that I had raised my voice and cried, he left his robe by me and fled and went outside. And she kept his robe beside her until the coming of his master to the house. And she spoke these same words to him, saying, The Hebrew slave, whom you brought into us, came in to sport with me. And it happened at my raising my voice and crying aloud, he left his robe beside me and fled outside. And it happened when his master heard his wife's words, which she spoke to him, saying, According to these words your slave did to me, his anger was hot. And Joseph's master took him and put him into prison, into the prison house, the place where the king's prisoners were bound. And he was there in the prison house. And God was with Joseph and extended kindness to him. And he gave him favor in the eyes of the warden of the prison house. And the warden of the prison house gave all the prisoners in the prison house into Joseph's hand. And all which they did there, he was doing. There was no looking of the warden of the prison house to anything in his hand. And that God was with him, and God was prospering what he was doing. There was no looking of the wardens of the prison house of anything in his hand. And can we do that? Genesis 40. And after these things it happened, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt sinned against their lord, against the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was angry against his two eunuchs, against the chief of the cupbearers and against the chief of the bakers. And he gave them into his guard in the house of the chief of the executioners, into the prison house, the place where Joseph was bound. And the chief of the executioners assigned Joseph to be with them, and he served them, and they were under his guard many days. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream, the cupbearer and the baker who belonged to the king of Egypt, who were bound in the prison house. And Joseph came into them in the morning and looked at them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked the eunuchs of Pharaoh who were with him under guard in the house of his lord, saying, Why are your faces sad today? And they said to him, We have dreamed a dream, and there is not one to interpret. And Joseph said to them, Do not interpretations belong to God? Now tell it to me. And the chief of the cupbearer told his dream to Joseph, and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me. And in the vine were 3 branches. And at its budding it went up into blossom. Its clusters ripened into grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand. And I took the grapes and pressed them into the cup of Pharaoh, and I gave the cup into the hand of the Pharaoh. And Joseph said to him, this is the interpretation of the 3 branches. They are 3 days. Yet within 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head and will return you to your place. And you will give the cup of Pharaoh into his hand according to the former privilege when you were his cupbearer. But make mention of me along with yourself when it is well with you, and please do kindness with me and mention me to Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For stealing I was stolen from the land of the Hebrews, and here also I have not done anything that they should have put me into the dungeon. And the chief of the bakers saw the interpretation was good, and he said to Joseph, I also in my dream saw 3 baskets of white bread on my head. And in the top basket, some from all the food of Pharaoh, the work of a baker. And the birds are eating them from the basket from my head. And Joseph answered, said, this is its interpretation. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head from you and hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat your flesh off you. And it happened on the 3rd day, the day of Pharaoh's birth, he made a feast for all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief of the cupbearers and the head of the chief of the bakers in the midst of his servants. He restored the chief of the cupbearer to his cupbearer office, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's palm. And he hanged the chief of the bakers as Joseph interpreted to them. And the chief of the cupbearers did not mention Joseph, but forgot him. That's messed up. Just checking and see if we have updated anything here. Yeah, okay, good. Genesis chapter 41. And it happened at the end of 2 years of 2 days, Pharaoh was dreaming, and lo, he was standing by the river. And behold, 7 cows were going up from the river, beautiful of appearance, and fat of flesh, and they were feeding in the reeds. And behold, 7 of the cows were going up after him from the river, evil of appearance and lean of flesh, and they were standing beside the cows on the lip of the river. And the evil appearing and lean flesh cows were eating the 7 cows of beautiful and fat appearance. And Pharaoh awoke, and he slept and dreamed a 2nd time. And behold, 7 ears of grain were coming up on one stalk, fat and good. And behold, 7 ears of grain being lean and blasted by the east wind sprouting forth after them. And the 7 lean ears were swallowing the 7 fat and full ears. And Pharaoh awakened, and lo, it was a dream. And it happened in the morning. His spirit was troubled. And he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt, and all its wise men. And Pharaoh told him his dream, and there was no interpreter of them to Pharaoh. And the chief of the cupbearers spoke of her, saying, I mentioned my sin today. Pharaoh was angry against his servants, and gave me into custody in the house of the chief of the executioners, me and the chief of the bakers. And we dreamed a dream in one night, he and I. We, each man, dreamed according to the interpretation of his dream. And a Hebrew youth was with us, a slave to the chief of the executioners. And we told him, and he interpreted our dreams to us. He interpreted to each man according to his dream. And it happened, as he had interpreted to us. So it was. He returned me to my position, and he hanged him. And Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they rushed him from the prison. And he shaved and changed his clothing and came to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is no one to interpret it. And I have heard about you, saying you hear a dream to interpret it. And Joseph replied to Pharaoh, saying, Not I, God will answer the welfare of Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, In my dream, behold, I was standing on the lip of the river. And behold, 7 cows were going up from the river, fat of flesh and beautiful of form, and were feeding in the reeds. And behold, 7 other cows were going up after them, poor and very evil of form, and lean of flesh. I have not seen any like them in all the land of Egypt. for badness. And the lean and evil cows ate the first 7 fat cows, and they went into their stomachs, and it could not be seen that they had gone into their stomachs. And their appearance was as evil as the beginning, and I awakened. And I looked in my dream, and behold, 7 ears of grain were coming up in one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered, lean, blasted by the east wind, sprouting forth after them. And the lean ears were swallowing the 7 good ears. And I spoke to the magicians, but no one is making known the meaning to me. And Joseph said to Pharaoh, the dream of Pharaoh is one. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 cows, they are 7 years, and the 7 good ears, they are 7 years. It is one dream. And the 7 lean and evil appearing cows going up after them, they are 7 years. And the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind will be 7 years of famine. This is the word that I spoke to Pharaoh. What God is about to do, he has made Pharaoh see. Behold, 7 years of great plenty are coming in all the land of Egypt, and 7 years of famine will rise up after them, and all the plenty of the land of Egypt will be forgotten, and the famine will consume the land. And the plenty in the land will not be remembered because of that famine afterwards, for it will be a very heavy one. And as to the dream being repeated to Pharaoh twice, the thing is settled because it is from God, and God is hastening to do it. And now let Pharaoh look for a man who is intelligent and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh act, and let him appoint rulers over the land, to take 1/5 of the land of Egypt in the 7 years of plenty. And let them gather all the food of these coming good years. And let them heap up grain under Pharaoh's hand as food in the cities, and let them keep it. And let the food be for a store for the land, for the 7 years of famine which will be in the land of Egypt, and let not the land be cut off by the famine. And the word was good in Pharaoh's eyes, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said to his servant, can we find any man like this, in whom is the Spirit of God? And Pharaoh said to Joseph, since God has taught you all this, there is no one wise and intelligent like you. You shall be over my house, and all your mouth, all my people shall kiss the hand. Only in respect to the throne will I be greater than you. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, behold, I have put you over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand and put it on the hand of Joseph. And he clothed him with fine linen robes and put a golden chain on his neck. And he caused him to ride in a chariot which was the second to him. And they cried before him, bow the knee. And he put him over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without a word from you, not a man shall lift his hand or his foot in all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Joseph by the name of Zapnath-paneah. And he gave him Asnath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, for a wife. And Joseph went out over the land of Egypt. And Joseph was a son of 30 years, as he stood before Pharaoh king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from the face of Egypt, and passed over in all the land of Egypt. And the land produced by handfuls in the 7 years of plenty. And he gathered all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt. And he put food in the cities, the food of the field, which is around each city, he put into the middle of it. And Joseph heaped up grain like the sand of the sea, exceedingly much, until he ceased to count it, because it was without number. And 2 sons were born to Joseph before the year of the famine came in, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bore to him. And Joseph called the names of the firstborn Manasseh, for he said, God has made me forget all my toil and all the house of my father. And the name of the second he called Ephraim, for he said, God has made me fruitful in the land of my afflictions. And the 7 years of plenty which were in the land of Egypt were ended, and the 7 years of famine began to come, according as Joseph had said. And the famine was in all lands, but in all the land of Egypt there was bread. And all the land of Egypt hungered, and the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said to all Egypt, go to Joseph, what he says to you, do. And the famine was on the face of all the land, and Joseph opened all which was in them, and sold to the Egyptians. And the famine was strong in the land of Egypt. And all the earth came to Egypt to buy to Joseph, for the famine was strong in all the earth. And Jacob saw that a grain was in Egypt, And Jacob said to his sons, "Why do you look at each other?" And he said, "Behold, I have heard grain is in Egypt. Go down there and buy for us from there, that we may live and not die." And Joseph's 10 brothers went to buy grain from Egypt. And Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's brothers, for he said, "Lest harm meet with him." And among those coming, the sons of Israel came to buy, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the potentate over the land, the one selling to all the people of the earth. And Joseph's brothers came in and bowed to him, noses to the earth. And Joseph saw his brothers and reorganized them. But he remained a stranger to them. And he spoke harsh things to them and said to them, "From where have you come?" And they said, "From the land of Canaan to buy food." And Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he had dreamed about them. And he said to them, "You are spies. You have come in to see the barrenness of the land." And they said to him, "No, my lord, but your servants have come to buy food. We are all of us sons of one man. We are honest. Your servants are not spies." And he said to them, "No, but you have come to see the barrenness of the land." And they said, "Your servants are 12 brothers. We are sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And lo, the youngest is with our father today, and one is not." And Joseph said to them, "This is that which I have spoken to you, saying, You are spies. By this you shall be tested. As Pharaoh lives, you shall not go out from here, except your younger brother comes in here. Send one of you, and let him bring your brother. And you be bound, and let your words be proven, whether truth is with you, and if not, as Pharaoh lives, surely you are spies." And he gathered them under guard 3 days. And the third day Joseph said to them, "Do this and live. I fear God. If you are honest, and let one of your brothers be bound in the prison in your prison house, and you go bring grain for the famine of your houses, and you bring your youngest brother to me, and let your words be true, and you shall not die." And so they did. And they said, each man to his brother, "We are truly guilty because of our brother whom we saw in distress of his soul when he begged us, and we did not hear. So this distress has come to us." And Reuben replied to them, saying, "Did I not speak to you, saying, Do not sin against the youth? And you did not listen, and behold, his blood also is required." Gotta update that again. All right, let's see here. We'll continue this in a second. I just had to update that. So praise God, look at that. Over $200 now. Wow. And that only in 4 hours. So that's actually not bad at all. I'm actually humbled by it because I thought it would take a lot longer to even get that point. I didn't expect that at all. So again, it's very, very humbling for me, to do that, because a lot of people, again, we're not. Let me finish reading. I'm getting ahead of myself here. And behold, blood is also required. They did not know that Joseph heard, for the interpreter was between them. And he turned them away. He turned away from them and wept, and returned to them and spoke to them. And he took Simeon from them and bound him before their eyes. And Joseph commanded, and they filled their vessels with grain and returned their silver, each into his sack, and gave to them food for the way, and he did so to them. They lifted their grain on their asses and walked from there. And one opened his sack to give fodder to his ass in the camp, and he saw his silver. And behold, it was in the mouth of his sack. And he said to his brothers, "My silver has been put back. And also look in my sack." And their hearts went out, and they were each man terrified, saying to his brother, "What is this God has done to us?" And they came to their father Jacob to the land of Canaan, and they told him all that met him, saying, the Lord of the land, spoke harsh things to us, and considered us as spies in the land. We said to him, "We are honest, we are not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of our father. The one is not, and the youngest is with our father today in the land of Canaan." And the man, the Lord of the land, said to us, "By this I shall know that you are honest. Leave your one brother with me, take and go for the famine of your houses. Bring your youngest brother to me, and I may know that you are not spies, but you are honest. I will give your brother to you, and you may trade in the land. And it happened, they were emptying their sacks, and behold, each one's bundle of silver was in the sack. And they saw the bundles of their silver, and they were afraid. And their father Jacob said to them, You have bereaved me. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and you will take Benjamin? All of these are against me. And Reuben spoke to his father, saying, You may kill my 2 sons if I do not bring him to you. Give him into my hand, and I will return him to you. And he said, My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he alone is left. And if harm should happen to him the way in which you go, you would bring down my gray hair in sorrow to the grave. Genesis chapter 43. And the famine was severe in the land. And it happened when they had finished eating the grain which they had brought from Egypt, their fathers said to them, Go back, buy a little food for us. And Judah spoke to them, saying, The man fiercely protested, saying to us, You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you. And if you are sending our brother with us, we will go down and buy food for you. And if you're not sending, we will not go. For the man said to us, You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you. And Israel said, Why did you evil to me to tell the man you stole a brother? And they said, The man keenly asked about us and about our kindred, saying, Is your father still alive? Is there a brother to you? And we said to him on the mouth of these words, knowing, could we know that he would say, Bring down your brother? And Judah said to his father Israel, Send the youth with me, and let us rise up and go, that we may live and not die, both we and you and our little ones. I will be surety for them. You may require him from my hand. If I do not bring him to you and set him before you, I shall be a sinner against you all the days. If we had not delayed, truly now would have returned this twice. And their father Israel said to them, If it be so, then do this. Take from the produce of the land in your vessels and bring down a present to the man, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. And take double silver in your hand, and the silver they put back in the mouth of your sacks take back in your hand. Perhaps it was an oversight. And take your brother and rise up, return to the man. And may God Almighty give mercy to you before the man, and may he send your other brother to you and Benjamin. And I, if I am bereaved, I am bereaved. And the men took this present, and they took double silver in their hand, and Benjamin. And they rose up and went down to Egypt and stood before Joseph. And Joseph saw Benjamin with them. And he said to the one over his house, Bring the men into the house and slaughter and prepare an animal, for the men shall eat with me at noon. And the man did as Joseph said. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Joseph's house. And they said, Because of the silver that was returned in our sacks before, we are being brought in to throw himself on us and to fall on us and to take us and our asses for slaves. And they came near to the man who was over Joseph's house and spoke to him at the door of the house. And they said, O my Lord, coming we came down to buy food. And it happened when he came to the camp and opened our sacks, behold, the silver of each man was in the mouth of his sack, our silver and its weight. And we bring it back in our hand. We have brought other silver in our hand to buy food. We do not know who put our silver in our sacks. And he said, Peace to you, do not fear. Your God and the God of your father has given a treasure to you in your sacks. Your silver came to me, and he brought Simeon out to them. And the man led out the man to Joseph's house, and he gave water, and they washed their feet, and he gave fodder for their asses. And they prepared the present for the coming of Joseph at noon, for they had heard that they would eat bread there. And Joseph came into the house, and they brought the present in their hand to him into the house. And they bowed to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and he said, Is there peace to your father, the old man whom you spoke? Is he still alive? And they said, Peace is to your servant. To your father he still lives. And they fell down and bowed. And he raised his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, the son of his mother. And he said, Is this your youngest brother of whom you spoke to me? And he said, May God favor you, my son. And Joseph hurried, for he was stirred. He was only deeply moved toward his brother. And he sought for a place to weep, and he came into the inner room and wept there. And he washed his face and controlled himself, and went out and said, Set out bread. And they set out for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians eating with him by themselves. For the Egyptians cannot eat bread with the Hebrews, for it is a disgusting thing in Egypt. Wow. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the younger according to his youth. And the men were astonished, each man to his neighbor. And one carried portions from before him to them. And Benjamin's portion was greater than the portion of all of them, 5 hands. And they drank and were drunken with him. Genesis chapter 44. Actually, I need to... need to just give my neck here a minute to because you guys know I had surgery on my neck, so when I hold it up for a while it starts to hurt a little bit, so I'm going to just give it a second before I start reading again. And I might switch cameras here soon because my phone camera is what I'm using now to do this. Let me see how the other one looks here. The other one actually looks pretty good. I'm surprised. So I might switch cameras here. Just let me see how this angle looks here if I switch this around here like this. That's actually, let me see here. That's actually a pretty good angle. I might switch that. We'll see. I might just, like I said, I just need a second here. Let me see if I can actually get this microphone here a little bit better. Okay, that should be okay. Let's try that. Genesis 44. And he commanded the one over his house, saying, Fill the sacks of the men with food, as much as they are able to carry, and put the silver of each man in the mouth of his sack, and put my cup, the cup of silver, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, and silver for his grain. And he did according to Joseph's word. That which he spoke, at the morning light the men were sent away, they and their asses. They had gone out from the city, and they having gone far, and Joseph said to one of over his house, Rise up, pursue the men, and overtake them, and say to them, Why have you repaid evil for good? Is this not that in which my Lord is accustomed to drink? And divining he divines by it? You have done evil, and what you have done. And he overtook them, and spoke these words to them. And they said to him, Why should my Lord speak according to these words? Far be it from my servant to do anything according to this word. Behold, the silver which we found in the mouth of our sacks, we return to you from the land of Canaan. And how should we steal silver or gold from the house of your Lord? With whomever it may be found, with whom of your servants he shall die, and we also will become slaves to my Lord. And he said, Now also let it be according to your words, with whomever it is found with him. He shall become a slave to me, and you shall be innocent. And they hurried, and each man brought down his sack to the earth, and each man opened his sack. And he searched, with the oldest first, and with the youngest last, and the cup was found in the sack of Benjamin. And they tore their clothes, and they, each man, loaded his ass and returned to the city. And Judah and his brothers came to Judah's house, and he was still there, and they fell before him to the earth. And Joseph said to them, What is this deed which you have done? Did you not know that a man like me would practice divination? And Judah said, What can we say to my Lord? What can we speak? In what, my Lord? In what can we justify ourselves? God has found out the iniquity of your servants. Behold, we are slaves to my Lord, both we and he in whose hand the cup was found. And he said, far be it from me to do this. The man in whose hand the cup was found, he shall become a slave to me. And you go up in peace to your father. And Judah came near to him and said, O my Lord, please let your servant speak a word in the ears of my Lord, and let not your anger be hot in your servant, for you are like Pharaoh. My Lord asked his servant, saying, is there a brother or a father to you? And we said to my Lord, an aged father remains to us, and a boy of his old age, and his father is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him. And you said to your servants, bring him down to me, and let me see this. And we said to my Lord, the youth is not able to leave his father, and if he should leave his father, he will die. And you said to your servants, if your youngest brother does not come down with me, you shall not see my face any more. And it happened when we had gone up to your servant my father, we told him the words of my Lord, and your father said, go back, buy a little food for us. And we have said, we cannot go down. If our youngest brother is with us, we shall go down. For we cannot see the face of the man of your youngest brother is not with us. And your servant my father said to us, you know that my wife bore two to me. And one went out from me. And I said, indeed, tearing he is torn in pieces. And I have not seen him until now. And if you take this one also from my face, and harm happen to him, you will bring down my gray hair to the grave in sorrow. And now when I come to your servant my father, and the youth is not with us, and his soul being bound to his soul, it will be when he sees that the youth is not, he will die. And your servants will bring down the gray of your servant, our father, to the grave in sorrow. For your servant was surely for the youth with my father, saying, if I do not bring him down to you, I shall be a sinner against my father all the days. And now please let your servant remain as a slave to my Lord instead of the youth, and let the youth go up with his brothers. For how can I go to my father, and the youth not be with me, lest I look on the evil which I will find my father? Genesis chapter 45. 5 more chapters to go for Genesis. And Joseph was not able to control himself in regard to those standing beside him. And he called out, cause every man to go from me. And no man stood before him as Joseph was making himself known to his brothers. And he wept aloud, and the Egyptians in the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph. Is my father still alive? And his brothers were not able to answer him, for they trembled before him. And Joseph said to his brothers, now come near to me. And they came near. And he said, I am your brother Joseph, whom you sold into Egypt. And now do not be grieved, and let no anger be in your eyes, because you sold me here. For God sent me before you to save life. For the famine has been in the midst of the land for 2 years, and there are still 5 years in which no plowing and harvest will be. And God sent me before you to put a remnant in the land for you, and to keep alive for you a great deliverance. And now you did not send me here, but God, and he has placed me for a father to Pharaoh, and for a lord in all house, and a ruler in all the land of Egypt. Hurry and go up to my father, and say to him, so says your son Joseph, God has placed me as a lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, and do not delay. And you shall live in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near to me, you and your sons and sons of your sons, and your flocks and your herds, and all you have. And I will nourish you there, for there are still 5 years of famine, lest you be made poor, you and your house, and all which abides with you. And behold, your eyes and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see that my mouth is speaking to you. And you tell my father of all my honor in Egypt, and all that you have seen, and hurry and bring down my father here. And he fell on the neck of his brother Benjamin and wept, and Benjamin wept on his neck. And he kissed all his brothers and wept on them. And afterwards his brothers spoke with him. And the report was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, the brothers of Joseph have come. And it was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and the eyes of his servants. Pharaoh said to Joseph, say to your brothers, do this, load your animals and depart, go to the land of Canaan. And take your father and your houses and come to me, and I will give to you the good of the land of Egypt, and you shall eat the fat of the land. And you are commanded, do this, take for yourselves wagons from the land of Egypt, for your little ones and for your wives, and take your father and come. And your eye, let it have no regard for your vessels, and for the good of all the land of Egypt is yours. And the sons of Israel did so. And Joseph gave wagons to them according to the mouth of Pharaoh, and he gave provision to them for the way. He gave to all of them, to each man, changes of clothing, and he gave to Benjamin 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of clothing. And to his father he sent this, 10 asses bearing the good things of Egypt, and 10 she-asses bearing grain, and bread and food for his father for the way. And he sent his brothers away, and they went. And he said to them, do not quarrel along the way. And they went up from Egypt and came into the land of Canaan to their father Jacob. And they told him, saying, Joseph is still alive, and he is a ruler in all the land of Egypt. And his heart froze up, for he did not believe them. And they spoke to him all Joseph's words we had spoken to them. And he saw the wagon that Joseph had sent to bear him. And the spirit of their father Jacob revived. And Israel said, it is enough, my son Joseph is alive. I will go and see him before I die. Genesis chapter 46. And Israel and all which were to him departed and came to Beersheba. And he sacrificed sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God said to Israel in visions of the night, and he spoke, Jacob, Jacob. And he answered, behold me. And he said, I am God, the God of your fathers. Do not fear to go down into Egypt, for I will make of you a great nation there. I will go down with you into Egypt, and I will also surely return you. And Joseph shall put his hand on your eyes. And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel lifted up their father Jacob, and their little ones, and their wives, and the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to bear him. And they took their livestock and their property which they had acquired in the land of Canaan. And they came into Egypt, Jacob and all his seed with him. His sons and the sons of his sons were with him. His daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed he brought with him into Egypt. And these were the names of the sons of Israel, those coming into Egypt, Jacob and his sons. The firstborn of Jacob was Reuben, and the sons of Reuben, Hanok and Phalu and Hezron and Carmi. And the sons of Simeon, Jemuel and Jamin and Ohad and Zachan and Zohar and Shaul, the son of the Canaanites. And the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath and Merari. And the sons of Judah, Er and Onan and Shelah and Pharaz and Zerah. And Er and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Pharaz, Hezron and Hamil. And the sons of Issachar, Tola and Phuzah and Job and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Serad and Elon and Jaleel. These were the sons of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob in Padan Aram. And his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. And the sons of Gad, Ziphion and Haggai, Shunai and Esbon, Eri and Aradai and Arali. The sons of Asher, Jimnah and Ishua and Ishvi and Beriah, and their sister Sarah. And the sons of Beriah, Heber and Malkiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to his daughter Leah. She bore these to Jacob 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, the wife of Jacob, Joseph and Benjamin. And Manasseh and Ephraim were born to Joseph in the land of Egypt, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bore to him. And the sons of Benjamin, Bela and Becher, and Ashbel, Gera, and Naaman, Ehi, Rosh, Mopim, and Hupim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, whom were born to Jacob. All the souls were 14. And the son of Dan was Hushim. And the sons of Naphtali, Jaziel, and Guni, and Jesser, and Shalim. These were the sons of Bilhah, whom Laban gave to his daughter Rachel, and she bore these to Jacob. All the souls were 7. All the souls belonging to Jacob coming into Egypt, those springing from his loins beside the wives of the sons of Jacob. All the souls were 66. And the sons of Joseph, which were born to him in Egypt, 2 souls. All the souls belonging to the house of Jacob coming into Egypt were 70. And he sent Judah before him to Joseph to give direction before him to Goshen And they came into the land of Goshen, and Joseph prepared his chariot and went up to meet his father Israel to Goshen. And he appeared to him, and fell on his neck, and wept in his neck a long time. And Israel said to Joseph, "This time let me die, after seeing your face, because you are still alive." And Joseph said to his brothers and to the house of the father, "I will go up and report to Pharaoh. And I will say to him, my brothers and the house of my father, who were in the land of Canaan, have come in to me. And the men are shepherds of flocks, for they have been men of livestock, and their flocks and their herds, and all which belong to them, they have brought in. And it shall be, when Pharaoh calls to you and says, What is your occupation? You shall say, Your servants have been men of livestock from your youth even until now, both we and our fathers. This is so that you may live in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd of flocks is a disgusting thing in Egypt." Man, they didn't like shepherds back then. It is almost 2 o'clock here, brother. And again, like I said, we are doing this. Let me see here if I can pin a post now, because it's getting late, and not many people watching right now. 24-hour live stream Bible reading, raising funds for ministry. If you would like to support the ministry, you can do so on our website, www.fcchurch.org/give, or Venmo, which our Venmo is at Warriors for Christ, or CashApp, which is, oh, sorry, oop, I can't do anymore. Warriors for Christ. We try that. Let's see, and we'll pin that post. There we go. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I gotta go take my I forgot to take my medication, so I have to go do that real quick. And I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. So I shouldn't be any more than like 2-3 minutes. So I'm gonna put on a video real quick for you guys. Again, it's only like 3 or 4 minutes while I go get my medication and whatnot, and I will be right back.
You are here because you have seen the imminent destruction of the United States of America as we know it. It began with COVID. It began with fear. We were forced into lockdown. No work, no school, no social interactions. The only form of communication was social media and mainstream media, both of which are compromised. Then the stimulus checks were sent out to quell us, to keep us calm. Then tracking and tracing was implemented. Then riots began. Then the defunding of our law enforcement. Then the systematic destruction of our historical monuments. This is no longer about a virus. This is about control. This is about the destruction of the constitutional republic our forefathers fought and died for 244 years ago. They want us to keep the fight on social media, where they control the narrative. They want us in our homes, muzzled with masks, arguing with our friends over what happens next. They want us afraid. They want us to feel helpless. They want us to wait until the fight comes to our homes. our house, so that one at a time they can slowly pick us apart. They want to make an example of us, and do it while we're not organized, while we're not in great numbers or in masses. This is not about a virus. This is about division. This is about taking away our freedoms one at a time, slowly, so that by the time we recognize what's happening, it is too late. You are witnessing the destruction of the Republic and the installation of socialism and communism. But you are here because you've seen this all coming. You are here because you have a voice that has not been heard. You are here because you are the lifeblood of this great nation. We are the silent majority, and we are done being silent. For massive change to occur, massive action must be taken. I want you to remember this. It comes straight from our Declaration of Independence. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. This fight is in your hands. The success of this mission is in your hands. Nothing like this has ever been done before. And I'll say it again. We are the silent majority. We are limitless. We will succeed. This is our country, and we are taking it back. Patriots, this is your call.
Okay. Okay. I had to take the pills. Medication I have to take every day. I forgot to take it earlier, so that's okay. Let me just check something here real quick. And okay. Okay. So someone was asking, we've been on here for 5 hours so far. So we got, I think 6 hours would be 25% of the way through. And we are on, where are we here? Okay. We're on Genesis chapter 47. And again, like I said, I don't anticipate a whole lot of people being on here right now because it is late. But let's just see how many people are watching. 7 of you are still on here this late at night. That's a little crazy, but we love you. We were thankful for those of you who are staying up with us, who are listening. And again, I honestly don't really expect you to stay up the whole 24 hours with us. I mean, I would never ask anybody to do that. I would never expect them to do that. I think it's a little crazy that I'm doing it. But again, this is something we're doing to hopefully raise enough for the work we have to do in the next month. And we'll take it from there. And like I said, it's one of those things where, God has told me to do this. It's not fun, you guys. Believe me, I'm already. It's 2:00. I'm already. I'm a little tired, but I got, like I said, I've got this bang. I've got this buy stuff, which I actually like buy. And then I got a new one here, this Pure Energy Seltzer. Black cherry. So I don't know. I've got plenty of caffeine. So we should be go. And once daylight comes, you kind of get that second wind, what have you. So anyway, Genesis 47. And Joseph came in and made known to Pharaoh and said, my father and my brothers and their flocks and all their herd, which all they have come in from the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took 5 men from among his brothers and set them before Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to his brothers, what is your occupation? And they said to Pharaoh, your servants are shepherds of flocks, both we and our fathers. And they said to Pharaoh, we have come in to stay in the land, because there is no pasture for the flocks which belong to your servants, for the famine is heavy in the land of Canaan. And now please let your servants live in the land of Goshen. And Pharaoh spoke to Joseph, saying, your father and your brothers have come in to you. The land of Egypt is before you, because your father and your brothers to live in the best of the land, and let them live in the land of Goshen. And if you know men of ability among them, make them chiefs of livestock over what is mine. And Joseph brought in his father Jacob and placed him before Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Jacob, how many are the days of the years of your life? And Jacob said to Pharaoh, the days of the years of my camps are 130 years. Few and evil have been the days of the years of my life, and they have not reached the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their camps. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from before Pharaoh. And Joseph caused his father and his brothers to live, and gave them a place in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh commanded. And Joseph nourished his father and his brothers and all of his brothers' house with bread for the mouth of the little ones. And no bread was in the land, because the famine was very heavy. And the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan were exhausted from the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the silver found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, in return for the grain they were buying. And Joseph brought in the silver to the house of Pharaoh. And the silver failed from the land of Egypt and from the land of Canaan. And all Egypt came into Joseph, saying, give us bread, and why should we die before you? For the silver has failed. And Joseph said, give your livestock, and I will give to you for your livestock if silver has failed. And they brought in their livestock to Joseph, and Joseph gave bread to them for the horses, and for the livestock of the flocks, and for the livestock of the herds, and for the asses. And he satisfied them with bread in that year for all their livestock. And that year ended. And they came in to him in the 2nd year, and said to him, we cannot conceal from my lord that the silver and the herds of cattle have failed. Going to my lord, nothing is left before my lord except our bodies and our lands. Why should we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and let us, we and our land, become slaves to Pharaoh, and give seed that we may live and not die, and the land not be desolate. And Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, because each man in Egypt sold his field, because this famine was severe on them, and the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he caused them to pass over into the cities, and from the end of the border of Egypt to its other end. Only he did not buy the land of the priests, for Pharaoh had appointed a portion for the priests, and they usually ate their appointed portion, which Pharaoh gave to them. For this reason, they did not sell their land. And Joseph said to the people, behold, I have bought you and your land today. Behold, here is seed for you, and you sow the land. And it shall be, as you gather, you shall give a 5th part to Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be yours, for the seed of the field for your food, and for those in your houses, and for food for your little ones. And they said, you have saved our lives. Let us find favor in the eyes of my Lord, and we will become slaves to Pharaoh. And Joseph made it a law until this day on the land of Egypt. The 5th part is for Pharaoh, only the land of the priests being accepted. It did not become Pharaoh's. And Israel lived in the land of Egypt and the land of Goshen, and they owned it in it and were fruitful and multiplied exceedingly. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. And the days of Jacob, the years of his life, were 147 years. And the days of Israel to die drew near. And he called to his son Joseph and said to him, Now if I have found favor in your eyes, please put your hand under my thigh, and do kindness and truth in me. Please do not bury me in Egypt, but let me lie with my fathers and lift me up from Egypt, and bury me in their burying places. And he said, I will do according to your words. And he said, Swear to me. And he swore to him, and Israel bowed on the head of the bed. We're going to be in chapter 48. Huh. All right, this stuff's good stuff right here. Bye. This is good stuff. That tastes like cherry. Let's see. That does taste like cherry. Ooh. Zambia Bing Cherry is called. Interesting. So since we're paused here to go to Genesis 48, we have read thus far, in 4 hours and 55 minutes, we have read 47 chapters of Genesis. And like I said, we're going to be doing this for 24 hours to raise money for ministry purposes. Again, I'm not going to bore you with the details, but if you want to help support the ministry, you can do so safely and securely on every one of these platforms down below here. Venmo, CashApp, our website, and Zelle. Again, this is one of these things where, ministry is important work. We have to continue doing it. People need to be saved. We need to protect children from the groomers. We need to help, if we can, create legislation, which we are working with several states to do. So a lot of this is for traveling expenses, helping other ministries, banners, Bibles, T-shirts, tracts, that kind of thing. What are you still doing awake? Okay. So that we can continue to do the work we do. Again, it doesn't take much to shut these things down. It literally just takes the ability to go out and travel and preach these things and sit down with lawmakers and show them all the stuff we have. That's literally it. So this is where our brothers and sisters can come in to help us so that we can get these things done. So if you want to contribute to the ministry and you want to help, the links are down below. Again, we have this thing here. The goal, I actually want to do 3, but I think it was set at 5. But anyway, if we can get 5, great. If not, we'll do what we can for 24 hours. We got $200 so far, which is great. Praise God for that. It's already, like I said, it's 2 o'clock in the morning on Central Time. It's 3 o'clock East Coast. So I don't think there's a lot of people on right now. But again, this is just something we have to keep doing. So, I've got plenty of stuff here, caffeine. Hopefully it keeps me awake. I'm not 25 years old anymore. So, we'll see how it goes. Genesis chapter 48. And after these things had happened, one said to Joseph, Behold, your father is sick. And he took his 2 sons with him, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one spoke to Jacob and said, Behold, your son Joseph has come to you. And Israel took strength and sat in the bed. And Jacob said to Joseph, God Almighty appeared to me in Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me. No, I understand it, but the problem here is I will not give my address out publicly anywhere, because we do have a lot of people that don't like us. We do have a stalker who pretends to be a Christian who knows that LGBT people want to hurt me and my family, and he likes to give my address out online. So I don't put my location publicly anywhere because of that reason. And it's just to protect my family. It is what it is. I apologize for that, but given the fact that, you know, there are people that literally want to hurt me and my family, physically cause harm to us, and they'd like to shoot me if they could, I just don't give up my address or where we are. Like I said, we do have people, especially the fake Christians that stalk us and are obsessed with us. They literally have made videos saying, hey, here's where RichPenkoski, here's his address. If anyone wants to send him a gift, literally calling for people to come and cause my family harm. So I need to protect my family in that. And I understand if you want to do it that way, but that's fine. You don't have to. But for me, I just have to protect me and my family. Okay. Where were we? Once Poker just said, behold, your son Joseph has come to you, and Israel took strength and sat in the bed. And Jacob said to Joseph, God Almighty appeared to me in Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me. Verse 4, chapter 48, and said to me, behold, I will make you fruitful and will multiply you and will make you a multitude of peoples. And I will give this land to your seed after you as a possession forever. And now your two sons, those born to you in the land of Egypt before my coming to you in Egypt, are mine. Ephraim and Manasseh, like Reuben and Simeon, even they shall be mine. And your offspring, which your father after them, they shall be yours. According to the name of their brothers, they shall be called in their inheritance. And I, when I came from Paddan, Rachel died on me in the land of Canaan in the way, with only a little way to come to Ephrath. And I buried her there in the way to Ephrath, it being Bethlehem. And Israel saw the sons of Joseph, and he said, who are these? And Joseph said to his father, they are my sons, whom God has given to me here. And he said, now bring them to me, and I will bless them. And the eyes of Israel were heavy from age, he not being able to see. And he brought them near him, and he kissed them and embraced them. And Israel said to Joseph, I did not think to see your face. And behold, God also causes me to see your seed. And Joseph brought them out from his knees, and he bowed his face to the earth. And Joseph took both of them, Ephraim in his right hand, to the left of Israel, and Manasseh in his left hand, to the right of Israel. And he brought them in to him. And Israel sent forth his right hand, and put it on the head of Ephraim, and he was the younger. And he put his left hand on the hand of Manasseh, crossing his hands, for Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph and said, the God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has fed me since I was born until today, the angel that redeemed me from every evil, may he bless the youths, and may my name be called on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and like the fishes may they increase into a multitude in the midst of the earth. And Joseph saw that his father was putting his right hand on the head of Ephraim, and it was evil in his eyes. He took hold of his father's hand to turn it from Ephraim's head to the head of Manasseh. And Joseph said to his father, not so, my father, for this one is the firstborn. Put your hand on his head. And his father refused and said, I know, my son, I know. He also shall be a people, and he shall become great. But his younger brother shall become greater than he, and his seed shall become the fullness of the nations. And he blessed him in that day, saying, and you shall Israel bless, saying, may God make you like Ephraim and like Manasseh. And Israel said to Joseph, behold, I am dying, and God be with you, and return you to the land of your fathers. And I will give to you one spur of land beyond your brothers, which I took from the hand of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow. Genesis chapter 49. And Jacob called his sons and said, gather yourselves, and I will tell you that which will meet you in the days to come. Gather yourselves and hear, sons of Jacob, yea, listen to your father Israel. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my strength, and the firstfruit of my power, excellence of dignity and excellence of might. Like boiling water you shall not excel. For you went up to the bed of your father, and then you defiled it. He went up to my couch. Simeon and Levi, brothers, their weapons are instruments of violence. Let not my soul come into their counsel. Let not my honor be joined to their company. For in their anger they killed a man, and in self-will they hamstrung a bull. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob, and I will scatter them in Israel. Judah, may your brothers praise you. Your hand be on the neck of your enemies. May the sons of your father bow themselves to you. Judah is a lion's whelp. My son, you are risen up from the prey. He stoops, he crouches like a lion, and like a lioness who can rouse him. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the lawmaker from between his feet, until Shiloh come and the obedience of the peoples to him. Binding his foal to the vine, and his ass's colt to the choice vine, he washes his clothing in wine, and his covering in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be dark from wine, and his teeth white from milk. Zebulun shall live at the seashore, and he shall be a haven of ships, even his border beside Sidon. Issachar is a strong ass, crouching between the sheepfolds. Yeah, Kaylee, you can ban those people there. It's Slenderman, Eric Love trying to start trouble here, and I know for a fact it's him. You can ban that Rothwood and the Swifts and Swallows. It's absolutely him. Again, the guy, what is this? Later. You can ban him. I mean, what a sick, who does that? Where you're trying to read the Bible, and this guy, I mean, literally, 3:30 in the morning he lives, is still up here making fake profiles to obsessively stalk me. Who does that? He's a homo. That's all there is to it. Anyway. Normal people don't do that. Oh, yeah, that's him. That's Slender Man. 3:30 in the morning, still up here, just to come on here. Anyway. Genesis 49, and I, Jacob, called his son and said, gather yourselves, and I will tell you that which will meet in the days to come. Gather yourselves and hear, sons of Jacob. Ye listen to your father Israel. Oh, I did that already. Like boiling water, his eyes shall be dark from wine, his teeth are Zebulun shall, Issachar strong as ass, crouching. Okay. And he saw a resting place, and that it was good, and the land was pleasant, and he bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a tribute slave. No, it's probably him and one of his butt buddies. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Let Dan be a serpent on the way, a horned snake on the path that bites the horse's heels, and its riders fall backwards. I have waited for your salvation, O Jehovah. Gad, a raiding band shall attack him, and he shall attack their heel. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall give a king's delicacies. Naphtali is a deer let loose, giving one beautiful sayings. Joseph is a fruitful son by a spring. His branches run over a wall. And the masters of arrows harass him, and shoot, and an archer lurks for him. His bow abides in strength, and the hands of his arms are made agile by the hands of the mighty one of Jacob, from the shepherd, the rock of Israel. From the God of your father, may he help you, and may the Almighty bless you with blessings of heaven from above, blessings of the deep that lies beneath, blessings of the breasts and womb. The blessings of your father are above the blessings of my offspring, to the limit of everlasting hills. May they be for the head of Joseph and for the crown of the leader of his brothers. Benjamin is a wolf that tears. In the morning he devours the prey, and at evening he divides the spoil. And all these were the tribes of Israel, 210. And this is what their father spoke to them. And he blessed them. Each man with that was according to his blessing, he blessed them. And he commanded them, and said to them, I am about to be gathered to my people. Bury me beside my fathers, at the cave in the field of Ephraim the Hittite, in the cave in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, the field which Abraham brought from Ephraim the Hittite for burying a place. They buried Abraham and his wife Sarah there, and they buried Isaac and his wife Rebekah. And I buried Leah there, the purchase of the field and the cave in it from the sons of Heth. And Jacob finished commanding his sons, and he gathered his feet into the bed, and he died, and was gathered to his people. Genesis chapter 50. Last chapter in Genesis, and then we move on to Exodus. Okay, so we got through one chapter in about 5.5 hours, it looks like we're going to do. Genesis chapter 50. And Joseph fell on the face of his father, and wept on him, and kissed him. And Joseph commanded the physicians his servants to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Israel. And 40 days were fulfilled, for so are fulfilled the days of those embalmed, and Egypt wept for him 70 days. And the days of his weeping passed by. And Joseph spoke to the house of Pharaoh, saying, Now if I have found favor in your eyes, please speak in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Lo, I am dying. You shall bury me there in the grave, which I have dug for myself in the land of Canaan. And now please let me go up and bury my father and return. And Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father, as he made you swear. And Joseph went up to bury his father, and all the servants of Pharaoh went up with him, the elders of his house, even all the elders of the land of Egypt, and all the houses of Joseph and his brothers and the house of his father. Only they left their little ones and their flocks and their herds in the land of Goshen. And both horsemen and chariots went up with him, and the company was very great. And they came as far as the threshing floor of thorns, which is on the other side of the Jordan. And they mourned there with a great and very heavy mourning. And he made a lamentation for his father 7 days. And those living in the land, the Canaanites, saw... That was pretty impressive. You just like jumped over that thing. The Canaanites saw the wailing and the threshing floor of thorns. And they said, This is a very great wailing to Egypt. For this reason, its name is called the Meadow of Egypt, which is on the other side of Jordan. And his sons did to him as he had commanded them. And his sons carried him to the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, the field which Abraham bought for a burying place from Ephraim the Hittite before Mamre. And later he buried his father. Joseph returned to Egypt, he and his brothers and all those going up with him to bury his father. And Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, and they said, What if Joseph should bear a grudge against us, and should repay us all the evil which we did to him? And they sent a message to Joseph, saying, Your father commanded before his death, saying, So you shall say to Joseph, Please lift up now the transgression of your brothers and their sin, for they did evil to you. And now please lift up the transgression of the servants of the God of your father. And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. His brothers also went and fell down before his face, and they said, Behold, we are your servants. And Joseph said to them, Do not fear, for I am in the place of God. And you intended evil against me, but God meant it for good, in order to make it as it is this day, to keep a great many people alive. And now do not fear, I will nourish you and your little ones. And he comforted them and spoke to their hearts. And Joseph lived in Egypt, he and the house of his father, and Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw the sons of Ephraim to the third generation. Also sons of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were born on Joseph's knees. And Joseph said to his brothers, I am dying, and God will visit you, and bring you up from this land to the land of which he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And Joseph made the sons of Israel swear, saying, God visiting will visit you, and you will bring up my bones from here. And Joseph died, a son of 110 years, and they embalmed him and put him in a coffin in Egypt. That's the end of Genesis. Okay. Now we move into Exodus. Oh yeah, these guys don't care. They're completely ridiculous. Like I said, 3:30 in the morning. They're still that's how obsessed they are with me. They're homeless. I don't know how anybody could not see. I don't see how anybody could not see the reprobates that they are. I mean, literally obsessed. It's I don't get how people can be like that, but it is what it is. All right, let's see. So I'm just trying to look here and see. So Exodus should take us, let's maybe till about 5:30, 6:30 in the morning, something like that. I think we'll get through Exodus in a few hours here. So I definitely don't think we're going to make it to Revelation in 24 hours. Okay. Just get. Like I said, I have the surgery in my neck, so I have to. I have to give my neck a little bit of rest from time to time because of I had the surgery here and here. So when I sit up like that, it hurts a little bit, and I just got to put my head back in the chair. That's why you see me doing that. It's because of the neck surgery I had. I have 2 metal cages in my neck. But anywho, let's go on to Exodus. Exodus, chapter 1. And these were the names of the sons of Israel who came into Egypt with Jacob. They, each man came in with his house. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin. Dan and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, Joseph being in Egypt. And Joseph died, and all his brothers and all that generation. And the sons of Israel were fruitful and increased very much, and multiplied, and became very strong, and the land was filled with them. And a new king arose from Egypt, who had not known Joseph. And he had said to his people, Behold, the people of the sons of Israel are many, and stronger than we. Come, let us deal craftily towards them, lest they multiply. And it shall be that when war occurs, they will also add to our enemies, and will fight against us and go up from the land. And they put over them taskmasters, in order to afflict them with their burdens. And he built store cities for Pharaoh, Pithom and Ramses. And as much as they afflicted them, so much they multiplied, and so much they spread, and they were afraid before the sons of Israel. And Egypt made the sons of Israel to serve with harshness. And they made their lives bitter by hard service in clay and in bricks and in all work in the field, all their work which they made them to deal with harshness. And the king of Egypt said to the midwives of the Hebrews, of whom the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the second Puah. And he said, When you midwife the Hebrew woman, and look on the birth stools, if it is a son, you will kill him. And if it is a daughter, it shall live. And the midwives feared God, and they did not do as the king of Egypt said to them. And they kept the male children alive. And the king of Egypt called to the midwives and said to them, Why do you do this thing and keep alive the male children? And the midwives said to Pharaoh, Because the Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women, for they are vigorous. Before the midwives come to them, they bear. And God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and became exceedingly strong. And it was because the midwives feared God, he made houses for them. And Pharaoh commanded all his people, saying, Every son that is born, you shall cast him into the river. and you shall keep alive every daughter. And a man from the house of Levi went and took a daughter of Levi as his wife. And the woman conceived and bore a son. And she saw him that he was beautiful, and she concealed him 3 months. And he was not able to hide him any longer. And she took a basket made of papyrus for him, and she daubed it with bitumen and with pitch. And she put the child in it, and placed it in the reeds by the lip of the Nile. And his sister took her stand from a distance to know what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh went down to bathe at the Nile. And her slave women were walking on the side of the Nile, and she saw the basket in the midst of the reeds, and sent her slave girl and took it. And she opened it and saw the child, and behold, a boy crying. And she had pitied him and said, This one is of the children of the Hebrews. And his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter, Shall I go and call a woman for you, a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for you? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Go. And the girl went and called the boy's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Take this boy away and nurse him for me, and I will give your wages. And the woman, Moses' mother, took the boy and nursed him. And the boy grew, and she brought him to the daughter of Pharaoh, and he became a son to her. And she called his name Moses, and said, Because I drew him out of the water. And it happened in those days, even Moses was grown, and he went out to his brothers, and looked upon their burdens. And he saw an Egyptian man strike a Hebrew man of his brothers. And he turned here and there, and saw that no man was there. And he struck the Egyptian, and hid him in the sand. And he went out the second day, and behold, 2 men, Hebrews, were fighting. And he said to the guilty one, Why should you strike your neighbor? And he said, Who appointed you as a man, a ruler, and a judge over us? Are you saying to kill me as you killed the Egyptian? And Moses feared, and said, Surely the thing is known. And Pharaoh heard this word, and he sought to kill Moses. And Moses fled from before Pharaoh, and lived in the land of Midian. And he sat down by the well. And the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew and filled the troughs of water, the troughs to water their father's flocks. And the shepherds came and drove them away, and Moses rose up and saved them and watered their flocks. And they came to their father, Reuel, and he said, Why have you hurried to come today? And they said, An Egyptian man rescued us from the hand of the shepherds, and drawing he also drew for us and watered the flock. And he said to his daughters, And where is he? Why then have you left the man? Call him, and let him eat bread. And Moses consented to live with the man, and he gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses. And she bore a son, and he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have become an alien in a foreign land. And it happened during these many days that the king of Egypt died, and the sons of Israel groaned from the slavery, and they cried, and their cry went up to God from the slavery, and God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob, and God saw the sons of Israel, and God knew them. Cherry's not too bad. All right, let's see what's going on here. Man, I still got 9 people watching. That's crazy. Some of yous are pretty dedicated here, huh? So I just got to get a screenshot of something here real quick. Okay. Exodus. I said Genesis. I'm curious of who the 9 people are that are on here with me, because that's pretty crazy. Okay. Okay. Exodus chapter 3, verse 1. And Moses was tending to the flock of his father-in-law Jethro. What? YouTube is doing what here? Yeah. Moses was tending the flock of his father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock behind the wilderness and came to the mountain of God, to Horeb. And the angel of Jehovah appeared to him in a flame of fire from the middle of a thorn bush. And he looked, and behold, the thorn bush was burning with fire, and the thorn bush was not burned up. And Moses said, I will turn aside now and see this great sight, why the thorn bush is not burned up. And Jehovah saw that he turned aside to see, and God called to him from the midst of the thorn bush and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, Behold me. And he said, Do not come near me. Pull off your sandals from your feet, for this place on which you are standing is holy ground. And he said, I am the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he feared to look upon God. And Jehovah said, Seeing I have seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt, and I have heard their cry from before their taskmasters, for I know his sorrows. And I have come down to deliver them from the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up from the land to a good and broad land, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanite and the Hittite and the Jebusite. And now behold, the cry of the sons of Israel has come to me, and I also have seen the oppression with which the Egyptians are oppressing them. And now come, and I will send you to Pharaoh, and you bring my people out, the sons of Israel, out of Egypt. And Moses said to God, Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh, and that I should bring out the sons of Israel from Egypt? And he said, I will be with you, and this shall be the sign for you that I have sent you. When you bring out the people from Egypt, you shall serve God on this mountain. And Moses said to God, Behold, I shall come to the sons of Israel, and say to them, The God of your fathers has sent me to you. And they will say to me, What is his name? What shall I say to them? And God said to Moses, I am that I am. And he said, You shall say this to the sons of Israel, I am has sent me to you. And God said to Moses again, You shall say this to the sons of Israel, Jehovah, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial from generation to generation. Hold on, somebody's having some trouble commenting here in the YouTube video, so I'm just going to see if we could fix that. Huh. They are censoring him. I don't know why they're doing that. Yeah, leave it to YouTube. That's really weird. Gotta love it though, right? Go and gather the elders of Israel, and say to them, Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has appeared to me. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I have visited you, and have seen what is done to you in Egypt. And I have said, I will bring you up from the affliction of Egypt to the land of the Canaanite, the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, to a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall listen to your voice, and you shall come in, you and the elders of Israel, to the king of Egypt. And you shall say to him, Jehovah, the God of the Hebrews, has met us. And now please let us go for a journey of 3 days into the wilderness, and let us sacrifice to Jehovah our God. And I know that the king of Egypt will not permit you to go, not even by a strong hand. And I will stretch out my hand, and strike Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst. And afterwards he will send you away. And I will give this people favor in the eyes of Egypt. And it will come to pass, when you go, you will not go empty. And each woman shall ask of her neighbor, and from the stranger in her house, articles of silver, articles of gold, and garments, and you shall put these on your sons and on your daughters, and you shall plunder Egypt. Exodus 4. And Moses answered and said, And behold, they will not believe me, and will not listen to my voice. For they will say, Jehovah has not appeared to you. And Jehovah, God, said to him, What is this in your hand? And he said, A staff. And he said, Throw it to the ground. And he threw it to the ground, and it became a snake. And Moses fled before it. And God said to Moses, Send out your hand and take it by the tail. And he sent out his hand and caught it, and became a staff in his hand. So that they may believe that Jehovah, the God of their fathers, has appeared to you, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And God said to him again, Now put your hand into your bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom, and he brought it out, and behold, his hand was leprous like snow. And he said, Put your hand back into your bosom. And he put his hand back into his bosom. And he brought it out from his bosom, and behold, it had returned like his flesh. And it shall be, if they will not believe you, and will not listen to the voice of the first sign, they will not believe the latter sign. What are you doing? Okay. And it shall be, if they will not believe those two signs also, and will not listen to your voice, you shall take off the water of the Nile and pour it on the dry land, and the water which you take from the Nile shall become blood on the dry land. And Moses said to God, O Lord, I am not a man of words, either from yesterday or the third day, or since you have been speaking to your bondslave, for I am heavy of mouth and heavy of tongue. And God said to him, Who has made man's mouth? Or who makes the mute ones, or the deaf ones, or the seeing ones, or the blind one? Is it not I, God? And now go, and I will be with your mouth, and I will teach you what you shall speak. And he said, O Lord, please send by the hand of him whom you will send. And the anger of God was hot against Moses. And he said, Do I not know your brother Aaron the Levite, that he can speak well? And behold, he is also coming out to meet you. And he will see you and be glad in his heart. And you shall speak to him, and you shall put the words in his mouth. And I will be with your mouth and with his mouth, and I will teach you what you shall do. And he shall speak for you to the people, and it shall be. He shall be with a mouth for you, and you shall be a God for him. And you shall take this staff in your hand, by which you do the signs. And Moses went and returned to his father-in-law Jethro, and said to him, Please let me go and return to my brothers who are in Egypt, and see whether they are still alive. And Jethro said to Moses, Go in peace. And God said to Moses in Midian, Go, return to Egypt, for all the men have died, those seeking your life. And Moses took his wife and his sons and made them ride on an ass, and he returned to the land of Egypt. And Moses took the staff of God in his hand. And God said to Moses, As you go to return to Egypt, see all the wonders which I have put in your hand, and do them before Pharaoh. And I will make strong his heart, and he will not send the people away. And you shall speak to Pharaoh. So says Jehovah, my son, my firstborn is Israel. And I said to you, send my son away, and let him serve me. And you refuse to send him. Behold, I am about to kill your son, your firstborn. And it happened on the way in the lodging place, God met him and sought to kill him. And Zipporah took a stone and cut off her father's foreskin, and caused it to touch his feet. And she said, you are a bridegroom of blood to me. And he pulled back from him. Then she said, a bridegroom of blood for the circumcision. And God said to Aaron, go to the wilderness to meet Moses. And he went and met with him in the mountain of God. And he kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words that of God with which he had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. And Moses and Aaron went on and gathered all the elders of the sons of Israel. And Aaron spoke all the words which God had spoken to Moses. And he did the signs before the people. And the people believed, and they heard that God had visited the sons of Israel, and that he had seen their affliction, and they bowed and worshipped. And afterward Moses and Aaron came in and said to Pharaoh, we're in Exodus chapter 5 now. Let me just see here real quick. Take a sip of this. Hold on, I gotta check one thing here real quick. Okay. You guys watching good? Let's just see. I wonder. I'm wondering if I could. I just want to check something here. No. Just wanted to check something here. Might get through eggs as fast as I thought. I don't know. Yeah. Exodus chapter 5. And afterward Moses and Aaron came in and said to Pharaoh, so says Jehovah, the God of Israel, send away my people, and they shall hold a feast to me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said, who is Jehovah that I should listen to his voice to send away Israel? I don't know him, and I will not send Israel away. And they said, the God of the Hebrews has met with us. Now let us go a journey of 3 days into the wilderness and sacrifice to Jehovah our God, that he not strike us with a plague or with sword. And the king of Egypt said to them, Moses and Aaron, why do you lose the people from their work? Why do you loose the people from their work? You go to your burdens. And Pharaoh said, behold, what happened there? Behold, the people of the land are many now, and you make them cease from their burdens. And Pharaoh commanded the taskmasters of the people and their overseers that day, saying, you shall not go on giving straw to the people to make bricks, as yesterday and the day before they shall go and pick up straw for themselves. And the fixed number of bricks which they were making yesterday and the day before you shall put on them. You shall not diminish from it, for they are being slack. So they are crying, saying, let us go, let us sacrifice to our God. Let the bondage be heavy on the men, that they may work in it and may not trust in the lying words. And the taskmasters of the people and their overseers went out and spoke to the people, saying, Pharaoh has said this, I will not give you the straw. You go take straw for yourselves from wherever you may find it, for not a thing will be reduced from your work. And the people scattered in all the land of Egypt to pick up stubble for straw. And the taskmasters were demanding, saying, finish your work, the matter of a day in its day, as when there was straw. And the overseers of the sons of Israel were beaten, those whom the taskmasters of Pharaoh had put over them, saying, why have you not finished your appointed task to make bricks as a day ago, and the day before, both yesterday and today? And the overseers of the sons of Israel came in and cried to Pharaoh, saying, why do you do this way to your slaves? Why do you do this way to your slaves? No straw is given to your slaves, and they are saying to us, make bricks. And behold, your slaves are beaten, but your people are at fault. And he said, you are lazy and idle, so you are saying, let us go, let us sacrifice to God. Therefore go now and work, and straw will not be given to you, and a certain number of bricks you shall deliver. And the overseers of the sons of Israel saw themselves in affliction, saying, you shall not diminish from your bricks, the matter of a day in its day. And they met Moses and Aaron standing to meet them when they came from Pharaoh. And they said to them, may Jehovah look on you and judge, and you who have made our odor to stink in Pharaoh's eyes, and in the eyes of his servants, to give a sword in their hands to kill us. And Moses returned to God and said, Lord, why have you done evil to this people? Why then have you sent me? And since I came into Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to this people. And surely you have not delivered your people. Exodus chapter 6. And God said to Moses, now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh, for he will send them away with a strong hand. Yea, he will drive them out from his land with a strong hand. And God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am God. And I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as God Almighty. And by my name I have not been known to them. And I also established my covenant with them to give to them the land of Canaan, the land of their travels in which they abode. And I also have heard the groaning of the sons of Israel, whom the Egyptians are enslaving, and I have remembered my covenant. Therefore say to the sons of Israel, I am Jehovah, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of Egypt, and will deliver you from their slavery, and I will redeem you with an outstretched arm and with great judgments. And I will take you to myself for a people, and I will be to you for God, and you shall know that I am Jehovah your God, the one bringing you out from under the burdens of Egypt. And I will bring you into the land which I raised my hand to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, and I will give it to you for a possession. I am Jehovah. And Moses spoke to the sons of Israel, and they did not listen to Moses, from anguish of spirit and from hard bondage. And Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, go speak to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he may send away the sons of Israel from this land. And Moses spoke before God, saying, behold, the sons of Israel have not listened to me, And how should Pharaoh hear me, I being of uncircumcised lips? And God spoke to Moses and to Aaron, and he commanded them as to the sons of Israel, and as to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the sons of Israel from the land of Egypt. These were the heads of the houses of their fathers, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanok and Palu, and Hezron and Carmi. These were the families of Reuben. And the sons of Simeon, Jemuel and Jamin and Ohad and Zachan and Zohar and Shaul the son of Canaan, son of a Canaanitess. These were the families of Simeon. And these were the names of the sons of Levi by their generations, Gershon and Kohath and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. And the sons of Kohath, Amram and Issar and Hebron and Uzziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Malali and Mushai. These are the families of Levi according to their generations. And Amram took his aunt Jochebed to him for a wife, and she bore to him Aaron and Moses. And the year of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the sons of Issar, Korah, and Napha, and Zikri. And the sons of Uzziel, Mishael, and Elzapam, and Zithri. And Aaron took Elisheba, the daughter of Amminadab, the sister of Nahshon, to him for a wife. And she bore him Nadab, and Abihu, Elazar, and Ithamar. And the sons of Korah, Asir, and Elkanah, and Abiasaph. These were the families of the Korahites. And Aaron's son Eleazar took of the daughters of Putiel for his wife, and she bore to him Phinehas. These were the heads of the fathers of the Levites by their families. That is the Aaron and Moses to whom Jehovah said, bring out the sons of Israel from the land of Egypt according to their armies. Those are the ones speaking to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the sons of Israel of Egypt. It was Moses and Aaron. It had happened the day Jehovah spoke to Moses in the land of Egypt. And Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, I am God. Speak to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all which I am about to speak to you. And Moses said before God, behold, I am of uncircumcised lips. How could Pharaoh listen to me? I got to go check on Noelle real quick. So I'm going to put on my, what do you call it? My intro video there, the countdown video. Because she actually had a fever, and I gotta go check on her right back.
This is the way.
okay. Let me say it. She has a fever. So just gotta watch her. It just hit today. So we just gotta watch her. Be careful. Anybody that has kids knows the deal. Wait a second. I just thought of something here. Look at that, huh? I can literally do it just like this. Put a little video there just like that. How cool is that? Right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I could probably fix this up a little bit too. Let me see. Let's see how that works. Let's see how that looks. No, that needs to come down. All right, let's drop it down to right there. Let's lift it up a little bit higher. And make it, there we go. All right, now let's see how that works. A little bit lower. That's good enough. You know what? I'm trying to make these all even. And it's fine. Yeah, she's fine. Like I said, fever, kid stuff, cold, sick, whatever. If it was any worse, I would have to just shut this down and go tend to her, but she's okay. And then, again, how it is with kids. Just one of those things. Okay. Exodus chapter 7. You're right. I think I like it like this. And Jehovah said to Moses, "See, I have made you a god to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and your brother Aaron shall speak to Pharaoh, and he will send away the sons of Israel from his land. And I will harden the heart of Pharaoh, and I will multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh will not listen to you. And I will put my hand on Egypt, and I will bring my armies, my people, the sons of Israel from the land of Egypt with great judgments. And the Egyptians shall know that I am Jehovah when I send forth my hand on Egypt and bring out the sons of Israel from their midst." And Moses and Aaron did that which Jehovah commanded them. So they did. And Moses was a son of 80 years, and Aaron was a son of 83 years when they spoke to Pharaoh. And God spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, "When Pharaoh speaks to you, saying, 'Give a wonder for yourselves,' you shall say to Aaron, 'Take your staff and throw it before Pharaoh, and let it become a snake.' And Moses and Aaron came to Pharaoh, and they did so, as God had commanded. And Aaron threw his staff before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a snake. And Pharaoh also called wise men and the sorcerers, and they, the diviners of Egypt, also performed by their secret arts. And they, each man threw down his staff, and they became snakes. But Aaron's staff swallowed their staffs. And the heart of Pharaoh was made strong, and he did not listen to them as God had said. And God said to Moses, "The heart of Pharaoh is a heavy one. He refuses to send away the people. Go to Pharaoh in the morning. Behold, he is about to go out to the water, and you stand to meet him on the lip of the river. And you shall take in your hand the staff that was turned into a snake. And you shall say to him, 'God, the God of the Hebrews, has sent me to you, saying, Send away my people, so that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, you have not listened until now. So says God, by this you shall know that I am God. Behold, I am about to strike the water and the river with the staff in my hand, and it shall be turned to blood. And the fish in the river will die, and the river will stink, and the Egyptians will become weary of drinking water from the river. And God said to Moses, say to Aaron, take your staff, and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over the rivers, over the canals, and over their pools, and over every body of their waters, so that they may become blood. And blood shall be in all the land of Egypt, both in wooden and in stone vessels. And Moses and Aaron did so, as God had commanded. And he lifted up the staff and struck the water which was in the river before Pharaoh's eyes and before his servants' eyes, and all the water and the river turned to blood, and the fish in the river died, and the river sunk, and the Egyptians were not able to drink water from the Nile, and the blood was in all the land of Egypt, and the diviners of Egypt did so by their secret arts, and Pharaoh's heart was made strong, and he did not listen to them as God had commanded. I don't like that. Seems kind of weird. Let's see. A little bit more. Yeah. All right. Again, I'm just trying to, I don't know, it looks weird to me. Okay, that looks a little better. Anyway. Verse 23, Exodus chapter 7. And Pharaoh turned and went to his house, and he did not set his heart to this also. And all the Egyptians dug around the river to drink water, for they were not able to drink from the water of the river. And 7 days went by after God smote the river. And Jehovah said to Moses, go to Pharaoh and say to him, so says God, send away my people that they may serve me. And if refuse to send them away, behold, I am about to smite all your territory with frogs. And the river will swarm with frogs, and they shall go up and enter into your house, and into your bedroom, and on your couch, and into your servant's house, and on your people, and into your ovens, and into your kneading troughs. And the frogs will come up on you, and on your people, and on all your servants. And God said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your hand with your staff over the rivers, over the canals, and over the pools, and bring up frogs on the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. And the diviners did so with their secret arts, and they brought up the frogs of the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, pray to Jehovah that he may remove the frogs from me and from my people, and I will send away the people that they may sacrifice to God. And Moses said to Pharaoh, glory over me, for when shall I pray for you and for your servants and for your people to cut off the frogs from you and from your house, that they may be left only in the river? And he said, for tomorrow. And he said, according to your words, so that you may know that none is like Jehovah our God. And the frogs will depart from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people, they will only be in the river. And Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried to Jehovah concerning the frogs which he had set on Pharaoh. And God did according to the word of Moses, and the frogs died from the houses, from the courts, and from the fields. And they gathered them in heaps and heaps, and the land stunk. And Pharaoh saw that there was relief, and he made heavy his heart, and he did not listen to them. And God said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your staff and strike the dust of the earth, and let it become lice on all the land of Egypt. And they did so. And Aaron stretched out his hand with his staff and struck the dust of the earth, and the lice were on man and on beast. All the dust of the earth became lice in the land of Egypt. And the diviners performed with their secret arts to bring forth lice, and they could not. And the lice were on man and on beast, and the diviners said to Pharaoh, it is the finger of God. And Pharaoh's heart was made strong, and he did not listen to them, and God had said. As God had said. And God said to Moses, rise early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh. Behold, he is about to go out to the water. And say to him, so says God, send away my people that they may serve me. And if you do not send away my people, behold, I am about to send swarms of flies on you, and on your servants, and on your people, and on your house, and on the house of the Egyptians will be full of swarm of flies, and also the ground on which they are. And in that day I will separate the land of Goshen with my people resting on it, that there be no swarms of flies, so that you may know that I am Jehovah in the midst of the earth. I don't know what that is. Where was I? Oh. And if you do not send away my people, behold, I am about to send swarm of flies on you, and on your servants, on your people, and your house, and the house of the Egyptians will be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground in which they are. And in that day I will separate the land of Goshen with my people resting on it, that there be no swarms of flies, so that you may know that I am God in the midst of the earth. And I will put redemption between my people and your people. This miraculous sign shall be for tomorrow. And God did so, and teeming swarms of flies came into Pharaoh's house, and the house of his servants, and into all the land of Egypt. And the land was destroyed before the swarms of lice. And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron and said, go, sacrifice to your God in the land. And Moses said, it is not right to do so, for we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to Jehovah our God. Behold, if we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, will they not stone us? We will go into the wilderness, a journey of 3 days, and sacrifice to Jehovah our God, as he may say to us. And Pharaoh said, I will send you away, and you may sacrifice to Jehovah your God in the wilderness. Only do not go very far off. Pray for me. And Moses said, behold, I am about to go out from you, and to pray to God, and the swarm of lice will depart from the Pharaoh, and from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. But do not let Pharaoh continue to deceive. Do not send the people to sacrifice to God. And Moses went out from Pharaoh, and he prayed to God. And God did according to the word of Moses, and the swarms of flies departed from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people, and not one was left. And the Pharaoh made heavy his heart this time also, and he did not send away the people. You would think after all that, no commentary. Exodus chapter 9. And God said to Moses, go into Pharaoh and speak to him. So says Jehovah, the God of the Hebrews, Send away my people that they may serve me. And if you refuse to send away, and you still hold on to them, behold, the hand of God is going to be on your livestock in the field, and the horses, on the asses, on the camels, on the herds, and on the flocks of a very heavy rain. And God will make a distinction between Israel's livestock and Egypt's livestock. Also, of all that belongs to the sons of Israel, not a thing will die. And God set a time, saying, tomorrow God will do this thing in the land. And God did this thing on the next day. And all the livestock of Egypt died. And from the livestock of the sons of Israel, and not one died. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, not even one was dead from Israel's livestock. And Pharaoh's heart was made heavy, and he did not send away the people. And God said to Moses and to Aaron, take for yourselves the fullness of your hands of soot from the furnace, and let Moses sprinkle it toward the heaven before Pharaoh's eyes. And let it become dust on all the land of Egypt. And let it become boils breaking out into a boil on man, and on livestock in all the land of Egypt. And they took soot of the furnace, and stood before Pharaoh. And Moses sprinkled it toward the heavens, and it became a boil breaking out into boils on man and on livestock. And the diviners were not able to stand before Moses, before the boil, for the boil was on the diviners and on all the Egyptians. And God made strong Pharaoh's heart, and he did not listen to them, as God said to Moses. And God said to Moses, get up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say to him, so says Jehovah, the God of the Hebrews, send away my people that they may serve me. For at this time I am going to send all my plagues to your heart, and on your servants, and on your people, so that you may know that none is like me in all the land. For now I have stretched out my hand, and have stricken you and your people with plague, and you have been destroyed from the earth. And for this cause, how about that? I have made you stand in order to cause you to see my power, and in order to declare my name in all the land. You still are exalting yourself against my people, so as not to send them away. Behold, I will rain very heavy hail about this time tomorrow, such as has never been in Egypt from the day of its foundation until now. And now send out, bring your livestock to safety, and all belonging to you in the field, all men and livestock found in the field, and not brought to the house. The hail will come on them, and they will die. Of the servants of Pharaoh, the one who feared the word of God made his slaves and his livestock flee to the houses. And the one who did not set his heart on the word of God left his slaves and his livestock in the field. And God said to Moses, stretch out your hand to the heavens, so that hail may be in all the land of Egypt, on man and on livestock, on every plant in the field in the land of Egypt. And Moses stretched out his staff to the heavens, and God gave thunder, and hail and fire came down to the earth. And God rained hail on the land of Egypt, and there was hail and fire flashing in the midst of the hail, very heavy, which never had been in the land of Egypt since it became a nation. And the hail struck in all the land of Egypt, all that was in the field, from men and to livestock. And the hail struck every plant of the field, and it broke in pieces every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the sons of Israel lived, there was no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called Moses and Aaron, and said to them, I have sinned this time. God is the righteous one, and I and my people are the wicked ones. Pray to God, and let it be enough of the thunders and hail of God, and I will send you away, and you shall not continue any longer. And Moses said to him, as I go out of the city, I will spread out my palms to God. The thunder will cease, and the hail will not will not still be, so that you may know that the earth is God's. And as far as you and your servants, I know that you do not yet fear before God. And the flax and the barley were stricken, for the barley was in heed, and the flax in bud. And the wheat and the spelt were not stricken, for they were late. And Moses went out from Pharaoh, from the city, and he spread out his palms to God. And the thunder and the hail ceased, and rain was not poured out toward the earth. And Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunder had stopped. And he continued to sin, and he made his heart heavy, he and his servants. And Pharaoh's heart was made strong, and he did not send away the sons of Israel, as God had said by the hand of Moses. Pretty intense, right? I mean, all right. And God said to Moses, go into Pharaoh, for I have made his heart heavy and the heart of his servant, so that I may set these signs of mine in their midst, and so that you may recount in the years of your son and the son of your son what I exerted myself to do against Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, and you may know I am God. And Moses and Aaron went into the Pharaoh and said to him, so says God, the God of the Hebrews, until when will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Send away my people so that they may serve me. For if you refuse to send away my people, behold, I am going to bring locusts into your territory tomorrow, and they will cover the eye of the land, and no one will be able to see the land. And they will eat the rest of that which has escaped, and that which is left to you from the hail. And they will eat every tree that sprouts to you from the field. And your houses will be full, and the houses of all your servants, and the houses of the Egyptians, which neither your fathers nor the fathers of your fathers have seen, from the day of their being on the earth until this day. And he turned and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servant said to him, until when shall this one be a snare to us? Send away the men, that they may serve God. Do you not know that Egypt is perishing? And Moses and Aaron were brought back to Pharaoh, and he said to them, go serve God, Jehovah, who is your God. And who are the ones going? And Moses said, we will go with our young and with our old and with our sons and with our daughters. We will go with our flocks and with our herds, for it is a feast of God to us. And he said to them, may God be so with you as I send you away and your little ones. Consider, for evil is before your face. Not so, you and the men go now, serve God, for you are who are ones go? Okay, evil before your face. Not so. And God said to Moses. Hello? Stretch it. Hello? That was weird. That was... Yeah, that was definitely weird. Let's check and see where we're at here. Since I don't know what happened there. There you go. Okay. I don't know, it was weird. It just went like blank for a second. I don't know what the deal was with that. It was weird. Let's just put this here. That's weird. Okay. Go to the sons of our feast on Jehovah, and I made you, oh my God, with you. Send you away, and your little ones consider, for evil is before your face. And Jehovah said to Moses, stretch out your hand for the locusts over the land of Egypt, so that they may go up on the land of Egypt, and may eat every plant of the land, all that the hail left. And Moses stretched out his staff over the land of Egypt, and God drove an east wind on the land all that day, and shall that night. And when it was morning, the east wind lifted up the locusts. And the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rested on all the territory of Egypt, exceedingly many. Never were the locusts like them before, and afterward none will be like them. And they covered the eyes of the earth, and the land became dark, and they ate every plant of the land, and all the fruit of the trees, and that the hail had left, and no green thing was left in the trees, and in the plants of the field, in all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh hurried to call Moses and Aaron, and said, I have sinned against Jehovah your God, and against you. And now please forgive my sin only this time, and pray to Jehovah your God, that he may take away from me this death only. And he went out from Pharaoh, and they prayed to Jehovah, and Jehovah changed to a west wind, very strong, and it carried the locusts and threw them into the sea of reeds. Not one locust was left in all the territory of Egypt. And God made strong the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not send away the sons of Israel. Interesting. And God said to Moses, stretch your hand to the heavens, so that darkness may be on the land of Egypt, and one may feel darkness. And Moses stretched out his hand to the heavens. A darkness of gloom was in the land of Egypt 3 days. They did not see each man his brother, and they did not rise up each man from his place for 3 days. Yet to all the sons of Israel there was light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called to Moses and said, Go serve God. Only leave your flocks and your herds behind. Your little ones go with you. And Moses said, you must also give into our hands sacrifices and burnt offerings, so that we may appear for Jehovah our God. And also our livestock shall go with us. Not a hoof shall be left. Yeah. No, we got a while to go for that. For we shall take from them to serve God, Jehovah our God, and we do not know with what we shall serve God until we come there. And God made strong the heart of Pharaoh, and he was not willing to send them away. And Pharaoh said to him, Go away from me, be careful for yourselves, do not see my face again, for in the day you see my face, you shall die. I want to see something here. Oh. There we go. Trying to see the camera angle because I want to switch my cameras here for a second, which I can do here like this. Edit. Here we go. How's that? Look at that, huh? This way I can... All right, let me just switch my camera here. I'll be right back. Well, I'm right here, but this will be done in like a second. There we go. Okay, so I switched my cameras here, and well, that should do it, right? I think so. Let me just get a better angle here. No, we want it like there we go. All right, looks good to me. Okay, so. I made strong heart. And the Pharaoh said to him, Go away from me. Be careful for yourself. Do not see my face again. For in the day you see my face, you shall die. And Moses said, You have spoken rightly. I will not see your face again. Exodus chapter 11. And God said to Moses, I will bring still one more plague on Pharaoh and on Egypt. Afterwards he will send you away from here. When he sends you away completely, he will drive you out from here. Now speak in the ears of the people, and let them ask each man from his neighbor, and every woman from her neighbor, articles of silver and articles of gold. And God gave favor in the eyes of the Egyptians toward the people. And the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the eyes of the servants of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of the people. And Moses said, So says God, about the middle of the night, I will go out in the midst of Egypt, and every person born in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, the one sitting on his throne, to the firstborn of the slave girl who is behind the handmills, and every firstborn of animals. And a great cry of distress shall be in all the land of Egypt, such as never been, and nothing like it shall be again. And a dog shall not sharpen his tongue against all the sons of Israel toward man and toward livestock, so that you may know that God distinguishes between Egypt and Israel. And all these servants of yours will come down to me and bow to me, saying, Go out, you and all the people at your feet, and afterwards I will go out And he went out from Pharaoh in the heat of anger. And God said to Moses, Pharaoh will not listen to you, so that my wonders may multiply in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all these miraculous signs before Pharaoh. And God made strong the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not send away the sons of Israel from his throne, from his land. Exodus chapter 12. Okay. And God said to Moses and to Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be the chief of months for you. It shall be the first of the months of the year for you. Speak to all the congregation of Israel, saying, On the 10th of this month they shall each man take for themselves an animal of the flock for a father's house, a flock animal for a house. And if the house is too small for a flock animal, he and his neighbor next to his house shall take according to the number of souls, each man according to the mouth of his eating. You shall count concerning the flock animal. A flock animal, male without blemish, a son of a year, shall be to you. You shall take from the sheep or from the goats, and it shall be for you to keep until the 14th day of this month, and all the assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it between the evenings. And they shall take from the blood, and put it on the two side doorposts, and on the lintel, and the houses in which they eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in this night, roasted with fire, and they shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. Do not eat it raw or boiling, boiled in water, but roasted with fire, its head with its legs and with its inner parts. And you shall not leave any of it until morning, and you shall burn with fire that from it until morning. And you shall eat it this way, with your loins girded, and your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and you shall eat it in haste. It is the Passover to God. And I will pass through the land of Egypt in this night, and I will strike every firstborn in the land of Egypt, from man to even livestock. And I will execute judgment on all the gods of Egypt. I am God. Yeah. And the blood shall be assigned to you on the houses where you are, and I will see the blood, and I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be on you to destroy when I strike in the land of Egypt. And the day shall be a memorial for you, and you shall celebrate it as a feast to God for your generations. You shall celebrate it as a law forever. You shall eat unleavened bread in 7 days. Indeed, on the first day you shall cause leaven to cease from your house. For anyone eating any leaven, that soul shall be cut off from Israel, from the first day until the 7th day. And the first day shall be a holy gathering, and the 7th day and not any work may be done on them. Only what must be eaten by your soul, that alone may be done by you. And you shall observe the unleavened bread, for on this very day I brought out your armies from the land of Egypt, and you shall observe this day for your generations, a statute forever. In this first month, on the 14th day of the month. Nope. At evening you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month, at evening. For 7 days no leaven shall be found in your houses. For anyone eating any leaven, that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, among the aliens and among the natives of the land. Oops. At evening you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month, at evening. Quite a delay there. Okay, like I said, that is quite the I don't know what you call that. Quite the delay you guys got going on there. Really weird. Okay. Moses called to all the others of Israel and said to them, "Draw out and take of the flock for you and your families, and kill the Passover. And take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood of the basin, and touch from the blood in the basin to the lintel and on the 2 doorposts. And you shall not go out anyone from the door of this house until morning." And God will pass through to strike Egypt, and he will see the blood on the lintel and on the doorpost, and God will pass over the door, and he will not allow the destroyer to come into your houses to strike you. And you shall observe the word of an ordinance for you and for your sons forever. And it shall be, when you come into the land which God shall give to you, as he has spoken, you shall observe this service. And it shall be, when your sons say to you, "What is this service to you?" then you shall say, "A sacrifice of a Passover of God, who passed over the houses of the sons of Israel in Egypt, when he struck Egypt. And he delivered our houses, and the people bowed and worshipped. And the sons of Israel went out and did as God commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. And it happened at midnight that God struck every firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, the one sitting on the throne, to the firstborn of the captive who was in the prison house, and every firstborn of animals. And Pharaoh arose by night, he and all servants, and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one who had died. And he called to Moses and Aaron by night and said, "Arise, go out from the midst of my people, both you and the sons of Israel, and go serve God according to your word. Take both your flocks and your herds, as you said, and go, and bless me also." And the Egyptians were strong on the people, to hasten to send them away from the land. For they said, "All of us are about to die." And the people took up their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothing on their shoulders. And the sons of Israel did according to the word of Moses, and they asked from the Egyptian articles of silver and articles of gold and clothing. And God gave favor to the people in the eyes of the Egyptians, and they granted their request, and they plundered Egypt. They plundered Egypt. Wow, what does that mean? What do you suppose that means? And the sons of Israel traveled from Ramses to Succoth, the man being about 600,000 on foot apart from little ones. And also a mixed multitude went up with them, and flocks and herds, very many livestock. And they baked the dough which they brought out from Egypt unto unleavened cakes. For it was not leavened, because they were driven out from Egypt, and they were not able to delay. And they also had not prepared food for a journey for themselves. And the time of the dwelling of the sons of Israel, which they dwelt in Egypt, was 430 years. And it happened from the end of 430 years, it was on this very day, all the armies of God went out from the land of Egypt. It is a night of celebration to God for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This night is a celebration for all the sons of Israel to their generations. And God said to Moses and Aaron, "This is the ordinance of the Passover. No stranger may eat of it. And every man's slave a purchase of silver, you shall circumcise him, then he may eat of it. A foreigner and a hired servant may not eat of it. It shall be eaten in one house. You shall not carry any of the flesh outside from the house. And you shall not break a bone in it. All the congregation of Israel shall prepare it. And when a sojourner shall stay with you, and will do the Passover to Jehovah, let every male to him be circumcised, and then he may come near to prepare it. And he shall be like a native of the land, but any uncircumcised one may not eat of it. One law shall be to the native and to the sojourner, the one staying in your midst." And all the sons of Israel did as God commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did. And it happened on this day, God brought out the sons of Israel from the land of Egypt by their armies. Yay! Right? Exodus chapter 13. And God spoke to Moses, saying, set apart to me every firstborn, the one opening the womb among the sons of Israel, among men and among my livestock, they shall be mine. And Moses said to the people, remember this day in which you went out from Egypt, from the house of slaves, for by the might of his hand God brought you out from here. I forget what it was. The house of slaves. For by the might of his hand God brought you out from here. And no leaven shall be eaten today in the month of Abib you are going out. And it shall be when God brings you into the land of Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, which we swore to your fathers to give to you, a land flowing with milk and honey. You shall observe this service of this in this month. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and the seventh day keep a feast to God. Unleavened bread shall be eaten the 7 days, and leavened bread for you shall not be seen. Yea, no leaven shall be seen among you in all your boundaries. And you shall tell your son in that day, saying, it is because of what God did for me when I came out of Egypt. For it shall be a sign for you, it shall be signed to you on your hand, and a memorial between your eyes, so that a law of God may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand God brought you out of Egypt. And you shall keep this ordinance at its appointed time from day to day. And it shall be when God brings you into the land of Canaanite, as he swore to you and to your fathers, and gives it to you, you shall set apart to God every one opening the womb, and every first lining, the offspring of animals which are yours, the males are Jehovah's. And every firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a flock animal. And if you do not redeem, you shall break its neck. Wow. You shall break its neck. Wow. And every firstborn of men among your sons you shall redeem. And it shall be when your son asks you in the future, saying, what is this? You shall say to him, God brought us out from Egypt by the might of his hand, from the house of slaves. And it happened when Pharaoh hardened himself against sending us away. God killed every firstborn one in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of men even unto the firstborn of animals. On account of this I sacrifice to God every one of those males opening the womb, and I redeem every firstborn of my sons. And it shall be for a sign on your hand, and frontlets between your eyes. For God brought us out from Egypt by the might of his hand. And it happened in Pharaoh sending away the people, God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines, though it was near, for God said, lest the people repent when they see war and return to Egypt. They scared. But God made the people turn toward the way of the wilderness. So the sea of reeds, and the sons of Israel went up armed from the land of Egypt. And Moses took the bones of Joseph with him. For taking an oath he made the sons of Israel swear, saying, visiting God will visit you, and you shall cause my bones to go up from here with you. And they pulled up stakes from Succoth, and they camped at Etham in the edge of the wilderness. And God was going before them by day in a pillar of cloud, to lead them in the way, and by night in a pillar of fire, to give light to them, to go by day and by night. The pillar of cloud did not cease by day, and the pillar of fire by night before the people. See that? So again, we're doing this live video stream here to raise money for ministry need. A lot of work to do, folks. I mean, just check this out. That's just one of our projects that we're working on, but I wanted you to see that there because, again, revamping the site, new site, expose this stuff, and we're going to do it just like that. So that's part of the mission. It's part of what we're doing. And that's what we're doing, these fundraisers like this. So if you can support the ministry, all the links are down below for Zelle, Venmo, CashApp, and our website. If you can give, that'd be great. If not, at least pray for the ministry. Again, it's set to, it's set to do 5,000. I don't know. We don't really. I mean, 5,000 is great because we can actually go above and beyond. But realistically, 3. I mean, if we finished up with 3, I'd be happy. So we'll see what happens. Exodus 14. And God spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the sons of Israel, and let them return and camp before Piharoth, between Migdol and the sea, before Baal Zephon. You shall camp opposite it by the sea. And Pharaoh will say as to the sons of Israel, they are entangled in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. And I will make Pharaoh's heart strong, and will pursue you. And I will be honored through Pharaoh and through all his armies. And the Egyptians shall know that I am God," and they did so. I wonder how they knew that.